I like the kind of, they're not, but I like the kind of stacked container feel that some of these buildings are getting, and taking some engineering leaps a little bit as cantilevering some parts of buildings and different things. It just gives it a completely different feel than being straight up or angled up or whatever, and then details. It gives the structure of the building some great stuff. So I told them they thought they had 30 minutes for presentation, 30 minutes for questions. I told them that there would be questions during their presentation, but that we were not holding them to time. They get what they need. So obviously, if we feel that we're come to a point where we're not getting anywhere, then we can stop or do whatever from there. But I've told them just to be prepared for a good talk.
There were a couple of blank pages there. Do you think that's an error in the package, or did you see?
I don't remember blank.
You just passed them.
I just passed them.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember the blank pages.
Yeah, keep right there.
Oh,
I think that's
the cover.
a definite.
That's a cover
Yeah, that's a cover.
page.
Well, following go back to the prior one. Storefront tenant criteria, followed by one that says restaurant tenant criteria,
Yeah,
right?
I
And then
do.
and then go to the, if you keep going, these are actually
Yeah, I did
sections.
too.
They're actually sections in their outline.
yeah.
Those two
Those
things.
do seem
And then
like
it goes to interior tenant criteria. So
Okay,
anyway, so there may be something.
there may be something there.
something
Yeah.
that didn't render or whatever. Okay.
This is a good image of their interior plaza. So the two buildings in the lower right or left-hand picture, the two buildings that are at the top of the photo are the two HP buildings that sit out there, and then this is the green and the things that sit behind it. Some great examples of signage. I really like the one on the bottom in the middle. I don't know why. I feel like it's a little bit hard to read, but I really like it. I don't know. It makes you pay attention. Yeah, yeah. I don't know how many hours they have in this thing, but it's got to be a lot. And then monuments. They continued that sort of look at this. It's not a typical. It's a cantilever turn. They impressed me with their signage. Landscape. So Pat, I don't know if I started talking before about this, but when we saw them before, you were really concerned about what we're going to see at the street, west side and windward, which is normal. This is getting there. We're not exactly going to see, I don't believe, the plan for what's going to be there just yet, but we're going to start to see the theme. And then we will see plans for each building sort of as we go. So this is just all thematic stuff to get them on the way. If there's, specific plant material, I even had the conversation with them. I'm learning about what's under the tree. Is what is under the tree going to live in 5 years or 10 years? Have you not said that in the past? Good job. You were paying attention. Yeah. So I just trying to prep them for some of those kind of questions. It's like we're not looking. This is a long time design guide for you guys. It's for them. It's a long-term project for us. So what's it going to look in the long term?
Understory, Brett. Understory.
Understory. Don't rush it. Let me get the first part. The only, Halcyon, Avalon, come on. Maybe they're going to say, we're going to do it better. This is what we're doing better than these. Even though we might have somebody in the place that really likes Halcyon, Lauren, chose to live there before she decided that it
I was
was
just
best to
testing it
live
out.
here.
I was just testing it out. I came back to Alpharetta.
You did. Okay, so that's pretty much that. So they're going to be able to answer a lot more questions than what I have, obviously. But just remember, this is their design guide, so it's what's driving their final designs, which we will see. Love some of this stuff. I mean, just to do some different stuff. And if you haven't been out to Lakeview yet and actually maneuvered and tried to find a place to park around all the construction, you need to get out there and walk around the lake. It's really coming together. That's the one at Lakeview and Haynesbridge. Amazing. It's starting to, some of the murals are up. You may have seen some of the murals in the Business Chronicle. So it's coming together pretty quickly.
Brett, is there a stream through this property? Because they talk about, on some of the pages we went past, they talked about almost like a stream.
I think there is
Trying to see
something.
something on Google Maps or.
Yeah, I think.
Nothing was apparent. I didn't know if they were creating something or it was.
I thought they were trying to create something.
Or it was more conceptual or. but-
Not
all right.
positive.
All right, we'll ask when we get to it.
Okay, next. Mr. Eskandari's project. This is North Fulton Pharmacy, North Fulton Compounding. There's two. Not the one that built at the McDonald's site. This is the gentleman that's a little farther down the road.
That's North Fulton is the McDonald's site.
North Fulton. This
Or
one's
was.
North Fulton Compounding. I don't know.
No.
Anyway, this is an office building and residential right across from the post office. Huge pecan tree in the front yard. If you've seen that, maybe you've seen a clothesline or two strung across the
Yes.
driveway. That's going away, hopefully, with this project. He's proposing a two-story, freezing up here, a two-story office building, and then I believe it's 7 townhome units behind. So we'll be doing a full review of this one, site, landscape, building materials. Stopped on me again. Well,
Frozen?
I'm frozen.
Yikes.
So we'll let it go for a minute. Anyway, the building, if you guys can get to the building, the front building at the street looks great. He had it broken up quite a bit more, and Andy, the city consultant, and I kind of worked with him a little bit to sort of take some of that away because it looked like it was too small of a building for the number that they had broken up. Good thought in breaking it up and making it look, like a different areas, but it was too many. So he reduced it down. He's going to have I believe his sons, which are physicians, will be upstairs in the office portion. He's going to have the pharmacy below, and then he's got a proposed coffee shop also down there, which would be a great addition for that area. There's not really a close walkable one to right there, even though you got to cross Old Milton Parkway at your own risk, but there is a traffic light there, so which he's improving. Still frozen. So the townhouses, I believe you've got some elevations in there of the townhouses. They look pretty good. Materials are pretty standard. They're not super, but they're a little more detailed than if you're familiar with the townhouses that we didn't see because they didn't have a condition for them to see residential at that point. Right behind there,
Yeah.
the white ones, they're very minimalistic, very, there's not a lot of detail on those buildings and stuff. The office building that was proposed for in front of them that we saw but hasn't come to fruition yet, had a lot of the detail, but,
And these are so far back, you're not gonna.
you're probably gonna maybe catch an end of the two, but since it's one site, and we do see residential in downtown now, we've got all this. But you're correct. We're likely only gonna catch a little bit of it. And if that office building that is sort of here, here. Now my pen won't draw either. To the right of the site there, if that comes forward, you'll see even less of them back there. Because to the left is that doctor's office building that got built 15, 20 years ago. Mr. Kramer, you probably remember that one.
Yes.
It's fairly forward and close to them. So it hides sort of the left side. If we get the office building at the right, yeah, you likely won't see those townhouses.
Orthodontist.
Yeah, it's an orthodontist.
So Brett, with that improvement on the intersection, will that actually be a public street then? Or is that going to be like a private?
It'll be a private street for them,
Off.
but he's improving he's got a council condition to improve the intersection with like the pedestrian crossing and
Okay.
the stuff like
But,
that.
so there will be a traffic light though facing that development?
Yeah, the
I mean,
traffic
you'll
light
have
they'll have the traffic light to come out of that development.
Okay.
Yeah,
You'll have a red light,
because they currently have one to come off of Kingery.
yes.
Yeah.
So it'll be
And I may have misspoken there. I don't know that I'm not sure if Kingery is coming across or not.
It says there's a public right of way up to the townhouses on that colored.
Okay, so maybe Kingery is going to cross, but I know
Okay.
there'll be a traffic lighted,
It's only through the office parking lot.
only through the office and then at the back.
It's private.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so here's a couple of the townhouses. Finally was able to get to those. So they look pretty good, and you'll be seeing this edge, this end of it if you see any.
They're wanting to, each one of them to be different? Like there's no repeat in colors and patterns? Or am I making that up?
Sort of. I mean, the windows are the same, but they've got different details around the windows. It's just details. And with only 7 of them, I think we felt like you didn't want to mix it a lot
Yeah.
because it would really get monotonous if you mixed it a lot.
Well, in this picture, the windows are all different.
Yeah, this one, similar but different. The 2 outside ones are both double windows. The center's all singles. Yeah, it's garage doors mixed. And I'm froze again.
Going so fast.
Apparently I'm trying to go too fast. Oh, there, yeah, I can stop one and go to the middle.
Okay.
Yeah, these did take a while to render.
Is it probably the site plan?
Probably those,
It's taking forever to load.
yeah. And I got it as a PDF, so. I'll have to look. I I don't remember that there was any that affected this.
There were some landscape conditions about the roads, trees, some signage. No building signage.
I think the conditions that came were pretty much the standard, like they're already code sort of thing. Nothing weird, yeah.
And this one's in the package twice.
It was?
Yes.
Oh, great.
So this is going to take you a while to get.
Fabulous.
Are you're in the actual package?
Yes,
Can you jump pages?
I've tried.
You can go to page 224, that's where the next one picks up, if you want to just jump ahead.
Okay. Thank you. Peach Cobbler. We saw these guys. Oh, now I've got a real mess. I got 2 pages loaded at the same time. Peach Cobbler. That's the building that we saw out at Mansell Road and Big Creek Overlook. Not Big Creek Overlook, at Big Creek. The one that we thought looked sort of like a car dealership, office building kind of thing. So they've done some tweaking, and I actually think it's better. They took a lot of your comments from before, tweaked it a little bit, and I think it actually it is better. So we're going to treat this as a new for the building. Materials are the same. I think the colors of them are the same. They just got them in a little bit different order. They beefed up a couple of things, and
That's a total transformation.
it really is. Even from the last one. I mean, the last one was a big transformation from the Buffalo Wild Wings building, and this is a pretty good transformation from that. I'm glad they did it, because I don't know, we got there sort of before, but I don't know that any of you were super comfortable with it. I think this one's is a lot better.
This is new. Well, I think we were trying to figure it out last time, too.
We were trying to figure it out too, yeah.
And I think eliminating that glass on the tower and putting the sign there.
I think that's a big help, yeah.
That's almost funny, how different it is, contract.
I like all the real high-end cars too. They chose good cars to go in there. 51 Thompson Street. Apparently, I didn't load their application first. 51 Thompson Street is the corner of Haynesbridge and Thompson Street, right there at the roundabout. We didn't see any of the other designs because we didn't see residential at that point, but the really dark 2-story townhome condo building is at the one end of this, and then Haynesbridge Road is at the other end of this development. And then if you come out to Old Milton, where the funeral home was, so it backs up to that. So that parcel is still Old Milton facing.
Brett, page 264 has the site plan for you. Or at least on my packet it does. It may be different. You have the meeting minutes downloaded though, don't you?
Yes.
So maybe it's a little bit further back.
There we go.
Bingo.
So Haynesbridge Road to the left, this current roundabout, and then those parcels on Old Milton are page down. They had a council condition for this kind of green amenity space at the back there. They did have to go back to council to get, which is why these guys were on for last month. We had to push them to this month because they had to go back to city council to get condition changed along that greenery, and they got that done, and so they were good to move forward now. So they'll go through that, and there's their check. I thought I deleted that. Don't need to have that showing all the time. And that's it, correct? Is that the
Yes.
last one? Thompson
Yes.
Street, that's it? Okay, so now Lauren's got a quick thing for you, and then we will move on.
Okay.
Do you need the?
Yes, please.
Close the door. Oh, we can't get back in. Well, they've got a passcode. They've got the.
Good morning, board members.
Good morning.
So I am here this morning. You guys all got an email from me earlier this week saying that we are going to be issuing you all a city email account. So part of the onboarding for that, we thought it would be a good time to just do a quick little refresher on the Georgia Open Records Act and how it applies to our board members and conducting city business. So I am just going to kind of hop on in. Throughout the meeting today, as we take breaks, we do have members from our IT department in the 121 conference room next door. So we'll ask each of you individually to get set up with your account. Just by a show of hands, is there anyone that does need to leave super early on time today? I was just trying to prioritize the order of in which you guys get issued your accounts.
I would need to be away at 2 o'clock.
Okay, perfect. So we'll start with you then, Mr. Owens.
We're going to try and do some.
You
Do I-
guys,
Kind of in our
yeah,
breaks
we'll
and
try to do
too,
them.
so
So
we-
because today there is a lot on the agenda today, so we didn't want to keep you guys too much, but we did want to make sure you guys all got set up for success. So just as a little refresher, what is the Open Records Act? So here in the state of Georgia, the legislature basically declared that all business and acts of the government should be open to the public. So just as our meeting today is open to the public, all of the documentation, paperwork, emails, text messages, phone call records, all of that should also be open to the public. The state law also says that not only should it be available to be inspected by members of the public, but it should be provided to them in somewhat of a quick fashion. In the code section, it also describes the types of things that are considered a public record. So it's not just tangible pieces of paper. It could be, a document that someone drops off in the community development office. It could be a map. It could be a picture on Brett's phone from going to look at trees. It could be a text message between Brett and Kramer about the meeting. And obviously emails, which is our main purpose of the discussion today. Just a little background on open records requests in the city of Alpharetta. So last year, we received over 6,200 open records requests that are processed by our city staff. And our requesters, they ask for all kinds of information. They ask for just the same type of documents that we can give them. So emails, meeting invites, text messages, applications, plans, minutes. A large population will ask for car accident reports, traffic cam footage, fire inspections, and court records.
Can I jump in for 1 second?
Sure.
And I just went through a deposition this week. Believe me, they find everything. Stuff that I didn't even. You're still here. Well, yeah, they
Today.
didn't. They didn't.
This
take
is
me
actually
away.
his last day.
Yeah,
I'm just kidding.
Might be going away, but, yeah. I was surprised the amount of information that they had and asked me questions about.
Just a little background on how we process requests in the city of Alpharetta. So we do have an online portal. It's called Just FOIA. It's on the city's website. The FOIA part of Just FOIA stands for the Freedom of Information Act. That's the Open Records Act as it applies to federal law. Here in Georgia, we have the Georgia Open Records Act. That's what really applies to the city of Alpharetta. So that software, it's an online software. The requesters can go in and select what types of documents they want and specifics related to those documents. But we are required to accept requests in whatever format they come. So someone could stop by Brett's office today and said, stop, give me all of your DRB plans from last month, and he would have to compile them all together. We have people who write little sweet handwritten letters that want, their plat from their neighborhood from 1897 or something. We didn't have neighborhoods back then, but just anything, anything like that. They could stop by, they could call in, they could send me an email. We accept records requests however they come, and we still provide them the materials in compliance with the Georgia Open Records Act. So once a request is submitted, it gets funneled to the department that would be responsible for those documents. They review the material. They make sure that we've provided the correct documentation that's been asked for. And if allowed, they will redact certain portions that we are allowed to withhold also under the Open Records Act. In the event that it's a really large request, say for example, we get a request from an attorney's office that could, be future potential litigation, we will provide them a pre-retrieval estimate that says, hey, thank you for your really large request. Not like we had a million other things to do, but we'll stop what we're doing and get you your material. It's going to take us maybe 2 weeks to compile it and this many hours, and you would have to pay the hourly rate of the lowest paid qualified employee that could handle the work. So we either provide them the documents or a nice note that says, hey, we're working on it. We'll get you it ASAP. Anytime that emails specifically are requested, those requests are handled by the city clerk's office. We either go through and run a search on the city server of the keywords that are requested, and then we review every single email for privileged information. So the Georgia Open Records Act does have exceptions. We'll get into that in just a second. And if at any point there's anything that seems that it could be an attorney-client privilege or would provide personal information, we redact that. And then if there needs to be another set of eyes, we do send it to the city's attorney's office. So records request is something that we do take very seriously and want to make sure that we're protecting not only our employees, but our board members, the community that communicates with us as well. I mentioned that there are things that we can withhold. In Georgia law, there's over 50 exceptions. Not all of them specifically apply to cities, but the most popular things that we do redact in the city of Alpharetta are personal cell phone numbers, personal email addresses, medical records, anything involving attorney-client privilege or attorney work product. As it relates specifically to development, we, will withhold any kind of trade secret notices that are provided. Maybe it's like a proposal that we've received from an IT company or a real estate appraisal or any of our economic development projects. We can withhold that information. So our purpose here today, kind of have a 3-step process. So we're going to issue you your city email account. And you will use Microsoft Outlook. We also use a Duo authentication that basically will send a notification to your phone just to make sure you are who you say you are when you're trying to access your email. So when I log into my Microsoft Outlook, it pings on my phone and I have to accept that, yes, it's me, Lauren, hi, I'm trying to get into my email. The main reason for that we're providing you with an email account is for open records purposes and also for cybersecurity. We want to make sure that information that we as staff are communicating with our boards and commissions, that we're not easily a target for hackers or people who are trying to make a profit off of pretending to be Richard Kramer or something. So that's the main thing. Anytime, say for example, I were to get an email or a records request asking for any and all communications about, let's say, what was one of the Continuum. I would then be able to search all of the DRB board member email accounts with their Alpharetta emails and pull any communications that you guys have had about Continuum over email and be able to provide that to the requester. The way it is now, I have to reach out to you, the board and commissioners individually, personally, and say, hey, can you please conduct a search on your personal email for anything that you've mentioned, whatever project, and you guys would provide that to me, so then I could provide that to the requester. So this is helping with our entire open records policy. So moving forward, city staff will only be emailing you on your city-issued email account. So that's super important that you guys, I know you only meet once a month, but that you're creating the habit of checking that city email account. And the biggest thing that we ask is that you use your city email for city business. So try not to use your personal email address for city business. I know that's going to be a little bit different because you guys have probably been working and emailing Brett on your personal email for a really long time. But it's just going to help us protect your personal emails and then also help protect the city as well. After you're set up, I'm going to send you an email with our help desk website. So if at any point you guys ever have an email problem accessing your email, that goes directly to our IT department. It creates a ticket and they'll be able to work through any challenges that you have. And then on the outset of that, once you guys are all set up, every 90 days you're required to change your password. We actually use a passphrase. And then once a month, you're going to receive a little cybersecurity training video. They're usually like less than 4 minutes. You might even learn something that you can share with your family about cybersecurity. So just a quick little wrap up. Personal accounts, please do not use city business on a personal account, and really use your city email for city business. That's the best way that we can maintain cybersecurity policies that our IT department has, and then make sure that we're able to extract records that we need from an open records perspective. Does anyone have any questions?
This is only phone-based, it's not desktop-based for email.
Yes, you can access it on desktop as well. So once you're set up with the Duo account, which is the authentication that's on your cell phone, you could log into your Microsoft Outlook on a laptop or desktop computer. When you try to log into it, it's going to ping your cell phone that says, hey, Pat, are you trying to get into your city email? And it will allow you to hop on your desktop. We can help you walk through it. Yeah, for sure.
And that Duo, that if you use Apple, that Duo one is a pretty good service that I think Mr. Swing's got a different one that he uses on Apple as well. But the Duo you can use anytime a lot of your websites are going now, or some of your banking things maybe, or something like that, are asking for the dual authentication. That's what this is. Duo, D-U-O, that little app is your dual authentication tool, and you can sign all your stuff into that Duo if you want to. It doesn't have to just be your city stuff. All that is, it's attached to your city account because that's what we use, but it's not a city-only thing.
It's basically a second factor instead of you just putting in a password and the system recognizing this is Frank's email account, this is Frank's password, we're going to let him in. It's also going to say, hey, not only did you put in your password, but we're going to send you a quick little message for you to approve to confirm that you're actually trying to get into your email account. That's that.
It was a challenge at first. It'll be a challenge for y'all to get used to it if you're not. But now every single time that any of us log into any device, we have to either have this or our little Duo key or something with us that we can get in. So even if your screen just locks, I have to log back in with it. So it's second nature now.
Brett, I'm just going to call you.
Go ahead.
Communications make a way down.
Yes.
You did go respond.
Okay.
Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Lauren. All right, anything else from staff this morning? Let's adjourn the workshop session. Go get our coffee cups filled, go to the restroom. Let's get started back at 9:30, so that'll be a little bit, about 5 minutes from now. Thank you.
Who's first? Who's the windows? So bring your laptop or anything.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board. Today is Friday, October 20th, 2023. Glad to see everyone this morning. Glad you're here. I'm sorry we're running a little bit late this morning. We had a tutorial, or we're downloading our city email addresses onto our electronic devices, and we got a little bit on the Open Records Act, history on the Open Records Act. So appreciate that. A gentle reminder for those that have electronic devices, if you'll just silence those this morning for us, please. All right, everybody's here, so all board members are here. Thank you for being here this morning. We're in for a long meeting, so I know Mr. Owens has to leave around 2 o'clock this afternoon, but other than that, I think we're all good. Okay, let's all stand. We'll face the flag and have the Pledge of Allegiance, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you for that. Next up, any items from staff this morning? Anything from staff? Brett?
If we have anything from staff, we want to welcome Lauren back. Wish we could welcome her back for long-term, but she's here for this month's meeting, and maybe next month, we'll see. Tracy, I assume you saw some bounce backs or something from emails, so Tracy decided to go back to Michigan. Wait, did I just say that out loud? I'm a Buckeye, so I'm not really allowed to say that anymore.
It's the state of Michigan.
This doesn't even compute.
Can you say MI? How about that?
Yeah, the one up above Ohio. That's where she went. So we have Lauren for today, and we'll see next month who. But that's all we have for today. We only did get one application for next month's meeting, so it'll be a quick one next month. Probably should be done by 9:30. So we'll see.
Okay, that's our reward for a long one today.
That's
right?
our reward for a long one today, and a reward going into the Thanksgiving week festivities.
Very good.
Because that'll be, right, that'll be the Friday before Thanksgiving. Yes, yeah.
Okay, very good. Anything else from staff?
Nothing.
All right, anything from board members this morning? Anything from board members? I would like to say this, that certainly appreciate Teresa Rhodes' service on the board for the last two years, almost 2 years, so thank you for your service. Wish you the best of luck in your future endeavors, and don't be a stranger, so. Hope to see you around here. Yes.
Probably knows I wasn't here.
So, anyway, thank you, Teresa, for your service, so. Okay, anything else from board members? Any birthdays or anniversaries or anything like that? No. Okay, very good. All right, let's get on. Next order of business is to review and approve our September 15th Design Review Board meeting minutes. I assume everybody's had a chance to look at those. Any questions or comments about the minutes?
Yeah, so I think we've noted that we're referred to as commissioners throughout the minutes, so that needs to be changed, right?
We've got that tweaked.
Got that tweaked.
Yep.
And then there was one very minor typo it's on standard,
Okay,
and it's the first bullet. The round blade sign says Halo Light instead of Halo Lit. Just an extra E on the end there. That's the only thing I found.
So that's in the motion that you made.
It's in the motion, yeah.
That's
First bullet in the motion.
the commissioner swing motion that you made. Okay,
Exactly.
We can change that.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was it.
very good. All right. I have to say the minutes were very well done this go around, so whoever did those, we appreciate that. All right, any other comments about the meeting minutes? There being none, then I'll ask for an approval. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of September 15th, 2023, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 7-0. We assume the corrections that you mentioned will be incorporated into those minutes.
But
All right,
we didn't have a motion in a second, though.
what's that?
Nobody made a
Oh,
motion.
did it? Well,
We took a vote, but nobody made a motion.
okay.
It was kind of a impromptu, like, aren't we excited to vote for these?
Yes.
So-
So
Yeah,
I-
sorry about, all right.
So I will make I know we've already voted, but I will make a motion
Okay,
to
we
approve,
didn't, it wasn't an official vote.
to approve the September
Okay.
15th, 2023 Design Review Board meeting minutes with the changes noted today.
All right, thank you, Frank.
I can second that.
All right. And thank you, Eric. All right. Motion made by Mr. Swing, second made by Mr. Rowan. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of approving the City of Alpharetta's Design Review Board meeting minutes of September 15th, 2023, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposed. Motion passes 7-0. Now it's official. All right, that was a practice run. That first one was just a practice. Okay. Our first application this morning is North Georgia Replacement Windows. You're here, come on down, please, or come on up. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone, introduce yourself this morning, and then give us a review of what we have in our packet today, please.
Good morning, Design Review Board members. Thank you for your service. My name is Ted Kirk. I am the business owner. I'm also the general contractor for the project, and I'm also one of the building owners. So obviously a big vested interest in the project. I made Brett aware that we had some design consideration changes prior to showing up today, but I thought it would probably be best to show up and show it to you, and this will be very quick. So I just want to start out by showing the front of the building as it is now. So you'll see that on your screen. There were 5 different businesses operating out of this business. 3 of them had signage, 2 on the front and 1 on one side, and there was 2 other businesses or guys storing cars here, and then another electrical business did not have signage at that time. Across the front, you're going to see 3 different doors. It's kind of hard to see with the picture, but the main door is the one that is right underneath the address, 11460. So that's where customers will enter into this building. There's an emergency door. It has no handle to the right of that. And then on the very far end, adjacent to that door, there's another front entrance that executives can use that, you know, it's not a public door for the showroom. This is the neighbors to the right of us. You can see the sign that they had. A little bit irrelevant now because I think we want to move to the side. But I did want to show you this view. This is from the street approaching the building. You'll also see the monument sign there. And now I want to go to the actual proposals. All right. So you can see on this screen the existing monument sign. You can also see the sign that is on the roof. It is a slanted roof, but it is not a mansard roof. So our original proposal was to go back with the same sign along the front, just as you see. You guys came back, or Brett came back and said, hey, we want you to put the sign on the flat surface of the building over to the right. That's just not feasible for us on the right side because you can see it's going to drive the traffic over to the right side of the building when we're trying to get people to enter from the left. So kind of what we had compromised there is another option to move the sign. We're going to have to reduce it by about 5 foot just because that front part is a little bit smaller. We don't want it to run the whole width of it just for looks wise. So we're okay with moving the sign over to the left side on the face of the building as you guys have recommended. Well, not to the right side, but the left side. We'll make some repairs on the building. We've been renovating the inside. It's built in 1980s, and we've been doing that for almost a year now. So now that we've done with the inside, we'll start working on the outside a little bit more. But so we're just asking for approval. Instead of going on the right side, we need it to go over to the left side to drive traffic. It's just the detail. It'll hang flat. The monument sign, there's a temporary monument sign in there now. I will tell you that it does meet the height requirements of 10 foot. It is exactly 10 foot and 8 foot wide, 4 foot by the main side. We're asking for consideration to not have to fill in that bottom part. And the only reason, I think it would probably look fine either way. The only reason is from a little bit of a safety concern. If you block that, as you can see from this picture, you're blocking the traffic coming from the parking area around and the slight front of the building coming from the opposite side of the road, which is in this picture here. So it's not a huge deal, but if somebody were to pull in fast or whatever, we just rather have we just think it looks cleaner having it open. So those are the only deviations. Again, we're not going to go to the center of the building because it is on a slope roof. We're okay going to the left. And then, if possible, to maybe leave the monument sign underneath open for safety concerns.
Okay, Ted, if you took a picture from the other direction, I think that shows that left-hand portion of the building pretty well this morning. Can you go back to that photo?
Yes,
Because
sir.
that's the one that'll show where you're trying to relocate or the new location of your sign. Yes, there we go. Okay.
I agree that that's a good position for a good location for your sign, particularly because your building is so horizontal all the way down. Taking away that long piece in the middle kind of brings the building together. And as you mentioned, Ted, that putting the sign over there takes you to the door. Something I noticed that it might take you some time just to mull this over as a new thought, is instead of continuing that long horizontal sign, even on the left side, take all of the information you want to put together there, repackage it into a more contained rectangle. If you're willing to separate the two words windows and doors so that you've got a big bang happening on that end, instead of another long horizontal rectangle that kind of gets lost in all the form of that place. Because I think you could do something exciting there that would be like just an accent that differs a little bit from all the form of that long building. Because the shapes of those pieces of the building are pleasant, especially with the piece in the middle. And I think something exciting could be created down there. Going back to your sign, it wouldn't bother me if you keep the sign elevated on the two posts. There would be a way that you could put some horizontal some low planting down below that sign, not just a little piece of something at the bottom of each of those standards, but something that brings the shape of that, complements the shape at the bottom of the sign. And I do see the advantage in you keeping that sign elevated the way you are, because people can see through those two posts into your building. And those were the two observations I had.
I was going to say, thank you, Richard, for that. yes, your building is not the most architecturally attractive building. I certainly agree. Maybe back in the 1980s, yes, but now. And I agree that not having the sign over the center area certainly gives it a little bit more appeal. I think the other challenge we probably need to consider is what are you doing to what else are you doing to the outside of your building to enhance it? You know, are you planning on painting it? Are you going to add some landscaping here and there at the base of the building? Those type things. Because we want to make sure whatever we do here fits in with the master plan, the grand scheme that you're looking at doing down the road as well.
Sure. So the only other thing that we've planned right now is to do an exterior painting, and we just didn't have the budget right now, so that'll, be done as quick as we can.
Okay.
Over the next several months. We've already mulched all the area and got all the weeds out and stuff to clean up. We haven't completed a seasonal plant yet, but we do plan on adding some flowers and shrubbery to kind of spruce it up at some point. But
So
right now, it's just mulched
Okay.
and grass cut
So
down.
are you the building owner or are you leasing the building?
I'm the building owner
So,
as
okay,
well.
all right.
I lease
So
I lease it to my business.
Got it, but yeah, okay. Sometimes applicants come to us, but they're not the building owner, so they have to go back to the owners and
Yeah.
figure this out type
No,
thing.
the owner, the contractor, and the business owner.
I do agree with Richard too. I was struggling with your monument sign. It's a kind of a pole sign, basically, not that attractive. How do we make it, one, fit either into our current guidelines, which requires a base, or do something that makes it look like it has a base type thing? So it looks like you may have painted the post,
We did, yeah, they
And,
were
black.
just rusted looking, so
Yeah.
we just painted them black.
and it actually looks like your new sign is already in there.
It's a temporary
That's-
cardboard sign.
That's temporary, okay, very good.
Yeah.
I drove by there the other day and it looked like it was, okay.
Yeah, we're in the building operating, we have the CO, so the business is operating, so time is of the essence for us, so we're trying to move through pretty quickly. That's why I was hoping I could gain approval today. Again, we will go back and put, if you want the monument sign, the proposal was to put perforated black aluminum underneath that sign, wrap those two poles so it looks like a continuous, bottom to that sign. If that's what the board wants, then we'll move forward with that.
One thing that I've seen before that's worked well, where you don't want to create a solid piece like you were mentioning, which could block visibility and whatnot, is to possibly maybe wrap those columns. I've seen it before where they've done masonry or metal to give it a little more of a solid base, but still be able to see through it, and it just improves the overall appearance of it.
Yeah, the plan was to do metal, was what the sign company proposed. I don't know why they didn't draw it on there, but it's just going to be black metal
Oh,
going
yeah, it
down.
does say on there.
We've also wrapped, we had similar rusted posts along the front of the building. There's 3 posts there. We wrapped them in cedar. So, we're dealing with a building, like you said, it was built in the 1980s. We definitely plan to make it look as good as we can. It's just going to be, an ongoing process.
And you're relocating your business from Roswell to here, is that right? Or
We were actually a city of Alpharetta business to begin with.
Okay.
We were at the corner of Mansell and Warsaw Road.
Right.
So right there
Okay.
on the line, right behind the AAA.
Okay.
So we've moved out of those suites.
Got it.
And everybody's located in here now.
I'll just throw a quick opinion in there since he brought it up. I didn't realize, but if he's wrapped those columns already in cedar, which I think looks nice, maybe if we're going to leave the bottom open, do the same thing with the posts on there and then some low landscaping. Still maintain your visibility through, and it ties this sign to the building with the same.
I would not do wood in the landscape. It'll fall apart. Maybe do masonry of some type, with lick and stick stone or something like that, and a base or shrubs. Do you have irrigation out there?
No, sir.
Do you have irrigation anywhere on site?
No, sir. we got waste management across the street that we got to pick up their trash all the time.
Yes.
I just wouldn't, I wouldn't do
Bless you.
Okay.
Yeah, the plan is perforated black aluminum, if that works.
Around each column?
No, I think it's
Around the
entire-
whole
Oh,
thing.
the whole thing.
So do you have a sample of that perforated aluminum? That,
Do you mind to turn on your mic?
mine's on.
You're talking about the,
Oh. Green, the green, look for the green one. Well, I think the important part here today is we can figure out what's happening at the base of the sign. Maybe that's something that can, let's look at the sign. Let's look at the building sign and let's look at the monument sign, the top of the sign. And then they can come back, if they need to come back and show us what's happening at the base and how this perforated aluminum fits around the base. You don't want to make it look like it's just a big old box type thing. But I think if we can put some landscape at the bottom of it and do something that will give it a base and a foundation and
something bulletproof at the base if there's no irrigation, something
like, what would you recommend? Like
like Carissa holly or
juniper or something, or
never.
Something that doesn't need a lot of water, that stays green, it's coarse, work well there, like what Patrick just said.
I would do juniper because it could creep over the curb.
Oh, yeah.
and You gotta
Okay.
cut the edges. And
Okay.
all.
So this is what the black perforated aluminum would look like wrapped in the bottom. If you guys can see that.
It's gonna be such a big mass.
yeah, that's.
I'd
what
have to
I'm
see what
looking
it
at.
looks like. 'Cause that seems, yeah, I agree. Just a big wall of.
I kind of feel that, and it would simplify, probably be less expensive, is if you wrapped each of the columns individually, maybe with like a aluminum metal wrap or some kind of wrap. You'd still have the visibility between it. It would give it a little more strength at the base and probably, I don't know.
yeah, I think if you create a solid anything there, it's gonna look too massive.
Yes.
Right? Even if you use the perforated aluminum or,
Yeah.
because the sign is so high, if that's solid, it's so.
That was our concern as
Yeah.
well, but that was what came back.
Well, I
from
think
our
doing something with,
submittal.
well, you could have a lower base and then the poles coming out of that, I supposedly, so it's not a solid thing. Or, but maybe doing something with the posts might be the best way to go here to dress this up a little so it doesn't look quite so industrial.
What if he just painted the post the same color as the cedar columns?
Yeah, or, I mean, they make, fake wood,
Or they,
tracks,
if you can get a,
poly, some kind of poly, that cedar look.
I don't think that would look good.
You're
I think,
overthinking this.
yeah, I think you're
Self-love.
overthinking this.
Overthinking
This is an industrial area. I mean, the whole area, there, he's across from.
You're exactly
He's
right.
across from the trash place and then the.
Yeah, but we're trying to improve the way it looks, right? The way it looks now is not good. And just because something doesn't look good now doesn't mean we have to keep it that way.
Well, that's an opinion.
right, and there is residential
Right across.
at the corner, both sides at the corner.
Well, we
I
got
get that.
Fetch is just gone.
And Fetch is in there, yeah, so,
I get that, but I'm just saying, I don't think wood would look good on the post. Faux wood would look good on the post. I think they should be black. Maybe just a little thicker, some little
That's what I
plantings.
was
Dress up I liked his, Richard's suggestion about maybe making the sign not like this, but having, the name and then windows and doors underneath it, maybe, if you could somehow, would give it, and then call it a day. And what color are you wanting to paint it? The same color? Or are you wanting to change? What color would you like to paint it?
We'll probably paint it white or gray. I mean, some color that's, looks like it belongs in the city of Alpharetta. Earth tone type color.
I think that if you put a little masonry at the base of those poles, don't worry about the poles themselves. They're painted. They disappear as it is. Add some landscape in the base of it. Then when you move on to your building, maybe that masonry at the base of those poles moves to the poles that are in front of your building, the four that are already wrapped. I see there's a little boot on the bottom of it that's cedar. But yeah, to make it look like wood or make it look like fake wood or whatever, you're just overdoing something, in my opinion. But a little landscaping will go a long way. You know, put a little masonry around the base of that thing. That, you know, what are those poles? 8 by 8 or something, 10 by 10. You know, put a double that with a masonry base and just around each pole and call it a day.
Masonry base around the poles.
Yeah.
That's what I'm hearing. That's,
Like a faux stone or a real stone, or I don't think brick plays in, but
well, I think ultimately, you know, there is a chance that we could put a water table around the building to dress it up, or, you know, change something with the exterior facade.
I think that's a great idea to keep a downrange kind of thought like that. That would help that building.
For sure, for sure. And whatever goes on the base, if it doesn't tie into, the, you know, if you put brick there and there's no other brick anywhere, it's
Yeah,
not gonna look.
it's not going to do it.
Not gonna look.
You-
direction of stone would be okay.
Stone would, yeah, stone
Yeah.
would probably be okay, yeah, either way.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Do we know what we're trying to create here?
Well, I didn't follow Mr. Owen's comments on the building sign, what was being suggested.
I think what his, if I gathered it right, I think he's saying instead of orienting it completely like this, separating it and maybe centering it in that mass on the end of the building rather than keeping it up at the top up here, make it a sort of a picture frame of that whole thing, put it right in the center, and then that kind of ties that whole thing, and it might, I agreed, I didn't really realize that at first, or didn't think about that at first, but I think if it were oriented top
It
and
could
bottom
even-
instead of all linear,
And it could even be brought closer. It doesn't have to be in the center of that panel. It could be closer to your entry
to the
door.
door.
Let's go back, or where was the sign? We saw the sign on our monitors. Just take a look at the linear sign you're talking about relocating over there to that side of the building, please.
It could be in the right half of that panel on the left side, on that end of the building, and still come off complementing the overall elevation of the building.
So how
So-
would you redo this? How would you reorient the wording on the sign?
You're talking about stacking it?
Yes.
Stacking the words?
That's what I'm
Yes.
trying to figure out.
Well,
If-
maybe do windows and doors at the top and then bring what's to the far left of the sign, bring it underneath.
well, that's our logo. So typically, I don't think you'd put a logo underneath.
Or do it,
your
or do it the other way. You know, you could,
product.
So I guess I'm confused then. Are you replacement windows or are you just windows and doors?
Windows and doors. So our brand, a lot of people have heard of Renewal by Anderson, RBA.
Okay.
We're a similar operation for the Marvin Company. So we're the only people in the whole state of Georgia that offers a brand of Marvin called Infinity Fiberglass Windows. Only window we offer. It's all fiberglass. It's the best product you can get. So we do windows and doors and only that product. So we're
Okay.
kind of like a franchise off of them, but we got an exclusive agreement basically.
Because in like your monument sign, you only say replacement windows.
No, on the monument sign, we just want the logo as presented. On the building itself, we wanted windows and doors. We're a specialty window and door company. So, you know, you can maybe get that from the logo, but, you know, we definitely wanted our product and service on there. We've visited a lot of dealers across the United States to kind of figure out, you know, what people are doing and what's
Okay.
driving traffic in.
Got it. Well, it says replacement windows on your monument sign.
It does, but replacement windows is part of our logo.
Okay, and then replacement windows also on the building sign we're looking at too, to the left, that has
There's a
replacement.
logo on that as well.
So that's part of your logo.
Yep.
Okay.
So what we're looking at on the left side, is the same thing that you're looking at on the monument sign.
Got
So
it.
that part that says Infinity for Marvin by North Georgia Replacement Windows.
That whole thing is your logo.
That whole thing is our logo, yeah. It's a little challenging, but that's the way their attorneys told us we had to do it.
I'm not
Yeah, we could do
suggesting
that.
that we have a definitive final answer about how you form that sign. I certainly agree with you. You want that infinity piece to be prominent. And you could, this may take some fiddling on paper, but you could figure out a way that would please you to put those together on that left side and emphasize the infinity piece and and it could be at the top.
Well, if you could have infinity and then windows and doors, so the sign is kind of like this, as opposed to just a rectangle or a square.
Well, the problem is if we do all that, then he has to come back, right? Because I don't know what that looks like. You just totally
Well,
changed the sign.
well, the key is, he's coming here because staff could have approved this.
Yeah, no, I know. I just
So,
don't know
there's-
unless we drew it up here, what we're proposing, how does he stack that? How does he change the size? Maybe it's just me, I'm not following. I'm not saying I don't like it, I
Well-
just don't know what it
The
is.
logo,
if
the
he-
square logo, and then windows and doors underneath it.
But he doesn't have,
Probably have enough to go on. by
Yeah.
right.
he doesn't have to come back to us,
Right.
because again, the ultimate approval
As
is
long
by
as
staff, so.
staff likes it.
But I think we're heading in the right direction. Right.
Can I ask this question? Everything that I'm proposing based on the size and the front of the building and the type of sign and everything fits all of the design requirements. So I got a lot of different opinions here on this panel of what kind of sign we need to make. This is our sign. So what I'm asking is if our signs meet the guidelines, and Brett told me, hey, first we wanted that monument sign to be an LED sign that we could change a message up, put a special on, direct people in or whatever. He said, no, that's not allowed here. That's fine. There's been several, this is 7 versions in. I've had graphic designers work on this, sign company, internal people. We've met the requirements of what the city's asking, but now I'm hearing different opinions of, hey, we think you should do this to the sign, this to the sign. I'm just asking, hey,
Well,
we
hold
meet the
right there now.
requirement.
If we saw this sign come in before us for a new application, it would not get approved. As you're presenting it right now, it would not be approved because it doesn't meet the city guidelines.
What part does it not meet the city guidelines?
Doesn't have a base,
He's talking about the monument sign.
the monument sign.
No problem. I said we'd add the base to
Yeah,
it.
he's talking about the
Okay,
monument.
and what does it look like?
Um,
You said,
Black perforated aluminum.
and how big is it? How, does it extend to the sign? Does it extend to the poles? Does it go further out?
Just covers the pole,
Just covers the pole?
the poles. Yep, just covers the poles underneath.
And so what I'm visioning there is probably something that Ms. Palmer's visioning on that. So that's where a picture will help us understand what we're trying to do.
I think where we're going here is you have a feeling, they have a feeling, they're the board. They
I'm
get to
getting a
have
lot
their-
of different feelings.
They get to have their opinions. They'll come to a decision. But they get to make the decision. Whether you feel it meets the guide, and the guide is just a guide. That's why we're here. This board gets to make the decision. If they want you to stack the letters and you don't want to stack the letters, you don't do the sign.
Yeah, what you're seeing is we could just go, we don't like this, deny.
Come back.
Right, but what we're trying to do is figure out something we would like so that we could help you get this through today and be done. Right, it would be much quicker if we just went, we don't like it, go try again, come back, right? But we're trying to work through it, so we're designing on the fly, right? And that's
tough.
that's always a challenge when we try to design on the fly.
Sure, understood.
Especially if it's not a simple, hey, just add change black to blue, that's easy. But we're talking about here, I'm trying to envision what they're talking about as well, so.
Sure.
I personally don't mind it horizontal like this. The sign is a little plain, but the only thing I can think of on the building sign, short of rearranging the whole thing, is put more of a frame on it. I think more of a, like a black, more of an accentuated frame around
Frame
it would
around it.
just make it look a
Yeah.
little more high-end, I think, just adding a frame.
Fair enough, yeah. And those are channel letters that do stick off the sign.
Right, so something similar in dimension maybe to the windows and doors, letters. There's
Sure.
just a more prominent black frame. I personally
Black
think
frame, yeah.
that was the only thing I thought of, that would help.
I agree with that.
And if you did something on the base of those, I don't like the perforated metal on the monument sign. I like the discussion about putting some kind of masonry base on the poles.
No problem.
So
If
that's kinda
if
where I'm
that's what
at.
we need to do, we'll put masonry
I
on
don't
the
know what they're
bottom.
talking about as far as rearranging making it more vertical. What are you showing me? Oh, yeah, that's what we're talking about, something at the bottom, yeah. But that's a solid, what they've drawn here is a
Show
solid
that too.
base across the bottom of the monument sign, just but low, right? So that, and then the poles come up out of that.
You know, the palm tree place 2 doors down from you has that same thing. They have a white brick base, but it's very short, and then they're posts.
Right.
And that's what he's showing, but it's like a.
Eric's done a
very-
little bit of creative graphics over here. I was going to say graffiti, but it's not graffiti. But see what, Ted, why don't you come up here and take a look at this? on-
Yeah, let me put it on the overhead.
Oh, because he's putting it on the thing.
Okay, it looks like it had some sort of stone or masonry base there, for instance, with some with some landscaping around it. I think that looks pretty appropriate. Certainly dresses that sign up.
Draws your eyes away from those poles and kind of, as
Sure.
long as it's as wide as the sign, I think.
I
And
think
probably,
that's great.
probably stone as opposed to brick, because there's no other brick, right? At least stone would kind of look organic.
What was your thought eventually about the water line around the building, or is it?
If we did the water table, it'd probably be a brick water table.
Okay.
You would do brick, so then you could do brick some, but you have to make that decision in order to, yeah.
If we did brick, it'd probably be painted.
Well, then you try to get something painted to match, come close to the stone then.
Just as an opinion about the painting, I would not paint your building white. I'll just say that. I think the board would agree with me. So maybe a different color when you're thinking.
Oh, okay, so I think the monument sign, I think that kind of form and shape and everything looks pretty appropriate, and I think that's something the board members could go along with. It sounds like you could go along with that too, so,
It just has got to tie into the building eventually.
yeah. It's certainly an improvement. How about that? All right, then how about the building sign? Back to the building sign. We talked about maybe stacking it of some sort, stacking the, and maybe this will, if we, let's see, if we defer, does that mean the applicant has to come back to us? Or if we
We delegate to staff.
we delegate to staff, and you're still not comfortable with it, then it would come back to us.
So could we get it to a level that,
Yeah, I mean,
that it could go back to staff?
Yes, we need to, yeah. So whatever the motion is.
yeah,
It just being done.
You're okay with what? I'm sorry.
I'm okay with it just being lineal and the way he presented it.
I would just add a frame to it.
Look at the heavier frame.
Yeah, heavier frame, that punch it up a little bit, and, you know, because I think trying to redesign it is,
I think the frame idea is very nice.
because the building's very linear, right?
The building is linear, so it's been a challenge. We've had graphic designers definitely design different types of signs on it, and it is a challenge. I certainly acknowledge that.
I don't think it's worth the trouble to try to make it vertical, in
Glad
my
it's out of
opinion.
the middle.
What's that?
Yeah,
I'm glad it's out of the
yeah, it
middle.
looks better on the left side.
Yeah, we were flip-flopping on that, so I appreciate y'all's recommendations.
We certainly appreciate you being a longtime business owner in Alpharetta, so we're just trying to, we're all working together to make,
Sure, yeah,
make this
no,
a
I
better,
get it.
better facility, better looking, and
So
All right.
if we can add a base on the monument sign and a frame around the left side horizontal sign. Would that please the board?
Well, let's see, let's have, somebody will craft a motion. We'll have to have a second, and then we'll vote on it, so.
Are you gonna say like a gray-based stone or a brown-based stone?
I think it's
would
got to
go with
tie,
a
it's
gray.
got to tie in whatever they eventually do on, so maybe if they could think ahead to what they're going to do on the water table, but, you know, it's,
But like I'm talking about color-wise, because they have brown-based
Oh.
stones and then I mean, I think it'd be better as a gray-based kind of stone
Yes.
versus a brown.
It could match
Oh,
whatever
yeah,
future
okay.
base
I'm not-
they use on the building.
Okay.
I'm not too worried about the, all right, does someone want to try to craft
well,
a motion?
we're trying to figure out what to say about the only thing I think we're going to do on this is final staff approval, right? Because they got to come back with the specifics
Yes.
rather than trying to say what kind of masonry, and then if you're not comfortable with it, then.
You're talking about that,
Then we'd have to come back.
you're talking about the masonry to say it needs a cap.
Oh, you're
With the
right,
cap.
or the cap, yeah.
You're talking about the top
Yeah.
portion? Okay, yeah.
Section on the top.
All right,
Sketch at it.
I'll give it a try. Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230043, North Georgia replacement windows. Motion to approve the building sign as presented in the meeting today with the sign on the left side of the building with the following condition. Applicant will add a prominent black frame to the sign with final approval by staff. And furthermore, to approve the monument sign as presented today with the following condition.
Sir, if I could have 1 second.
Oh, sorry, you're doing,
Okay.
I forgot you do real time. Okay. I'll slow down. Regarding the monument sign, applicant will add a low masonry base with a cap and landscaping around the base. The masonry base needs to tie in to the future, any future plans to add a water table to the building with final approval by staff. End of motion.
Okay.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Any comments or questions about the motion?
I just had a comment as far as landscaping, that it be evergreen.
Good point. We usually clarify that. I should have said that.
Okay,
No worries.
Yep.
motion
You're right,
taken.
Frank.
I had a
Thank you.
question too. Do we want to add
probably haven't
stone
learned as well
to
as well.
masonry? Because they're technically, so that there's an option.
Stone to,
I didn't hear
Versus
you, I'm sorry.
stone versus masonry? I mean, can we add, in case it's like a stone base instead of a masonry
Well,
base?
I'm leaving it for final approval by staff.
Okay,
So they can
could
have a
make that
discussion with
change.
the applicant about future plans for the water table on the building and make sure that, because the whole idea is that should tie in, right?
Okay.
And if they can't figure that out, then probably stone would be the better way to go, because it'll just be more organic and.
Yep.
okay, very good. All right, before we have a vote, I failed to do this. I failed to ask for any public comment about this application. Is there any public comment on this application this morning? All right, there is no public comment. Okay, any other comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Ted, thank you for your time this morning. Appreciate it. 7-0. Okay, very good. Next up is A&A Chapman Holdings. Looks like you're here. Come on down or come on up. Okay, we'll give you a minute to get set up.
Sarah, female. Should get the name on.
Yeah, go ahead and get some.
I'll be back before they start.
Thanks, Frank. but it's coming up. Did you notice the sheet? Did you notice the Shell station there wrapped their columns in brick? Their cans and gas island columns, they wrapped them in brick. Good morning. Just make sure your microphone's on. There we go. We see the green light.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jean Chapman, and I am a medical doctor who has been practicing in Alpharetta for the last 20 years, currently off of Old Alabama Connector Road. I purchased this property at 152 Marietta Street 2 years ago, and was approved at this DRB meeting last year for a full 2-story brick building. However, due to unfortunate circumstances with the general contractor and the original civil engineer, we had to redesign. So this is a totally new application, but a very similar site plan and the building appearance. It's just that it's more like a 1-story with 2-story in the back. You'll see, instead of a 2 full-story building. So I'm here today with Michael, civil engineer, who will present his site plan first, and then Alex, the architect, and Sarah, the landscape architect, last.
All right, Gene, thank you for that.
All right. Good morning, board members. My name is Michael Woodruff. I'm the civil engineer. With the reduction in the total square footage of the building, what that has basically done is reduced our parking count. So this layout is almost identical to the previously approved layout. The only change is the reduction in parking in this rear area. And so that parking, it reduces the impervious square footage, so that's helping us in our stormwater management aspect. And then the reduction in parking also helps us in the landscape aspect as well. So that was really the only change as far as site plan goes. Initially, we had the dumpster located here so that it was potentially visible from the road. So this I consider an improvement. We've moved the dumpster where it would, really no chance of visibility from the road. So that's the site layout changes. Are there any questions I can answer on that?
Just thinking out loud about our dumpster drivers, do you think that's kind of a tricky location sometimes for?
Yeah,
Maybe
we considered some different alignments, but from my experience, the dump truck would come in here, make this turn, load, and then it can either back here if there's no parking there and exit out that way, or it would then have to do kind of like a 3-point maneuver to exit out if there were vehicles.
Okay.
If there were vehicles there, it would be a difficult maneuver for a large dump truck.
Okay.
Some of these new smaller trucks that they're using with the front loading, they're smaller, so they're more drivable in this area. But it is a doable maneuver for a truck.
Certainly appreciate you putting the dumpster in the rear of the property, so to speak, just trying to make sure it's convenient and easy, because otherwise those guys tend to run into things and knock stuff down and leave the gates open, and they're not they're just in a hurry to pick up the dumpster and get out of there, so. Okay, and so how about stormwater? Where's stormwater? Refresh
This
our
plan-
memory.
So, I'm sorry, this plan does not show the underground system, but the underground system is located in this general area right here. And we're working through the stormwater management with Ms. Bazinet, and this is a tough site. We're getting the stormwater handled, but it is a challenge on this site, yes.
Okay. All right, any other, I guess if there's medical waste, that gets picked up separately in a secure, is that correct? If there is any medical waste? Or will you?
Medical waste is picked up by a separate company.
Okay,
It's bagged differently.
you'll speak into the microphone.
Housed inside? Is that housed inside?
Yes, it is housed inside the clinic, and it is red bagged, so they would pick up from inside the
Okay,
clinic.
very good. Okay, any other site plan questions? All right,
No walls, no retaining walls, nothing like that?
There is going to be a foundation wall on this western side of the property line here. It'd be maybe about a 2-foot foundation wall, because the natural low point is essentially between these two property lines, so the water is draining up this way. So we had to raise the building in order to get the underground system to work, which kind of necessitated this small foundation wall on that side.
Guess we'll see the details on that when we look at the elevations.
I don't know if the elevations captured the foundation wall. I mean, it's so small that it would really just be faced similar to,
You'll face it the same as the building.
right, it would be
Okay,
faced the
perfect.
same as the
That was kind of
building,
where I
so
was
it's-
going with, okay. Not exposed
Yeah,
concrete or anything.
yeah, no.
okay. Any other site plan questions? None? I'll tell you what, let's jump, so should we go have the site? Let's go to the landscaping plan now, if we can. Let's stay in the site area.
Good morning, Sarah Spencer here to represent Frawley Associates Landscape Architects. And let me go, let's see if I can steer through this correctly. So I think, just so I am aware, are you guys, do you see this feed then, or do you have your own sheets loaded? I just want to make sure I'm talking to the right.
See yours,
Okay,
yes.
perfect. I just know there's been.
Yes. Technology issues?
Yes.
Okay. I think we're getting caught up here.
Quick question though, Sarah.
Yes.
There's an R1.
That should be this sheet, the LR1, it's just the landscape
No,
rendering.
there's an R1 in the package.
Yeah,
That looks
it's-
different than LR1, which is what you have.
Well, and it's
You have
dated,
LR1 as well.
it's dated September 1st, the first R1.
All right,
So this one would be 10-6,
So R1 is obsolete.
I believe so. Because we did a kind of a refresh on our submittal. I was trying to keep our sheets more L. Yeah.
Yes. And that might have been the one that was submitted for the last well, no, it wasn't. Okay, never mind. All right, we're looking at LR1.
R1, yeah, that one, then LR1 is another one.
So LR1 is the correct one.
Yes,
Sounds
LR1.
And then it's dated 10/6/23.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm just trying to get this pulled up so it's a little bit better scale on our screens. So essentially, as Michael was showing, the layout and reduction of parking here we were able to reduce the impacts to both the neighboring boundary trees and a specimen tree that within our landscape strip on the south side that we worked with David to preserve, just to kind of try to do our best to keep impacts down and stay out of structural root plates and keep the reduction of the critical root zone all well within the 20% allowance. And then with the landscape, we would have the pedestrian access off of Marietta Street to the front of the building, which Alex will kind of go around for the orientation of the building. But here we would have kind of 3 layers of evergreen shrubs, flowering shrubs, and then some understory trees because we have some overhead utilities here toward the front, so trying to keep that required height down, and then also the distance and clearance from the overhead wires.
Can you walk us through those materials?
Yes, so the front row would be the kind of Rose Creek Abelia, just a little bit lower, kind of still overarching shrubs. That's a staggered row here. The middle row would be Distillium, and then the last row closest to the building would be azaleas. To try to just utilize the shade of the building and a little bit, just kind of, and then at the front of the building on the north side there is going to be a mix of cast iron plant, aspidistra, and then ferns.
What are the trees?
The trees are standard trunk, prodigy, sorry, I'm trying to remember what the,
CP.
they are the Carolina silver bells, I believe. Nope, sorry, fringe tree. We went back and forth on that, but for availability, but these would be standard trunk fringe trees.
And then you've got some streetscape furniture.
Yeah.
Assuming is a requirement?
Yes, I believe from the design guidelines, and we also wanted to mimic what was on the development across the street as far as the pedestrian light and the bench style that was done. So that would be just kind of a more traditional Victor Stanley bench with a kind of recycled wood material as shown here in the picture. And then the pedestrian light mimics the one across the street where it's the grand base and the acorn light.
That's the city standard, right? Is there a trash can too?
There was not on our plan.
Little circle next to that bench, double circle.
I believe that is the light pole.
Oh, okay.
We were trying to keep those kind of utilities and pad close together.
And all plain gray broom finished concrete around the site?
Yes.
No pavers, no colored concrete,
So
textures?
as of now, I don't believe so, but if,
We're only using pervious concrete.
If you speak in the microphone, please.
Oh, so all the sidewalks are pervious?
Yes, sir. The paving for the drive and parking is pervious concrete.
What sidewalks?
Sidewalks are just standard concrete.
yeah.
Okay.
And then there's a 10-foot utility easement over here along the east side of the property, which kind of limited our ability to plant our required trees. So what we tried to do with this design as well was to just kind of keep the, utilize this area where we're out of the easement, but also to provide our parking trees and then some recompense plantings as well on the east side and along the south.
Is there enough pervious area underneath the 3 oaks to be able to, for those to be healthy?
Yes, so the oak tree here would have the required 200 square feet total, just of root space, and then it doesn't show well here, but thankfully our neighbor, their asphalt parking line doesn't start until out here. So we would like to share that root space for now and with the landscape strip. So it shows very faintly on the line here, but that's where the existing paving on the neighbor's property starts.
And because of the underground detention, you don't have to have parking lot trees on that side?
We were proposing to ask for an allowance to not put one here because of the detention and the easement, the 20-foot easement that they've been working with Jill on. So we located a parking tree as close as reasonable, feasible there. And then I know it's not a tree, but to kind of mimic the idea of a little bit taller planting, there would be a viburnum shrub planted here.
David good with it?
He has not said no.
He's not said yes.
Good morning to Sarah.
But we did have a meeting with him and discuss this, that at the time didn't come up as far as just trying to, I think that's why we're trying to propose, a larger parking tree here, and then, again,
Parking lot tree is CA.
the American hornbeam. It's a little bit smaller, and we did that because we're preserving this large oak. So just trying to, future canopy-wise, try to plant our trees with a larger canopy on the east side where they wouldn't be as in conflict as.
So if you had to put a parking lot tree in, would it be more of the same?
Yes. It'd probably be, if I had to put one here, it would probably be a hornbeam or something, just with building proximity as well.
Okay.
And then, okay.
Any other questions on landscaping this morning?
Sarah, if you mentioned this, pardon me that I didn't catch it, but that dwarf wax myrtle, how broad do those get?
I believe this is the Don's dwarf. I believe they're 4 to 5 feet. They're a little bit on the smaller side. And so we staggered them with the
switchgrass?
With the switchgrass to kind of keep break up the texture a little bit, but also to provide that air movement and flow to let them grow to their full mature size.
All right, thank you.
The bottom left corner there, it's colored green. Is that intended to signify sod or?
Honestly, the brown color usually doesn't look very inviting, but it would be just.
It's just mulch.
Mulch.
Okay.
Yes.
Beats the color of pine straw.
Which would, yeah.
It
Just trying to.
No, we actually wanted to basically make this essentially very low, I'm not going to say low maintenance, but we don't have any lawn or anything in the landscape strip in the front, and definitely trying to do more natural plantings, more of a woodland planting here, and then we have some sedges planted as our ground cover to both add the pops of color and then the native ground cover.
I would have guessed it's not grass under all those trees, but.
No.
AstroTurf. Okay. Anything else on landscaping?
You met all your occupants?
No, we would be needing to pay into that.
Okay. All right. If no further questions on landscaping, let's look at the building architecture.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Alexandra Gotch. I'm with Gotch Studio. We're a small firm, my husband and I, and we design some small commercial and residential as well. We've been working with Dr. Chapman for a couple of years on the design of this building and the previous one. And we have come up with a new version of this building that, hold on a second, how do I move it to the next one? Here, there you go, okay. A new version of this building that it's a simpler design and smaller square footage as well. The new building has basically 2 units that are side by side, and one of them will be Dr. Chapman's medical spa, and the other one will be a retail space that will be leased. And they're mostly 1 story with a second floor that is going to be offices and just breakout space, storage for
Alex,
the units below.
I'm sorry, let me interrupt you just a minute, just for curiosity. It looks like the floor plan has been mirrored.
Yes, exactly. So you
Okay.
may be having the older version, and that was
All
one
right.
change that
Let's go back to the
happened.
let's go back to the first floor plan just to get us oriented again on what you're showing.
Yes, sorry. Back to this.
Okay.
There you go. Exactly.
All right, because our package it was completely mirrored.
Yes, so we made a change after we submitted the package where we flipped it over to the other side.
Okay.
Dr. Chapman would like to have
Okay,
her.
well, that's all right. We're
Yeah.
not very concerned about the inside, but it does affect maybe what's happening on the outside, so.
Yes, you'll see that not much actually, because the units are identical on both sides.
Okay,
So
all right.
let me just move on. So yes, so we have a large roof, and mechanical units will be on the roof. And there will be a small second floor with a small covered patio towards the back of the building. And this is the building itself.
Which direction does that right elevation face?
The right elevation, oh, you mean this one? Yes, so this is the side that's on the foundation wall.
Which direction does it face?
It's west, okay, yeah, that's the west. The building is made of brick. This will be a wood frame building with a brick veneer and a parapet.
Why don't you zoom in for us on that top elevation and kind of walk us through, again, I see the notes, but just walk us through from the base of the building all the way to the parapet of the materials and things for us, please.
Yes, exactly. So the most of the building will be this whitewash brick, and there will be a stone ledge, I believe about 2 feet high, and we will have storefront units with buttons, and there will be a metal canopy that will be over the storefronts, and then there's going to be a signage band that's probably going to be stucco with backlit signage, not backlit, metal signage. And we will have a number of solder courses and roll-locks up ahead, and then there's some gooseneck light fixtures and some corbels up on the top towards the top of the parapet with a black metal coping at the top.
And do you have any of the actual samples here with you?
Yes,
Can you
we do.
share those with us, please?
So that's the sample of the brick, and this is the metal canopy that will go above. And then she has the stone accents.
Okay.
That brick, that's, comes that way, factory finish? Okay. You know, okay. What color mortar are you going with? Just that. I'm glad you're not whitewashing it on site. We've had some bad experiences with that.
And that center, the decorative recessed brick detail, is it the same brick?
I'm sorry?
On that center, that decorative recessed brick detail?
Yes,
Is it
so
the
it's the
same
same
brick?
materials, but just a different pattern.
Okay.
Alex, this is a nice collection of rustication to make that composition, because this looks to me, and we don't all have the same eyes, but this looks to me like a great representation of how I think of Alpharetta and what we're aiming to put together now, architecturally.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like all the brick detail is well done.
The stone ledge that you just showed looks a lot lighter than on the elevations. Did you guys change that?
Yeah, we did change it.
All the storefront is black, the metal canopy is black,
Yeah, there's and the
goosenecks are black.
black light fixtures and the black coping.
I kind of like the more gray with the decorative recessed brick and the stone ledge, because I felt like it kind of tied the contrast together. But
The gray does have a nice feel without being as stark as the white.
yeah, the white is super stark.
How about for the ledge?
Yeah.
Although there's not much of it, so, I don't know. All right. You did mention that there will be rooftop units for the, I guess, air conditioning. How can we be assured that we won't see those from?
Well, the structural engineers give me a hard time because the parapet is too tall. But we really needed all the space by the time you get to the ceiling, and then you have all the different things, the signage, bands, and all these things, you end up with a pretty high parapet. So
So how tall is your parapet then?
it's like 4 or 6 feet. I don't have the section here, but yes, it's very tall. The unit won't be seen from the road. And,
We have your guarantee.
Yes, and I will work with my.
assuming-
We had the same issue with the previous design too, and it was.
4 or 5, 4 foot.
All right, we just want to
From-
make sure.
from
we're-
Marietta.
You'll see the side elevation.
And
Okay.
not from Old Milton, I guess, either?
I'm sorry.
You won't be able to see it from Old Milton either?
No, it's 3-sided, and then the second story, the 2-story part of the building is at the back, so there's no open area. We're still working out the details of the drainage of the roof.
Is it interior drainage, or is it going to be,
We're heading towards a possibility that we're going to have some conductor heads with downspouts, and they will be black. Because the way that we're trying to, we're in the middle of working the structural design right now, and we're trying to get some trusses that go like this. But in any case, it's all interior, and there might be some scuppers and some conductor heads.
so if you do have those, will those be on the rear of the building or all
No,
on the side?
On the sides. On the
So you're
sides.
gonna
The front
slope it the
facade
ones-
remains the same. That's not changing at all.
Okay,
Oh, right here? Come on, right here?
all right, then let's look at the rear elevation, that's got I think the balcony.
Yeah, there's the left elevation. Okay.
So the rear elevation has the 2 rear doors that one approaches from the parking, and it's got 2 small balconies or kind of roof decks covered with a small canopy that's made of metal.
Is that like a metal wall that separates them?
Yeah, it's a wall of board and batten with a metal cap at the end.
Okay, any other comments about the exterior elevations and materials
Let's
this morning?
go to the left elevation. I mean, I think it
It's
looks pretty much like
exactly
the
like
right
the right
elevation.
elevation. It's identical, just mirrored.
My only concern with that elevation is it is stark as can be. It's, the driveway comes down, and there's a sidewalk, and then there's the building elevation. I'm just not quite aboard that there's any fenestration on that enough to carry the day. I like the dental work at the top, or it appears to be dental work. At the,
Corbels.
I'd imagine you probably have the expansion joints in the masonry every 20 feet or so.
I'm sorry?
I would imagine you'd have expansion joints in the masonry every
Yes,
20 feet
absolutely.
to maybe break it up a little bit.
Yes.
That doesn't really do that much, but.
Yeah, I guess the point is it's concrete, more concrete, and then,
and the building, I mean, if you guys are okay with it standing alone as it is.
You did a rendering kind of that side, a 3D rendering, just if you can
Yes.
find that in your, there we go.
Yes.
So, the board thinks it's fine, then.
Well, it's certainly a much better improvement than the current house that's right there now. so.
Absolutely.
yeah, I mean, it'd be nice if there was room for landscaping, but there's not.
Yeah. That's where that sidewalk
There's
is.
40 square feet of something there.
It's okay.
So that,
Okay, any other comments? Exterior elevations and materials? If not, then we can,
Bless you.
Bless you.
Was there any, this maybe not so much an architecture question, but is there any site
Yeah.
lighting? Was there any light poles in the back in the parking lot or anything?
We're still working that out with the,
Sorry, you go ahead. I think it's on the.
with the electrical engineer. Ah, perfect, thank you very much. So we're still working that out with the electrical engineer, but we have our proposed light pole locations as of right now would be, there'd be the site lighting or the lighting on the building.
Right.
We have our light pole in the front, and then right now we have 3 proposed light pole locations that would allow the clearance, the 20-foot clearance from the surrounding trees, but then also they would be shielded, and then they're working on the photometrics to basically die out and end at the property line, so there wouldn't be any coverage. But
I had a conversation with Dr. Chapman about that earlier, and it wasn't going to be ready for today. I told him that was fine, that I would just look at the photometrics separately, and I thought you guys would be good with that as long as we keep the.
LED, I believe, and something that's cast as much down with the coverage, because we think that this layout should be able to cover all of the parking.
Yeah, and with
And
such a
meet the
narrow
foot
site.
candles.
Yeah, such a narrow site, and keeping it from floating over onto other property is going to be a bit of a challenge anyway, but.
Building, those sconces on the building or wall packs or anything like that.
Oh, no, we do have some.
They got the goosenecks and the.
Yeah, so there's some up-down lights, sconces at the front, and I think we have also some at the back. And then we have the goose lamps at the front that light up the signage.
The back is four sconces.
Yeah, the back. Yeah, the back's got some lighting too.
Okay, very good. Before we have any motions, I'll ask, is there any public comment about this application this morning? Any public comment? All right, no public comment. All right, we've got site plan to approve, we've got landscaping to approve, and exterior elevations and materials this morning.
Yeah, and we really didn't make any changes or suggest any changes. It's pretty much all
I think it's
as
pretty.
presented.
Yeah.
The correct numbers, since there's 2 different landscape plans in here.
Okay,
Chairman,
yes.
I'd like to make a motion on DRB 230044, A&A Chapman Holdings. Make a motion that we approve the exterior elevations and materials as presented today with the condition that the RTUs are not visible from the sight lines. Also included in this motion for approval, the site plan labeled LR1. I guess that's the landscape plan. Landscape plan labeled LR1, as well as the site plan as presented today. End of motion.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Rhodes, a second by Mr. Owens. Covers all 3 items. Very good. All right, any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 7-0. Thank you very much for your time this morning. There you go. How soon do you think you're going to get started? All right.
Get the storm figured out here.
The next applicant is Continuum, Alpharetta. We're going to take a 5-minute recess while you come on down here and get things set up for us, okay? 10 to 11. Okay, well. 4 to go. I know.
Hey, Brett, how's it
Hey, good, how are you? Okay.
Okay, let's end our recess this morning and to get going with our next applicant, and that is Continuum Alpharetta. So good morning, welcome. If you'll make sure you speak into the microphone or microphones, there may be a portable one that you have, and then introduce yourself this morning, please, and then go over the packet that we have for us too, please. Yes.
All right, so my name is Jordan Corbett, and I'm with Continuum Ford, I'm a civil engineer at the Continuum Project. I'm also here today with Joe Bucher, Ben Vance, Jake Mack with Southwest Value Partners. They are the owner of the property and the developer for the Continuum Project. I'm also here with Bob Sin with Kinsler, who's the master plan architect, and also Craig Stiles and Lindsay White, who's the Skate Studio, the landscape architects. And last but not least, my partners, Pete Triplett and Ojo Booney, also with Continuum.
Very good.
Before I turn over to Joe, I'm going to give you a quick intro on who Southwest Value Partners is. Just want to give a quick brief history where we're at with the project. So about a year ago, we got our zoning approved through City Council. We rescinded it from office institutional to mixed use. Obviously, getting that approved, we had a list of conditions. And so one of the conditions in if we got more zoning is to provide the design standard packages and to bring it and present it to. So that's what we're doing here today. We're not, I know Brett mentioned earlier this morning, we're not doing any particular building. It's just more of the design standards that we're going to cover the rest of the project.
Okay,
All right.
very good. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Joe Bucher with Southwest Value Partners. We are the owner and master developer of Continuum. Thank you for seeing us today. This has been a multi-year endeavor for us. We're before you, obviously, to get the entitlements in place about a year ago. And then we've already shown you kind of the plans for renovating the existing 500,000 square foot building that sits in the corner of the west side. It's a 50-acre site. We thought through, planned out all the uses, the interactions about the development. And I feel that hired a absolute first-class team of both local and national experts to really think about the use of the space, how it fits into Alpharetta, how it really weaves itself into this community, and become a catalyst and anchor really on the northern side of town to really revitalize that specific area. Like Jordan said, our goal today is really to cast a vision about what this will be, but not necessarily the specifics of the buildings themselves, right? Each one of those has to still come before you. When you submit your building permit, right, to review all the idiosyncrasies and the small little specifics of how the buildings themselves actually work. We're casting a vision of quality, what the style is going to feel like, and how all of this starts to weave into itself to create a place. We are founded in San Diego, hence the name, but we are co-managed in Nashville and San Diego. But we have construction, design, development is all based in Nashville, so we're southeastern based. We spend a lot of time here, so we're very, very excited to be part of your community, and really appreciate your time. I'm going to turn it over to Bob. I've been actually working with Bob since 2015. Last night. We've done a lot of really fun, great projects together, urban projects, suburban projects. Very, very talented designer. He's going to walk us through the vision for the architectural design.
Okay, good, Joe. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Bob Sin. I'm with Kinsler. I actually work out at the LA office. Like Joe said, I've been working with him for a long time. I'll just sort of lay out what we have planned to go through. So first, I'm going to give a brief introduction to sort of where we left off with the master plan, and then just dive into the individual building designs. After that, I'll kick it over to our landscape team. They'll go over
then you have like this screening element that you can see being a lit element. That sort of really pronounces itself in the project at the corner. And then the other uses is like warm materials that sort of complement the natural aspect of the site itself at the corner. These punch windows, ways of breaking up solid walls. So if you have like long areas of solid walls, it's broken up, strategically because you have to work with the detail.
And Bob, this is where you're talking about the retails on the bottom and then on the first floor, and I guess kind of service retail on the second floor. Is that the thought for the?
Dentist office and whatnot.
Okay.
On the upper levels.
Okay.
So that they can have a little bit more class and a little bit more flexibility in how they plan.
All right.
We can see retail, we can see restaurants, we can see like dining units going out as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Of course, if you have that dining, you're gonna have back of house. So
Mhm.
we are gonna have some solid walls, but strategically not having big field of solid walls, but how do you break that?
So, Bob, I like the look and feel of the renderings you showed there. Just one quick comment on A. I do like that lighted wall. The Xanadu Park example, that's massive, right? I think the scale of what you've got here is much better, but I wouldn't want to see anything of the size of that Xanadu Park one. You know what I mean?
That's quite a bit bigger.
Yeah.
That's 2 stories.
Yeah, that's
And then
way
we're
big.
just, like,
'Cause my
sort of
first reaction when I saw that on the first page, I was like, wow, they're gonna do that, and then I realized you're just using it as an example of
Yeah.
a potential treatment.
And then on the inside face, which is number 2, that's where your parking field is. That's where we get a little bit more room in front of the units, in front of the retail, where you can have outdoor dining spill out. You have a setback on the top where you have circulation corridor. It's more glassy by nature in the back. It's where your front doors are, but also sort of broken up with the neutral piers. And if you go through this, we selected just sort of a sample of materials that can be used. We love the idea of brick throughout the project, but how do you do a variety of bricks? So we have samples of different integral colored bricks that we can use. Besides that, there's sort of metal panels, and then that one sort of central piece, the lip piece, at the front of the perforated screen.
From what I saw on the brick samples, it didn't look like you were contemplating any painted brick as a material.
No, no, we're looking at
Integral colors.
They make so many beautiful colors.
Right. Totally agree.
I think one of the challenges, these look great. Some of the challenges we see is kind of as you mentioned, for restaurants, the back of house. How do you conceal, hide, whatever you call it, all the utility stuff and all that happens and how to make it function. So just kind of keep that in mind on how you try to do little pockets or whatever you're trying to do there, back there.
Or trash.
Or, yeah.
Trash is always a challenge.
Elevation of the interior. Pretty much storefront glass. You've been looking in a lot of buildings that have sort of a wood texture that warms everything up. In this building itself, we have it like sort of in the socket of the portal, and also in these dividers. But we're looking at something that will last in the operating weather. So we have a whole samples of wood products that it looks like wood, but it's not.
Is now the time to look at your samples, or do you still have more to?
We're going to see a
Us?
lot of the same
Okay.
materials.
Okay.
So
these are very creative parking deck treatments. I don't think we've ever seen anything like this before. On the prior page for just a second, at the top of the one in the upper left, it's like a glass railing shown in that potential example. Is that a parking level, you think? I mean, we just wouldn't want to see cars parked up there, and I guess you couldn't. It wouldn't really be a barrier, right? I don't know. I was just wondering what that is. If it,
Yeah, you need a barrier.
yeah, so.
I feel like there's no cars.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so. I saw something on the right side there, like a Lamborghini.
Yeah.
Do you plan to put in kind of like bulkhead in at the parking levels to screen lights at night from any of the residential areas?
Yeah, I think typically when you have, when we get into the elevations, you can see like standard bulkhead. It's also your crash curve.
Yep.
Bob, what heights are you anticipating for these structures? Ground to parapet?
8 levels and 7 levels.
So that's all above ground, nothing underground?
Correct.
So to a simple plant guy, what is the height of 8 levels?
Precast?
About 7 feet.
So,
Yeah, you try to.
Top deck.
okay.
Yeah, I mean, to that point, I guess something I had thought about till that was mentioned, these examples here are all smaller, shorter parking decks. Think about what that, how do you break this up when you got 7, 8 levels of parking, right?
Well, it's what you're looking at on the right-hand side times 2.
Yeah, I mean, if
Two
it
and
was
a-
all the same, all the way up for 7, 8 levels, that might, it might be too monotonous. Might need to think about how to break that look up a little bit, yeah, vertically or horizontally.
Just as a general.
Horizontal.
Why not the underground?
That's a good question. I think there is some natural slope, so you are probably tucking in the first level. So I would say that like on the high side, you're probably getting 1 level less. It's a cost thing as well. So if you're saying 7 levels, that would be high side, 6 levels, and on the low side, 7.
These are presumably precast parking structures as well.
So roughly how, all right, for each of the parking decks, roughly how many cars are you parking in each deck? Just curious. So there you go, 1,100, 1,300, okay. Okay. This is since, yeah, no, this is the first time we've seen it, so that's why we're kind of, you probably already thought about everything we're asking you, but we're just,
So, like you said, it's a lot of horizontal and vertical surface, so we have to think of a lot of different ways to cover it, not just like 1 or 2 ways. And, it's not gonna be A, B, run across the whole thing. So, we dedicated a whole page in working with Dave on how can you not just break it up, but soften it. I think that's really important, especially, where do you employ this technique? You would do it maybe adjacent to parks. You would do it adjacent to where people stare into it, like from an upper level, like residential. You do it sort of on the face that faces townhomes. So, we're looking at different places where best to use it, because there's also upkeep of it, so we want to use this very strategically.
And, one of our considerations we always look at is how does the parking deck look from the major right-of-way, so west side and windward, right? And sometimes just thinking ahead here, a lot of times what we get into is we'll see some nice treatment just on the one side that faces the right-of-way, and then we get into the discussion of, well, can you see the other side from the right-of-way? So just think that through, as, because sometimes you got to continue the treatment around the corner somewhat in order to, have it look good from the right-of-way. And then, like you said, you've got, townhomes and office buildings and everything else looking at these, that is a consideration. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you almost want it to look, it needs to look nice on 4 sides, right? 'Cause,
Brett, does David require shade on that top level? I thought I saw somewhere he wants trees up there before, but nothing as far as arbors or trees or anything like that on a top level parking deck?
Not a requirement yet. We're working on a detail to do something on the top level to help with you still got the heating, which is what the tree ordinance is, some of it's all about, is the heating of the surface, so you still got that up there, so.
Just something to think about. I'm sure y'all are familiar with it and doing stuff in Southern California, a lot of requirements for them to have those arbors up above to shade. There's opportunity to add solar to it, who knows?
Structure at Wynwood, 10 feet back from the curb.
Were you going to talk a little bit about the living wall of the parking deck that you were just on?
These lines?
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I think when we get into sort of like each parking structure and we see the perspectives and we see the elevations, I'll describe sort of how we use the green screens like for each instance.
Are those four, are they all actual photos of? So it's been done, it works.
Every image here is actual.
Is a photo.
Just requires a lot of maintenance and cost to keep that going.
Any of those in the southeast?
Pardon me?
Any of those photos in the southeast? Several of them look European. Yeah, well, this last winter killed it.
Yeah.
Just me think it's warm.
Save those questions for that. Don't ask.
One of them away.
Bob's got the big Bob's got the big picture.
So this is part of number 2 parking structure. Number 2 is sort of the image that you see. We're showing this framed out highlighted areas at all the entry points. So you have like, the stairs in the corner, the actual vehicular entry over here. Sort of
So, Bob, question for you. It appears this, what you're showing us is a little different than the package that we got. I guess, I'm sure you're always constantly designing or redesigning. So maybe this might be a little bit newer version than we have.
It might be.
Okay.
What I did a little bit, yeah, I think if you had an earlier package, it had the same elements.
Kind of saying, it looks like you've broken it up a little bit more in this,
Yeah,
in what we're looking at today.
a little bit more,
Right.
or like, yeah.
You even had some signage too, continuum and things of that nature. Okay. All right.
Okay, that is one version.
Okay.
Bob, the super graphics, how is that created? I mean, is that something that's applied to the, never seen that before. What is that material? Is it?
It's like a mural.
So it's painted, it's painted on, okay. All right, that seems like a maintenance challenge, but.
That's for somebody else.
Yeah, 5 years down the road, 5 years down the road. I like it, but it just, I'm just thinking that, paint after a while needs to be repainted, that's all.
I mean, you put up a mural, and you want to change it up.
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
The sample of it, just more mural-like, this is more pattern-like.
Picture it again.
The texture comes off nicely.
You'd almost want, if that's a precast panel, you almost want to do something that would be impregnated. Yes, exactly, that's the word for it. But
Where you can sort of get these formwork.
yes,
Put sort of a pattern.
yeah.
Texture.
Mm-hmm.
The perforated metal screen are really just for the accent or points of entry, correct? It's not for the whole deck.
No, I think we're showing it right here at this corner.
So for instance, looking at that elevation, we're talking about the painted super graphics. You're looking at putting that all on those spandrel panels, is that correct? Is that what I'm, okay. Yeah, it seemed like you could almost do some sort of a form liner or something. Because as Frank said, yeah, you could have a guy up there. When he finishes one side of the elevation, he's got to start over.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, we like it, we're thinking ahead for your sake, the maintenance of that graphic down the road. That seems like a.
This is the west side apartment structure. A little bigger, a little bit more land. This has a lot more breaks because it has a bit more adjacencies that and long spans, like this north face, this south face. Number two is what you see when
breaks up the mass a lot. I know, parking structures, you can't undulate the facade really for them to be efficient, but something like that really kind of, I think, helps to break it up a lot.
It does. It's kind of tough. These are pretty tall structures too, so I don't know that we have any 6-story parking decks in Alpharetta that I'm aware of.
7 and 8.
So, but no, I think you're trying to do certainly break it up and now is this going to be if I'm a visitor, let's see, if I'm a resident, is it free or is it free parking or is it gated or is it? I can see 1,100 cars trying to get out of here at one time or something and.
These parking structures are primarily for HP.
HP, okay.
And for the town center.
Okay, all right, just,
So, at our current properties, we have instituted gateless technology. It's usually based on license plate reader.
Okay.
There's usually not a backup.
That's good. Okay.
We actually own a parking garage in downtown Nashville for Amazon. Headquarters there. There's 1,800 cars in that parking garage. So, we're well versed in the
okay, good.
exodus that occurs during rush hour. Individual things. It also helps that all of our garages touch multiple street networks and side by side. So
Okay.
we can distribute the cars in places, shuttle them to various places.
Very good.
Does the multifamily have its own parking?
Yeah, they sell parking. All the residents sell parking.
Okay. No, this is very good, very, very good. The challenge, I think, is going to be, you've got lots of concepts and great ideas and how you pull that together and kind of complement each other as you go from area to area on the campus, for instance. So how you carry that theme, if there's a certain theme, or carry those themes. But very well done. I mean, exciting, looking forward to it. Yeah.
We are a retail village. So this, of course, is the heart of the project. This central green space really is sort of the amenity for everyone who lives, works, comes from, like, the neighborhood. So I think the idea for the retail and the office is really, how do you frame it? How do you
real quick, Bob, sorry to interrupt. The picture we have, or the rendering we have in our package.
It's different.
Is different, and I realize it says draft. And what's different about it is, what we have in our package has these offset levels of building, if you will, and then, waiting for the announcer, it's all been squared off.
I bet you're talking about here.
Yeah. Even the front faces, yeah, you can, it's this, I realize it's level, so this is what we have.
I know, yeah,
I know the way to describe it on the show.
So the front face is the same. It's a little distortion. It's because of sort of the playful stepping that you have on the sides that makes it seem a little bit more cantilevered.
It's easier to build.
I didn't want to, I simplified it because I didn't want to draw attention to that. That was just sort of like an example of like sort of playful architecture. But I felt like it's just, for what this design guidelines wanted to do, it wasn't really fundamental.
I think a lot of us really liked that. We thought it added a lot of character, a unique aspect to
I mean,
the
I
building.
liked it, but I was just trying to like.
It fit with the continuum monument sign you had kinked a little bit in our package, so.
It's something kind of unique to our mixed-use buildings here in Alpharetta.
Joe's taking notes too.
If you had the old one, it probably has this pitted villa building as like a continuous piece.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Right, so I know that was one of the other changes, it's like simplify the top and, you know, you want to make the different shifts on the ground plane, definitely.
I like that, yeah.
The bookends on either end are really good too.
And of course, in this one, we had to sort of recognize the pretty significant slope that you have across this town center area.
Bob, what's, distance-wise or scale-wise, what's the length of the first ground floor retail? And then roughly how tall is the office portion? How, from finished floor up to parapet, for instance? Yeah, that's 350 feet, okay.
And then, I'd say the height, like 20, retail, 15, 45, 65,
Okay,
roughly 65.
all right.
And what we're showing here is the elevation with sort of the variety of materials we're looking at, sort of, concrete, we're always, we love showing the board form, but it's smooth board form, you know, it's just sort of gives you different options because of the two themes of board form. But, you know, we wouldn't use them in all places. We have these different metal panels, that we create integrated color. We're showing some sort of textured panel with different samples of that for the upper level. And then this building is an example. I think that can be applied for all the smaller retail buildings. You know, this is that specific building that the arrow's pointing to, but I think the little pavilions, the little kiosks, they all take this sort of the same concept. It's a very straightforward design. It's using sort of rich materials for its sort of armature, the use of canopies, you know, it may or may not have an upper level, but in this example, it's showing a setback upper level with soffit to bring the more up. You see activity when you go up. It's facing the park. The signage piece was something we started adding in to see like what kind of signage would look like in an actual facade, but we actually have a section in 10 criteria that talks about sort of different types of signs, but different types of unique signage. It's a great opportunity for. These are some regulations. Cement with type product, types of solid materials, panel. Any questions, comments, Mr. Village?
I think it looks good.
Multifamily. It's all about neighborhood making walkable, safe feeling streets. We're a big proponent of walk-up units, eyes on the street. Not just having parking just on the sidewalk, but it's a great opportunity for two-story walk-ups, which is, I think, probably our main idea in residential areas, because that extends to the townhomes. It's all about sort of what needs. The design aesthetic and idea of walk-ups is directly translated to our townhome ideas. And in the upper levels, it's like, it's a big apartment building. So how do you break it up? But we're making the walk-ups. We're putting all our energies there, and we see the upper levels more of a backdrop. So these are two views. Might have changed a little bit since the one that we got, but it shows the two prominent corners on the north. Articulated corners, nicer corner units. The upper level is pretty simple, broken up, balconies for all the units. A big focus you can see on the ground level. The ground level is sort of putting all warm, textured materials. You have like lush landscape. You have your elevated porches. Elevation. You can see the whole thing doesn't have retail. We have retail sort of biased towards the west side that's closest to the retail village. We also have retail on the other side of the street in the retail village, so it's double loaded at that office bar. So you actually do have one small sort of intimate retail street, sort of right in between the retail village and the multifamily.
I like this presentation better than the one that's that we downloaded earlier. It's got more excitement, activity. It's broken up a little bit better.
We can only be impressed that you're not sitting still. You're continuing to evolve this vision.
This is another elevation. You can see over here showing a retail base that sort of protrudes out a little proudly from the residential units above. So that was a prime area where we're putting our amenities for the apartments, for the multifamily. So we incorporated areas where we wanted to highlight amenities. These two breaks sort of that breaks this long lane. You see either entry points or potentially even like step connections up to the amenity deck where you have actually a connection from the amenity that's within the project down to, especially towards the south, where you start having these little trails and public areas that we have.
So is it the intention that the first 3 levels are single-loaded wrap for the deck, and then it's double-loaded above that with the units?
Yes. I think it is 3 levels. It's 2 levels.
Just looking at the
2 levels
elevation.
on the high side, and then it becomes 3 levels on the, yeah. So you're gonna have basically a 2-level townhome, and then 1 level single-loaded flat.
And there's units that overlook the top of the deck, which is presumably is kind of amenity.
That's gonna be in the type of deck.
And then scale-wise, this building, how tall versus how long? Are we kind of, just give us a ballpark?
It's 4 levels right now, so it's about 65 feet
Okay.
lengthwise. I'd say where the break is, it's probably 200.
Yeah. Okay.
200. And we're kind of giving a range of materials that we can have, you know, you see wood for warmth, you see different colors of integrated brick, you know, CMU in some areas, you know, I brought some pretty nice CMU. You can get like burnished CMU that we can use in modified West, that's, you know, really beautiful stuff. It just gives a different scale to brick, you know, it's a nice contrast. We're also showing some fiber cement panels that we use pretty much as corner articulation. But this is probably one area that the white you can see is probably stuck up.
One comment related to the use of white EPIS or stucco is just the, like north sides of buildings typically have a hard time maintaining, keeping mildew, mold and stuff off of it. So it's kind of tricky when you're using the stark white for it to stay looking good after a year or so because it's in the shade.
Yeah, we usually end up using not white.
Yeah. They have new like mold inhibitors that work into the.
That sample's pretty white too, but like, you know.
Yeah, in our climate, that's a problem.
Yeah. You don't want it to look green when it's not a green wall.
It would be, yeah.
It happened pretty quick.
Not the most healthy wall.
That's right.
Moss wall. Nice.
No,
My next project.
So, over here, you're seeing the side elevation, you can see there's pretty eccentric slope that we have to deal with, and a transition. So, I think it's important to keep that sort of, that connection to the sidewalk and to the street. You know, you are getting places where the porches are getting kind of high, so it's like, where do you make those steps? So that's sort of an ongoing process. And then when you do have the angle, of course, it is the stepping. How many steps do you want to do for that detail? Right now, we're showing it as potential, like a small format market. So it could take a larger, you know, length that doesn't have to engage the street as like, you know, every bay or every other bay, but we probably want to build in that flexibility.
What structural system do you plan to use over the podium?
It's probably
Stick or?
stick.
Okay.
5.
That's all right.
yeah.
I know what a stick is.
Questions on camera?
Looks good.
How many units do you anticipate in this?
Going to
Okay. Thank you.
Townhomes, 98.
Good.
And I think some of these images are so applicable to the walk-ups. You know, this is exactly the look and feel that we want, except, you know, this lower right-hand image, we want to do something a little bit different for the roof line. Wet weather, it's good to have slope, but it's also good to break up sort of the flatness, even if you're stepping it, you know, on the, like on the left. These are townhomes. Sort of like a morph between A and C. You know, you're getting the breaking between planes, you're getting some private patios that look up over this sort of garden walk area, at your slopes, a generous amount of glass, but also sort of pretty good breakup in sort of the volumes and facade and the use of materials.
All those have individual parks that, you know, to be parking in the garages underneath.
Sorry.
So it's very unique. I'm trying to decide, is it too busy? Is it too much going on, you know, on the front facade? But it's definitely unique.
I like the way it works, because all over Metro Atlanta, from street to street, from little town to little town, we just have shoeboxes. This is a great example of how to articulate what you want to create. It makes it fun.
I think we use every trick in the book on this facade.
We pretty much did, I think.
Can we use 2 kinds of brick instead of 3? Probably.
I think with the scale of it, I think, you know, for the pedestrian experience going back and forth, it'll be really like a pleasant, you know, experience for people walking by. And I really like how you kind of undulate where these balconies are, how it's not just like straight across, how they kind of move up and down, and it creates kind of a different kind of rhythm.
At least, you know, it's a great privacy thing also.
Yep, that's true too.
The other comments on the last part is the office buildings. Taking 2 to 3 steps at this office building. I think the main things that we wanted to focus on was, you know, what are these office buildings? These are large buildings, and it's relatively small, 5 to 6 stories. So they're large expanses of facade. They're very horizontal. And we kind of play with that horizontality in creating sort of per level decks, creating sort of defined basins where the building isn't slanting, you know, the glass in the building isn't slamming down onto the ground. And then it's also creating sort of a pattern where it's just not the same thing that's going, you know, hundreds of feet straight across. So this is where we think about. And sort of the idea is to accentuate the horizontality of the upper levels, create a solid sort of base as a podium for amenities. So in this case, on the south side, we're facing a pretty nice residential park. So you'll be very engaged in that. The base also creates sort of like this portal or arrival point for the lot of the office. The upper levels are stepped back also to provide a little bit more private outdoor amenity areas, and also at key locations. In this case, it's sort of the arrival. You'll see that activity on top. Creating a sort of a rhythm in the fenestration along the glass. And then A is sort of like the wild card. You know, it's sort of like something that identifies the building. Some piece that pops out, or it could be solid, it could be at different corners, but it's kind of like, you kind of want an identity to the building. Material-wise, we're thinking of, you know, timber wall, curtain wall, but in this case, it's timber wall, so it's full floor to ceiling. It's pretty tall glass. It's probably, you know, expandable glass at 11.4 or something like that. And then the base, we're showing terracotta material. I think it's a nice play from the brick that we've been using. You can play with the module, they come in really beautiful colors. Right now, it can be expressed in different ways. I think it's just how it's used. I don't remember.
We had.
I like it. Okay. I thought the fins were a nice, you know, way to break up the facade.
Okay, but
just
it's good for me to, okay, I'll
Yeah.
Well, we got this
If
a
you could
while
show
ago because
material,
it was so large, we needed more time to
Yeah.
review it, so
That's what I was gonna have
maybe
them
a
do.
couple of
Yeah.
versions back from what you're showing today.
It almost,
I like
That's
your
good.
quartet.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah, the fins were unique.
Erica brought that up earlier, that he liked now that
yeah.
Well-
The cool thing about the fins in this is it kind of creates kind of almost like an organic type of overlay on top of this big box, almost skeletal.
It's almost, it relates a little bit to the parking garage. We're using a lot of sort of fins.
True, that's right.
How it's broken up, sort of that tan color.
And if I remember right, the existing buildings that we looked at earlier this year had some lighted aluminum fins on them. Remember that? So that almost carries that theme forward.
I think this one, it's more just like, there's more glass, and the solid is a little bit more regular. And the other one, it was more of a random areas of like pretty dense tints.
Yeah.
Yeah, just that what we had in the draft, it just seemed to have a little more visual interest than this with, on the upper levels with the introduction of the fins and breaking up the facade a little bit.
I'll tell you what, before we hit landscaping, maybe one last item before we take a breather here. Can you show us the material samples you've kind of been referencing and what you've got laid out on the table there? And then after we do that, I think we can kind of take a break from the architecture and take a recess, but let's go through what you've got laid out there for us. And you may need to hold the microphone, the handheld microphone, talk while you're, thank you.
Could be a light on the, oh, that's a, isn't there a light on the bottom that's on, correct? No?
It'll take just a second. If you turn it on and switch on, in just a second.
You may have to hold it really close.
Doesn't seem to be doing much.
Well, maybe we can have, can somebody hold up the materials while Bob is, oh, there we go.
Now you got it.
Hello? Yes. Okay. So I'll start with these samples. These are some of the brick samples that we have. They're color swatches of what we were thinking of as integral colored bricks. Oh, I can pass those. Okay, great. And then this sample is a sample of another masonry sample of burnished. This is a rougher texture in the back. It's more burnished, but you can see the aggregate in it. It has like a lot more variety. And when you see it from a distance, it's actually quite beautiful. Yeah.
Is that for like a polished concrete masonry?
It's like a CMU block, but they put aggregate and they can have different colors. They can have a gray color with like a reddish aggregate, like a lava rock. It could be honed, or it could be, when it's honed, you actually see more of the aggregate, sort of like the back of that sample. If it's rough, you can still see their aggregate, but it could be a combination of both. So you can get both like pattern and texture in CMU.
It's amazing how that same material can present itself in two different ways.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Let's see. Oh. These are the samples of the fiber cement panels in the wood texture. Those are just some of the variety that you can have, but I think it's sort of getting the right tone of wood, you know, and you can play with different types in different areas. You might have one that's more cedar-y, one that's more redwood.
Yes. But that's what I was saying.
And this is fiber cement panel, which is sort of applied like a rain screen. Those are sort of areas that you would put in, right now we have it at the corners of the residential, but it can be used almost anywhere. It's like a Swiss Pearl product. I'll just go over all the base products. This is a terracotta product. That's just a section, but they can come really, like, they sort of lap over each other and they can be quite long. You can have it sort of running bond, or you can have it stacked. You can have it smooth. You can have it sort of combed over, like the textured one. And they come in sort of infinite amount of colors, but we tend more towards like the lighter cream colors, the warm colors. These are some of the metal panels we were thinking of using. One is an example of a corrugated. The one on top, that's gray, that's a standing seam. So, and then the sample swatch is like that core 10 color that you've seen. These are just sort of the basic samples of a concrete. You know, you can control the colors of the concrete, light gray. You can get a slightly warmer gray, is the one that we like, and then that's just a stucco. Keep in mind with the color of the stucco.
I hope you didn't carry all these things on the plane with you.
I did.
Oh my gosh.
And TSA was very curious. It's like, what's in that box? I'm like, bricks? Why do you want bricks coming into Atlanta? Here's a perforated metal. These are just... I think that's it.
I'm sure Brett might have stored in his office. Put him in David's office and do it.
Yep, there's the perforated metal panel. Holly, you have any more room down there? Okay.
Is that it?
No. There's one more. The perforated metal. Okay. Okay, very well done. Nice presentation. So,
Thank you.
all right, is this a good time to break? I think
it is.
All right, very good. All right, let's do this then. Let's take a 30-minute recess, get back here at 1 o'clock, and then it looks like maybe you have landscaping up next on your agenda. So let's do that. We'll be back here at 1 o'clock, 30-minute recess. Go get some lunch or whatever you need, and we'll see you guys back here in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 12:30.
So what part of San Diego are you at?
I'm not. I am in Nashville.
Oh, Nashville.
Yeah. Our office is in Del Mar.
Del Mar. So I used to work in an office up there. Solana Beach.
It's not awful.
No.
Yeah. No, you got your phone done?
I work
Okay,
for
you're done.
John
No, you're good. You can go.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Some direction to some people.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Yep. You're close enough to your office, so. Just get something ready or whatever you need to do, so.
Nice areas.
I know, sorry, well, tired.
you?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you again.
We are on a lunch break.
I figured that. It's pretty quiet around here.
Yeah, and I think let's see where. Okay, so we're here
Okay.
on Continuum. Then we've got Avalon Village. I told these guys to be back about 1:30.
Okay. I'll just hang up.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, this Continuum is a huge project.
Is it?
Yeah.
Where is that located?
It's going at, behind the HP buildings there.
I saw the
Where it
master
was.
plan, early master plan. It's a lot like Avalon.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, continue.
Wow.
Yeah. I haven't seen any of the latest, so that'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good one.
Mine's not controversial.
No.
I'm just back again. It should be pretty
In fact, all of them, when we got to yours at the workshop, they were like, oh my gosh, this is really bad. This is a lot better.
I know, he's trying, he changed his mind, but I think it's better.
Yeah, I think you too.
It's okay. I get paid one way or the other, right?
There you go.
Look in there, kick it out.
Yeah. Relax. That's good.
I'm glad Jen did it. Otherwise I would've been there with her. It's like, oh, quit this place, no, it was like, not to pass it, sit quick. Everything else is like a sit down restaurant.
Speaking to them.
Hear myself. Because it's actually kind of low.
Yeah.
You're, everybody here, almost?
Almost.
Almost, all right, we're almost here too. So.
Okay, great.
Is that yours?
Nope.
They just want you to take it home. That's what people want. What do you have time that is? You gave Bob a gift to take home and just carry it.
Oh, so it's-
Alien like that.
actually, there's no carry-on. Bob just has to carry it.
Yeah, that's your personal item.
That is now your personal item.
Sorry, man, that was a good walk.
No, you're good.
There you go. Rest of it for you.
Yeah, we don't know what it is.
I wonder if they do that. If they do that, that just feels like either one, gonna cause damage with it or just something.
I think
But
they're
like,
just doing that. I think they're
or a man is carrying it on a plane.
this counts as two people.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Anything.
Yeah. I'm still one that's called bullshit. It might cost like $1,000.
Oh, okay. That's straight up ice cream first.
Yeah.
Tastes good anyway.
Just as long as it gets back.
Smell right. Supposed to have the mask on.
Just not.
Okay.
As long as I don't have to carry them visually, then that.
Actually, I always get this wrong.
You just, you can go up or down, so just go down.
Okay. Does it also left and right click here?
Yeah. Cool.
I was just trying to say cold ice cream. It's hard to cold fast.
Ice cream for lunch.
I'm calling BS that they're good for you because it's ice cream.
It is ice cream. It's delicious. So like frozen.
If you're not out,
It's not the ice cream. No.
It's like
No, I need to try it. I did the green. I didn't see how it was like. I'm not gonna like try something new before we and be like.
Find out you're allergic to it.
Can't talk, but
That's really
Yeah. I had it.
Yeah.
It has kind of this.
No, I feel it a lot. It's when I'm walking over there. They're also like, sweet
Yeah. I'm regretting that decision.
yeah, but what if you take that raw ice cream and then pour it on top?
Yeah.
Peanut butter that was just honey. This kind of ice cream. I mean, it was delightful.
Which I carry in my pocket. We'll see. And then somebody was like, I'm going to grab a portable here, plug it in.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I've got a photo that I can do that. Probably it's hard. Yeah. I'll turn it off. It's like, that's why you make sure you get sick.
Yes.
No, there you go. After 2 weeks. One of the turtles decided to be dead.
Sarah and
More of a normal problem. Just wait.
Can you do a simulation?
I was going to eat it.
Gosh, it feels 10 degrees colder in here than we just left. Gosh.
Well, they didn't turn the heat on, so.
That's my Christmas gift. Our Christmas gift needs to be blankets or cool side. Yeah, because it keeps you awake. All right, are we ready? Okay. But you okay?
Yeah,
We don't need to go. Jenna, they had all this interior stuff. We don't.
No. Okay, let's end our recess this afternoon now. I was getting ready to say this morning, this afternoon, to get going again with Continuum Alpharetta. So next up, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right, we're refreshed, ready to go again.
Great. Well, I'm Lindsay White. I'm with Scape. I'll be presenting the landscape architecture portion, and then Grace Stiles, my colleague, will be helping me with the presentation as well. So we'll be doing some switching.
Okay, very good.
And then also, we've made a lot of progress since the package that you guys have received. So get ready for quite a bit of things to review.
Good.
Great. So today we're going to be reviewing site analysis, landscape design approach, open space opportunities, the streetscape typologies, and design elements and features. So we'll be moving through quite a bit of content today. For our design process, we really wanted to get to understand where the site is. We have the opportunity to be along 2 corridors of influence within Alpharetta, and so we really want to make sure that this site is providing a pedestrian opportunity for these 2 major thoroughfares within Alpharetta. We also wanted to understand what's adjacent to our site. So we have an existing hotel that we'll be able to work with, as well as the HP data center, which I think Bob had mentioned earlier, will be parking and adjacent to, and probably doing a little bit of screening since it's such a fortified office area. We also wanted to make sure that we understood what is being provided in Alpharetta currently so that we can complement the existing uses, understand what's being provided as amenities, and make sure that we are working with the greater context of Alpharetta. So we benchmarked Avalon, wanting to understand how the spaces there are used for large events, what's being offered so that we can inform our design. We also benchmarked Halcyon, which is a similar type of development to what Continuum will be, as well as understanding downtown Alpharetta, where we are right now, understanding your identity and how Continuum will want to incorporate with that. And so once we understood Alpharetta, we started to reflect on what do I want our goals and differentiations want to be for Continuum. So we really want to lean into Alpharetta and embrace the natural materials that are here, use native plants, and make sure that we're providing a lot of shade in this development. So a lot of inspiration that we pulled for our design were looking at local ecologies. So looking at the granite outcrops as an inspiration, as well as the Piedmont forest, and making sure that we're being good stewards to the watersheds here, specifically the Big Creek watershed. And so we'll see these themes kind of incorporate throughout the design as we walk through that today. So site analysis summary. So the site offers quite a bit of topography. It's going to allow us to create a lot of interesting open spaces to leverage that topography. Our entrances are along west side and windward are at high points, so it's really going to elevate the site, be able to announce the site. And then the slopes downward, inward to the existing creek, and then it builds back up again to be a high point in the lower corner of the site.
There is a creek through the property.
There is an intermittent creek. And it also feeds the water table or the groundwater. So it'll be a great feature for the property.
What setbacks do you have for that?
Jordan. Yes.
Undisturbed?
Yes.
Yeah, so there was a slide.
If Jordan, if you'll speak in the mic.
Can you hear me? Okay. During the zoning approval process, we worked with Jill and Kathy and Michael on the stream buffers, and so there is a slight encroachment. Most of the encroachment is from the existing parking lot today, so that'll get removed, and then we'll be putting back with native vegetation. But then some of our roads going through have the required streetscape elements with the sidewalks. So portions of those do clip the buffers, and we worked on the mitigation kind of exhibits during the zoning approval process.
Great. And so our ecological assets on site, there's quite a bit of existing trees, and we see that as an asset for us to be able to preserve and then increase the canopy on site in our open spaces on site. So making sure that we're utilizing our open spaces to connect existing to proposed. And so we'll be making sure that the existing creek becomes an amenity for the site. So access and circulation, like I mentioned before, we have 2 corridors of influence, West Side Parkway and Windward Parkway. They're going to be our main vehicular views into the site. We also have the opportunity to connect to the Big Creek Greenway, and so providing pedestrian connection to the Big Creek Greenway as well as the future Alpha Loop. And so understanding what we're connecting to for Greater Alpharetta, and then creating a series of pedestrian connections throughout the development. And then Grace is going to come.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Grace Stiles. I'm also with Scape Landscape Architecture. So I will be running through the landscape design approach. So really when we approach a site, Lindsay just walked through some of our key regional kind of inspirations. And now we have to kind of take that and apply it to the site. Because when we're thinking about these design guidelines and our design strategy, we weren't able to put specific trees in specific locations for 51 acres. We're really trying to just set the vision and the tone for the more detailed designs that will come later. So really what we started doing is kind of locating these different systems on site and starting to think how they interface with each other. So what we have are the granite outcrops are at the 2 high points, and they kind of radiate inward towards our kind of central spine of the Big Creek watershed, that stream system there. That's a really kind of exciting and dynamic system. It interfaces with a lot of different uses within the development. And when we say a stream system, we're not proposing that we're going to have 4 lakes along a river, right? But how can we start to celebrate water in a really exciting way across these different open space areas within the development? And then finally, we have our forest spine, which runs north-south down the center. And that is really kind of this zipper or this kind of threshold between those 2 systems. So when we look at the outcrop expression within our partee diagram, these are the areas that we've identified mostly for gathering. They want to be open and welcoming and provide a lot of kind of clear sight lines to and through. So in our more kind of urban areas around the retail, that might manifest itself in terms of plazas, and then down around the residential areas, maybe something like a community deck. The Piedmont spine here, we're looking for a really legible circulation and really establishing a consistent tree canopy within that zone to, again, help kind of mitigate that urban heat island and enhance the thermal comfort. And I spoke a little bit about the stream system, but again, how that might manifest itself as it moves through the development. So whether it's bioswales along the streetscape, really celebrating the existing creek system on site with some natural paths, or in a more kind of urban plaza context, how can that water just be interpreted within potentially like a dry creek bed, et cetera. So now I'm going to kind of zoom in to more specific areas on site. And so we started taking that partee diagram and overlaying it on the actual site design. And from there, we started really kind of forming these character zones that we'll be able to pull through and use to inform the design again as we move through more detailed design. So we have an illustrative plan, and we're going to zoom into some key areas like the Central Green, the entry plaza at the intersection of Windward and Westside, Headwater Park over by some of the office systems, Creek Park, and the vehicular entrances. So, and my guess is this is where it's starting to get very new for you. So if I'm going too fast, just let me know, I can slow down. So the Central Green area, this is located around some of those primary retail areas that Bob walked us through earlier. This is about 1.5 acres of an open space, and our goal here is to really kind of maximize flexibility and provide a range of different uses and experiences because it is directly adjacent to retail, also office. You know, the townhomes are directly across the street. So this really wants to be able to provide a variety of uses. And so what we did here is we kind of broke up a central lawn expression to create more clear circulation routes through, but those two lawn areas could come together and host a larger event if that's desired, or you could do yoga on one lawn while, you know, a family picnic's on the other. So it really kind of creates some nice spatial differentiators here. We've proposed a tree grove, and maybe that could host even, I don't know, like a small little music performance on a Friday night. So there's like lots of really fun and engaging things that we can think about within this area. You know, and so again, just really how can this be flexible and provide quality open space right at the center of the site? If no questions on this, the Central Green. Looking at our Creek Park area. So again, this is the stream buffers that you were just asking about. They are dashed in here. So if you look closely, you can see where those stream buffers exist. And so there are kind of increments of 25, 50, and 75-foot buffers. So there's no disturbance within those 25-foot buffers. And then as you kind of inch out from there, I believe there was some allowance for pervious surfaces in there. And so we started playing with some boardwalks or potentially mulch paths within those zones. But again, we really want to celebrate and enhance these areas. They're kind of really strategically located, or more I should say, the townhomes are strategically located, that this is going to provide a really nice amenity for those residential areas, some walking paths throughout here, you know, and then we can also kind of nestle in seating nooks, maybe a natural play area for the families, just lots of opportunity here to kind of increase people's experience and interaction with nature.
So does the stream go underground from?
Yep, it will be culverted.
It's got to run underground.
That's correct. It will be culverted under the central stream.
And that's existing today.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Jordan.
So that's where the parking lot is, or?
Yes.
And this is just some character images of looking within this zone of the types of settings that we would be really looking for. And so this is your more kind of organic, natural walking paths, really kind of immersed within nature. You know, if we do a play area, having the opportunity to introduce some natural play elements. So then looking at Headwater Park, this is at the northeast corner of the site. So it is actually situated between one of the office buildings and then actually the multifamily residential building is to the south, just across the street. And so our goal here was to provide an open space that can meet the needs of both of those uses. And so some walking paths if you want to take a walking meeting or come out and have lunch on the outdoor patio. Looking at a flex lawn space that, the residences could, come and enjoy probably a quieter lawn experience than one that they might find in the central green area. Also, it's aptly called Headwater Park because this is the kind of the upper elevations, higher topography within our stream system. And so really starting to introduce some bioswale and rain garden elements within this zone. Then kind of moving to the other corner of the site, so the outcrop corner retail. So this is that parcel D retail building that Bob went through at the first of his presentation. And I think he spoke really nicely about this portal that's kind of pulling through the site. And then also how we really want to use those the pine stand that is there. No? He wants them gone. Plot twist.
I'll give you my point of view.
Okay.
So I drive through there a lot, and they're just pines. I think with these buildings, and you have the opportunity to really create a very nice streetscape.
Yep.
Instead of a streetscape that has pine trees and pine straw underneath it and nothing, and it's just barren other than that, I think you've got a better opportunity in that space on that corner especially to really dress it up, to really add some interesting landscape, leave the pines, somewhere else. But yeah, I drive by there all the time, and there's no thrill there at all. There's nothing new. There's nothing exciting. And once development goes in, unless there's a specimen in there or something like that, I would just push you to create something a lot more interesting on that corner.
Yep.
And then further down West Side, so be it. Further towards 400, so be it. But
sure.
Such an opportunity at that corner to leave those pines there is a missed opportunity, in my opinion.
I really appreciate that feedback, and I should kind of clarify our intent with reusing some of the existing trees there, because in the corner, you're right. Right now, it's kind of a mess. You can't see through it. You can hardly even see the existing building on site. And so, we really zoomed into that section, and I went out to site too, and it seems like there's a lot of kind of understory and scrub there that is not that desirable. So I think what we can do is clear out that understory. We'll thin out the pines a little bit and have a clear opening at that corner so we have clear views to the architecture and the fun activities that are happening there. But then those pine trees are so tall, and really, the canopy is up at the top. So you're just going to be kind of filtered views kind of seeing through.
The issue is getting things to grow under them.
Right. Fair enough.
That's why when you look at the natural pine forest, you look at some of the existing developments that have pine trees on them, there's nothing underneath them because nothing will grow. So again, I urge you to push that clearance of those pine trees and really do something fresh and new and that goes to the architecture. Okay. I don't know where everybody else sits with it. But
I kind of agree with that. I would take it, this is just my opinion, there's such great, amazing hardscape elements and pedestrian connections within the community, but if there's a way that that could extend to the perimeter to create connectivity with a lot of the hotels, for instance, that are in walking distance that'll be utilizing these offices and whatnot, they might be on the other side of West Side Parkway or Windward, and if you could create some strong pedestrian routes that are interesting around the perimeter, it'll make it a lot more pleasant for people that are on the outside of the development to come in.
Awesome. That's great feedback. Thank you. So, you've already mentioned it, right? But this entry plaza is kind of a key moment here, pulling people into the site.
Do you have any pull with Georgia Power to move their transformers anywhere else besides where they are now?
That is an excellent question. Do you have any context?
That's a tough one, I know.
We're gonna work with ownership and try to figure it out. So,
there's a lot of transformers on the corner.
There is a data center as part of the actual main building, so I'm sure there's a very good reason that they're there.
Well, they got backup power.
Or they redundant power and everything.
Who needs power?
They could lose half of those and they'd be fine.
And the white dashed line is your right-of-way? The white dashed line on that?
That is our site boundary. I assume we pulled that from some civil drawings. Property
Site
line.
boundary being right-of-way?
The property line.
That's the right of way.
So also in this zone, it is actually the only surface parking lot on our site. And so looking to really kind of make that a really unique and kind of more forested.
I got one more question regarding that.
Yep.
Is there an intent to take over a maintenance agreement from the city to maintain that clear to the curb or sidewalk?
Under consideration.
There's not currently an agreement.
Could there be? Not that I don't like the city's maintenance. Anyway, just food for thought.
Yep.
You got a long ways to go.
Right.
You know, we get our intent, everything's up to this on the site, we take care of it.
Great.
So, I'm sorry, I'm just thinking about the traffic pattern here.
Mm-hmm.
So looking at on Windward Parkway, right where the corner is there a right in and right out on Windward into the site there?
Yes.
Okay, interesting, all right.
So that's been coordinated with, was Eric Graves and Fire Department.
Okay.
While we were doing the master plan for the zoning approval.
Okay.
That's going to be.
That's always this, because cars
Yeah.
are getting to 400.
Well, I know.
Well,
Yeah.
turning off west side, they just don't stop. They just keep going to get on 400.
And there is a slight median that comes down as part of the coordination with Eric Graves that, you know, would allow for car separation, right? Because the fear was, if you look at the drive that's in front of the existing building on the northeast of the plan there,
yes,
that cars coming eastbound on Windward, turning in and then turning left would be blocked by cars going out, right? So we have a median that extends down that funnels cars going east on Windward down into the corner retail.
Okay.
And then they'd have to circulate to get back on Windward.
So yeah, I guess it's good context to mention that all of the kind of vehicular traffic patterns within here that were coordinated within the master plan remain unchanged. So they're the same within all of our proposals. This is also.
Sorry to interrupt, sorry.
Yeah, no, please. So this area also connects up to the Central Green through a portal through the existing office building. And so creating kind of a unique experience there as you move through that threshold. So our Piedmont Spine, this is a really kind of unique street experience. We actually highlighted it here in our open space opportunities section. Lindsay will be going through the other street sections within the next portion of the presentation. But this zone is really quite cool because between building to building, on the northern portion, we have around 100 feet between those building facades. And then we have around 75 to 85 feet when we're at the retail portions. And what that allows us to do is have a much more kind of expanded streetscape experience. And so where we're adjacent to the office, we could think about meandering some paths in there, creating some seating nooks, and then down in our retail street experience, really having kind of a generous amenity zone where those retailers can kind of spill out and really activate that space.
Those are great images.
Thank you. All right, and then the last portion of this is looking at the vehicular entrances. So again, this is going to complement a future portion of our section that actually has the signage elements that will be incorporated within here. But again, really, you know, thinking back to kind of the core of our concepts here as celebrating the regional ecologies and geologies that are here. And so looking at creating an abstraction of the granite outcrops as an announcement and really this kind of entry moment moving into the site. And that would occur both at Windward and West Side. All right, pass it over to Lindsay.
Lindsay, before you start, I've got to commend you for what we've just, I just commend you for your team and what we've just seen, because this is fun.
Good.
We don't often get a view of this type of methodology and this type of thinking, so it's well done. Thank you for bringing that.
I agree.
Thank you.
It's great.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we'll be moving on to streetscape typologies. And so this is looking at the next layer of design and how our concept plays into the streetscape expressions. So still having our three themes of outcrop, Piedmont Spine, and Creek Street. And so we'll go into each of these and how these streets feel differently from each other and have a different experience. And I think Grace also mentioned that all of these street sections, the road widths are the same from what was approved in the master plan, but what we are looking at today is more of the look and feel and the intent and the experiences that will be happening along these streets, and not necessarily traffic movement. So focusing first on our Creek Street, this is our main thoroughfare that runs from Windward to West Side. And so this is going to touch every single use within the development. So there's a lot of different experiences, and what we want to accomplish with the street is even though you're going to be passing by either through your car or as a pedestrian, a lot of different experiences, it feels like a cohesive street. And so we'll be accomplishing that through celebrating water and having this be our Creek Street, and it'll be a celebration through water features, bioretention opportunities, and also celebrating that existing creek. And so we'll just run through the different types of sections and kind of get a feel for how we'll be looking at a lot of different uses, but trying to produce a very specific feel for each of these typologies. So our first section is cutting through the main entrance off of Windward. We'll be having our office building and then across at the existing hotel. And so there's going to be a lot of traffic coming in and out of here, and what we want to do is quickly slow that traffic down with trees, separating and providing as much separation as possible from vehicular to pedestrian. We then move to our section 2, which moves to office and residential, and this is where we start to introduce kind of a bioretention system that really separates the vehicular and the pedestrian, and so giving space between those two movement systems. We want to make sure that the residential are starting to get a kind of front yard feel, so giving space between the sidewalk and your front door. Our section 3 moves to the existing creek as well as the multifamily residential. So 2 different uses again. And wanting to have this be a continual feel, we'll get to be able to experience some of the existing trees with the existing creek. And then also wanting to still have that separation between vehicular and pedestrian on the residential side. Our section 4 cuts through the residential and then our main retail hub. And so still carrying that movement through. And then lastly, we have a garage and our existing office. So giving a good space between garage and street in order to kind of soften that facade, as well as on the office side, make sure that people are able to move freely throughout the development. So our next street typology is the Piedmont Spine. And so this is going to be a bit different than our Creek Street. We're going to be celebrating canopy more here and celebrating the native Piedmont forest. It's also going to be a really active street. This interfaces with the office as well as our retail hub and then residential. And so we're going to be wanting to give a lot of amenity zone space so that pedestrians can walk clearly, but then also have opportunities to sit outside, either from leaving lunch at your office or wanting to eat out or be outside from after shopping at the retail center.
That street currently does not exist in any manner at all, right?
No.
Right.
Well, I think
The other one does to the right, but this one does not, right?
It does not tie into Windward, but there is a drive that comes on the east side of that existing building that comes through the parking lot today.
It's kind of just a parking lot drive, though, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So our section 6, our first section within the Piedmont Spine, we're looking at on the left side our existing office, and on the right side the proposed garage. And so the existing office does have a few existing trees that we would want to incorporate to be able to have that day one scale and immediate shade. We'd have a few seating areas that kind of meander through that large open space. And then on the opposite side, just making sure we provide buffer from the drive and the garage. And then section 7, we're back at our main retail hub. There's going to be a lot of movement on these streets, so wanting to make sure that we're providing shade with street trees, but also giving ample room to the retail to be able to spill out into the space and have it be a really activated street. And then we move down to the most southern portion of our Piedmont spine, and we come back to our existing creek, being able to enjoy that existing canopy, and then on the right side, our residential. So really wanting to just provide shade and comfort up and down the street.
As part of the creek, are you going to try and provide any access actually down to it?
There's quite a bit of topography. I think that we'd ideally want a little bit of access, but it's going to really come down to topography because it's pretty incisive right now. But we were thinking maybe some trails and overlooks that engage with the creek. And so our last street typology is the outcrop ridge. And so this is our interstitial streets within the development. They're going to be very pedestrian focused. It's near our retail center as well as the office and multifamily. And so with these streets, we'll be celebrating the outcrop here with making sure that there's a lot of clear sight lines. There's going to be a lot of movement through the streets because they're going to be very activated areas. And we'll be working with the existing office and the existing topography around the office. And so taking advantage to create some interesting opportunities with that topography, and then having our main central green as part of those street typologies as well. And then our section 10 cuts through that existing office again, and then on the right side goes to our central green. And so these streets are going to be very pedestrian focused in that retail, in that main retail village. And then we come over to the office portion in section 11, or the garage portion, with garage on one side and retail on the right side. And then we have in section 12, residential on the left side with office and garage on the right side. And so now we'll be going into design elements and features. And so with this, we're going to be diving into what does the materiality for each of these 3 typologies that we've been exploring. And so we're going to run through materiality, planting, just get a real look and feel for how do these different zones feel different. So we'll start with materiality and the granite outcrop. And so what we really want this experience to be, we want it to be cool. We want to see large fields of pavement and really celebrate the granite outcrop within this typology. And then with the Piedmont forest, the materiality here is going to be a bit more craggy. And when I say craggy, I mean there's going to be some expressions of rock here and there to play up just some natural features. We're going to want to use wood to explore the Piedmont forest, and then this is going to be a bit more of a warm-toned area.
I think that's the first time I've heard the word craggy.
Throw in a new one.
All right. Corbel.
It's a landscape term.
I'm craggy,
Yes.
you're Corbel.
And then for our Big Creek watershed, that materiality, we want it to be porous and soft and organic and have quite a few aggregates. This is going to be where it's going to feel a bit more transient and material. And then planting, so starting to hop into our planting palette. For our granite outcrop, really what we want the sense to be is have high ceilings. So we want to have trees, but we want to make sure that those trees have a high canopy so that there's easy sight lines into the site with low floor. And when I say low floor, I mean lower ground covers. So there's a good balance between planting, and you'll be able to have good sight lines into all the open spaces. For our Piedmont forest, we want to celebrate the pines and have varying heights within the planting, so it's a bit more surprising and interesting, and have different types of clearings within that planting for seeding opportunities. And for our Big Creek watershed, this is going to be more natural because we're preserving the creek area, as well as it's going to be layered. There's probably going to be a few more perennials in this zone, as well as a lot of movement. And then these are some plant palettes for what we're thinking might be happening for each of these zones. And we want them to be distinct for each of these zones so that it's a different experience. For sustainability and green infrastructure, we want to make sure that we are celebrating local materiality and native plants and being good stewards to the watershed system. So for the granite outcrop, we'll lean into local materiality and have some impervious pavements. The Piedmont forest, leaning into the native ecosystems and providing an urban canopy to combat the urban heat island. And then Big Creek watershed, providing bioretention and porous materiality to let that water integrate. Lighting. So lighting will, in the granite outcrop, we want to make sure that these spaces are easy to navigate with clear sight lines. So making sure that there's well-lit spaces, but also adding some play with an artistic approach and maybe having lighting pop up in different ways. The Piedmont forest, this is more of a pedestrian area, so making sure that there's just clear lighting all up and down that street. And then the Big Creek watershed, having that lighting be discoverable with a lot of different multiple experiences, since it is such a vast zone that we'll be working with. And then site furnishings, granite outcrop. We want to make sure that these site furnishings are open and unique, so playing with flexible seating. The Piedmont forest, having that be calming and comfortable seating throughout the space. And then the Big Creek watershed, maybe having some different experiences with movement and layered and immersive site furnishings. Signage and wayfinding. The materiality for this is going to be the same for each of the zones, but the goal of the signs may be different for each of the zones. For the granite outcrop, it's probably going to be more about open space signage. Piedmont forest is probably going to be about identifying the paths and different directional signage. And then Big Creek watershed is going to probably be a bit more educational in some areas.
Will there be some kind of continuity between the three zones so that you still have a sense of place between them all?
Yeah, and so I think for signage, all the material for the signage is all going to be the same. It's going to be the same, will probably be the same style, but I think the purpose of each will just be a little bit different. And then lastly, our art program. So this is an opportunity for art to express itself in a lot of different ways. We see the art within the granite outcrop zone to be subtle, maybe more on the ground plane. We see it in the Piedmont forest to be more layered and evoking a forest through different types of layers or popping up in different ways. And the Big Creek watershed, we want that art to be immersive and really a part of that natural system. And I'm going to pass it back to Bob if there's any questions for us.
Which office are you out of?
I'm out of New Orleans.
I actually live in Atlanta. I'm down in Grant Park. But SCAPE is headquartered in New York. And then we have offices in San Francisco and New Orleans.
Right, okay.
And then my home.
The home office.
Yes.
Best office of all.
I guess a quick landscaping question.
Yes.
So back in February, when we looked at buildings A, B, and C, I think we saw a different landscape architect, HGOR. Are you, and they did a landscape plan, which we deferred back in February. So how is the landscaping between the two firms being, what's the right word? Coming together? Married.
There's been a large coordination effort, obviously, with SCAPE and getting them ingrained into the program. But they've seen everything that HCOR's provided and prepared. So.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're talking between firms or companies type thing, so. Because I assume we'll be seeing HGOR again when they come back for A, B, and C.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to. Yeah. So you may see SCAPE coming back for A, B, and C.
Okay. Thank you.
I had one comment. The imagery that you guys have shown for hardscape and site furniture and lighting and everything is amazing, and I like how the different use of material and all. One thing I noticed, though, as it relates to and we're not talking about code or accessibility and whatnot, especially right now, but usually when those things enter into the picture, it kind of changes, you know, what the final output is, and sometimes you lose kind of some of the translation of what you're trying to do, you know, with some of these boardwalks that maybe need fall protection and stuff. Is that something that you guys like think about, you know, as you're kind of putting all this together?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think one of the biggest materials that calls into question is DG, so decomposed granite. But there's actually a way to stabilize that material and make it ADA accessible. And so we can achieve that softer, kind of more granular look of a walking surface while also having it ADA accessible.
It's a challenge because, you know, in concept, it's like absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
But then when you really have to actually execute, sometimes what looks awesome turns into something you lose the meaning, but that's great.
Yeah. Top of mind, for sure.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. We also do have samples here as well, so if you're interested, but it's just a range, again, of stone concretes with different aggregates. I don't know if you want to do the same.
Why don't you just do the kind of the same thing, or you can just hold them up if you want.
Yeah.
Just describe.
Some of these are
Came from New Orleans.
just hold them up. But I think generally as a suite, looking at our kind of natural materials with stone in kind of like multiple different forms. So whether it's taking a more natural form, there's an opportunity even to reuse some of the field stone that we find on site during demolition. So that would be a good opportunity there to, again, bring some of that natural feel. We could also, in select areas, start thinking about a stone paver. And so that would be, of course, a more kind of thermal finish on that, again, with the ADA accessibility to make sure that we have that. And then this is the decomposed granite that, of course, when it's unstabilized, is not ADA accessible, but when we use like a resin compound to stabilize it, then we can make that accessible as well. You know, and so I think that some of these would be, I mean, used kind of differently throughout. So like you wouldn't see some of this thermal finish stone within the Big Creek watershed area, right? Where you're gonna be seeing more of like the natural stone complementing maybe an aggregate side path. So we can start looking at different, can you hold up those? Like different levels of kind of aggregate within our concrete, and we can start also kind of differentiating zones using that. And then just a couple other samples here. I think we'd be looking at using a dark metal that complements a lot of the architecture that we've been seeing. I don't have it here, but the opportunity for using Corten in the landscape as well is usually quite beautiful. For any of our kind of site furnishings that would integrate a wood, so like this is a thermally modified ash, or we could also look at black locust. You're not going to find any Ipe on site. The owners might not know that yet. This is a thermally modified ash. So we would not generally specify a composite wood. It's not really part of our firm ethos, but we can, of course, have a conversation. So yeah, I think that's the kind of gamut here.
I'm also grateful that you taught me that there's a granite outcrop over there. I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah.
It's nice to know.
Not directly on site, but nearby. Have you been to Arabia Mountain?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Mhm.
Panola, it's great. Just there last weekend. It's beautiful. Awesome. Okay.
Great, thank you. All right, who wants to talk about the retail tenant criteria? I don't see, yeah.
Okay.
And Richard, thank you for your service today. Good luck at the funeral.
Retail tenant criteria. I'll go through this at a very high level. It's pretty early to do sort of a deep retail tenant criteria for a master plan. But, we did do it because we wanted to basically, building the buildings for an environment like this is half the game. It's like, whatever tenants do is a completely separate thing that needs to have some rules to it. And a big part of it is defining what part is sort of where they can put their stuff and their identity, and what part is basically controlled by the landlord. This is a general site plan that shows the retail areas. In the red is showing sort of the retail store facades. In the green, it's potential F&B areas. And then the dashed areas are showing second level. So you might have potential second level dining, potential second level service retail, like there is in the corner. And then the smaller pieces in blue is identified as pavilion. So those are very small retail units. They're pavilions, they're kiosks. Typically, they're 3 to 4 sided buildings because of their size. And this is a very standard diagram of basically the signage areas, the primary signage, secondary signage, the main entry, the glazing, and sort of the area where you can have a variety of materials. Now, this is all in the design control zone, which is like areas that tenants have the ability to sort of put their touch and their identity to. These are sort of examples of storefronts. I think, typically we'll give, maybe 2 or 3 different types of materials that they could use for a storefront finish. So it's not just completely random or all slightly different. It'll be kind of standards with some variety. So this talks about operability, the type of glazing, the openings. This talks about the type of materials that you can use in your design control zone: wood, stone, metal, glass. There's also a list of prohibited materials. This is a section on signage, sort of the look and feel, the function, the areas that you can put signage, sort of the primary sort of the overarching sort of objectives. And these are sort of different examples of types of stores that may go in and types of signage that would be appropriate. The variety of signs: large ID, blade, small wall, graphics. And these are a few of the materials, the signage materials that sort of are in line sort of with our material palette for the buildings.
Yeah, my only comment on this one is exposed neon is not something generally we allow in the city. In fact, I think it's specifically in our design guidelines that The exposed neon is not allowed.
What happened to that, Brett?
I think we had to pull that.
You're talking about the
neon. We were in a committee that went through all the
that committee.
signage and all
Right.
that stuff.
Yeah, that-
And in some cases, neon's just cool.
Yeah, I think it's going to depend what its use is.
maybe in a retro type of application or
Yeah,
something.
and, we did prohibit exposed neon.
Yeah,
Correct, right.
However, if you
In a retro
painted
sense,
it and wrapped it, it wasn't any longer exposed, because neon, the reason why we did the prohibited the exposure to neon is if it was graspable or anything like that, it would have high voltage.
Yeah.
So,
It's definitely coming back.
it just got
Is it,
somehow it just got
and
this
is it still
weird
neon or is it another
negative
gas?
Well, yeah.
Neon is bad and it's
argon.
Yeah,
It's argon.
but
in
it's
the
a-
general
it's kind of a hip
guidelines,
thing
it's
now.
in there
general,
explicitly.
not. However, it's not a prohibition.
I remember in our meeting.
Issue.
There you go.
Well, we liked it.
Yeah,
It was
I
me
mean,
and you and
in the right sense.
me and you and
Yeah,
Roger
absolutely.
were in that, yeah, we liked that.
Never say never.
Good discussion.
There's the exposed neon again. So,
No,
what's
no,
the
that's
before?
good.
It's
Yeah,
okay.
the-
3 letters is too much.
Yeah. So this is going sort of the different restaurant types. You can see restaurant types with something that's a little bit more artistic in their signage. I have a feeling that there's going to be a good amount of F&B in our project. It's not really a retail, like a heavy retail environment. There'll be some sort of, boutique retail, but I think primarily it's going to be F&B. So a lot of these are sort of leaning towards that direction. There's a section on F&B, we talk about F&B spilling out, but, what kind of furnishings do they have that's, being incorporated into the sidewalk, shading elements for those outdoor dining areas, and sort of additional illumination at those areas. And this section, I think, actually gets into what you see when you're inside the design control zone, sort of the visible part that goes inside the actual tenant space. There's a little section on merchandising, sort of ceilings, walls, floors, just really sort of basic stuff. And some general interior lighting. And that's retail. The criterion, sort of very, very high level. We also included some sort of current thoughts on signage, and that's more project signage. So that'll be sort of monument signage, that'll be sort of building identifying the project signage, and some internal sort of wayfinding signage. So this is one of the pieces. That's the main entry off of Windward. So it's sort of like a horizontal piece that comes out with a title name. You have some sort of very specific brick. It's your base. And then I do believe it's lit top and bottom, light bar on the top. And then a very similar thing on west side. Similar detail. And this would be at the corner.
It's a unique sign. I like it. Yeah.
And this is digital directory at the interior of the project. This is a big project sign on the building. This is a project sign sort of on the interior brow of this connector piece. Internal wayfinding. Pole-mounted wayfinding.
What was all signage Gensler, inside Gensler's operations?
Mm.
All your own signage?
We actually, we work at Southwest, we work with a group called RSM. They do a lot of our signage, you know, at various sites across the country and everything else that typically engage us on a branding study, go through each of our properties and that's where, you know, the font, the logo, everything else, how we came up with a series of studies.
Paints and materials. Natural stone, perforated aluminum, black and white acrylic. Project fonts. That's it. That's my last slide.
Okay. All right, thank you for that presentation. All right, any questions for the applicant this morning or this afternoon? Actually, I do have one. Looking at the entire development, going from buildings A, B, C, D, E, F, G, when are they going to be built? What's the, because I'm kind of being selfish too, because we're going to be seeing all these buildings again individually. What is the schedule in the overall master plan of this development? We've seen buildings A, B, and C already being renovated and so forth. Is that the first phase?
Yes, so A, B, and C as a building repositioned to that existing 500,000 square foot office building alongside the corner retail, and the single-family residential will come out as the first phase.
Tell you what, could you scroll back to the kind of the colored master plan with the buildings identified on it? There you go, perfect. All right. All right. And if you can just say that again on what you just said so we can look at, oops, there we go. Okay.
Yes, sir. So A, B, and C is our existing 500,000 square foot office building. That office building today is about 60% occupied. We have obligations to those tenants to keep them fully running 24/7, 365. So part of the delay between what you guys saw in February and today has been extreme diligence down to verifying as-built, scanning the concrete slabs, figuring out the constructability issues in cutting this building in half as we go through a major reposition and continuing to service those tenants through the leasing process. In addition to that, we've been laying the groundwork, obviously with Gensler and then with Kimley Horn on the flat work, utilities, design standards, everything that we need to execute at a high level on D, L, H, K throughout the remainder of the process. We're targeting those three components of the project as the first phase to really kick this off in earnest. And we see them each as a marketing center for the overall development, meaning these need to be incredibly high quality in order to spur the success of the remaining parcels. As we continue to launch into the phases, obviously we're in a very uncertain debt market right now. We'll need additional clarity on market conditions to determine the phasing around each successive component. But on the aggregate, what we're selling is a master plan to each of these tenants, and there's an execution and agreements around delivering to them a holistic experience beyond just one or two pieces at a time.
Okay, so you said, so the next piece is D, and then H and K, that's townhomes. Right, okay.
Decks, I'm sure.
And maybe,
Get people living there first.
yeah, okay.
And will one of the parking decks be included in that as well to accommodate A, B, and C?
So on-site parking with that surface lot, we have 4 parking spaces per 1,000. None of that parking will be taken away with D, which will have that surface lot, as well as additional parking for the building, and the townhomes are all self-parked. So there will be actually more parking than there is on-site today.
In phase 1, parking will remain basically where G and E exist.
Correct, yes, sir.
Accommodate A, B, and C.
Yes, and then some of that gets displaced through these roadways, but is replaced almost in tandem with the construction of the townhomes and the corner retail.
Perfect.
Okay. Any other questions?
No, I think you guys did a great job. I mean, you've set a high standard. I like it. Looking
Yes,
forward to
yeah.
seeing the specifics in the individual buildings.
You've almost set a design guide for this area of the city now, if this goes through like this, so. Okay, very good. Well, we don't need this was a kind of a cursory review of the, or do we need to approve it?
We need an approval on the design.
Okay,
Yeah, I would say, I guess on this, we did make a few comments, right, on things like, a couple things in the prior version we liked that had gone away, and so I'd like you to take all that in consideration, right, but I don't think we need to see this again. So with that, you want to, public comment?
oh, yes. Is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? All right, no public comment.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230045, continuing Alpharetta, I motion to approve the design guide as presented today with the applicant to consider the comments from the board. Send a motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Corkle. Any further comments or questions about the motion? There will be none. I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? No opposition. Motion passes 6-0. Very good. All right. Thank you for your time this afternoon. Appreciate it. I guess we'll be seeing some of you again in the near future. Okay.
I thought David Shostak's story was in the box.
The next applicant's going to be Avalon Village, so if you're here, kind of give them a chance to clear out their materials and things, and then we'll get going.
I'm sure you didn't want to take it back on the plane.
California or Louisiana.
No, just leave it there. It's probably,
Is that from the last?
might have been from Chapman, but I don't think they, oh, well.
Oh, that's yours.
Oh, okay.
You didn't want to just hold it?
Okay, Avalon Village.
Good afternoon. What a day.
It's one of those days.
I guess you guys been busy and tired. And hopefully we won't take much of your time and let you guys rest. And that's going to be small. My name is Dr. Iskandari.
Well, just wait just a minute while we get set up here. We promise we won't have lunch in the middle of your presentation. Okay. All right. Our applicant is Avalon Village.
Yes.
Welcome. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
All right.
My name is Dr. Iskandari. I'm a business owner of North Fulton Pharmacy in downtown Alpharetta, and also property owner of 2385 Old Milton Parkway, Avalon Village, which is, I'm a developer. I'm going to make it short and very easy for you guys. I'm not expert. My expert, I have my engineer here, I have my architect design and landscaper designer here. They're going to present it to you, but I'm presenting myself. I came to this country when I was 10 years old, okay, without nobody. And I went to college. I went to Howard University in Washington, D.C. I had 4 degrees. I got bachelor in chemistry and engineering degree in chemical engineering and master degree in chemical engineering and doctoral in pharmacy. I own 10 different pharmacies in DC area, Maryland, Virginia, and DC and New Jersey. And also I was supervising 30 pharmacy for Giant Pharmacy. That's one of the big food stores in East Coast, which is like a Kroger. And after that, I decided, I made a lot of money, and I decided to do my own. I built my own pharmacy and I grow. This country been great to me. It's time for me to pay back. I don't want to take it nowhere. And wherever I'm going to put it back, I'm going to put it back in Alpharetta because my family lives here. My son, today is a beautiful and blessed day. Today he got acceptance in medical school at the University of Georgia in Macon, I think. That's what it is. And my daughter is a pharmacist. She works with me. And we're trying to build another pharmacy called Avalon Pharmacy right down the street from you guys. I need your help. I know all your staff. Michael Woodman, Kathy Cook, they were so great, and they helped me to get my zoning. We got the zoning approved, and now we are in your hand. I need you guys approve or design. Hopefully, I want to make it nice, because right now it's just an old house, and I thought maybe it's the best idea for me. I'm not going to be here forever, but when I'm gone and they say this foreigner came here and built something and give it to America, I'm not going to take the money to another country because it's belong to you. Everything I have is belong to this country, and I have to. Right now, I'm paying taxes only for $4,000 per year. After I build it, it's going to be $100,000 a year. That means who's going to make it? The city and the county and everybody going to benefit it. I could have gone easy way, not to build it, just remodel it, and have the house over there, have one of my family, but that's the selfishness. I thought I'm still young, I'm capable, let me do it, let me prove it, let me bring it to this society. And that's all I can say. If you have any question, you can ask me, otherwise I'm gonna bring my architect to explain everything to you guys.
Well, we certainly appreciate your investment in Alpharetta, so thank you for that.
Thank you so much.
And we're excited. So let's dig into the site plan and talk to your civil engineer, and we'll start with that one.
Come on. This is Mr. Falahi. He's an engineer.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruce Falahi. I am with Nilu Inc., civil engineer for the project. I don't think we have the proper connection to this. Let's see.
Yeah, that's
Right here?
Yep.
Can you do it, please?
That's fine.
Low battery. Thank you, Brent.
Okay, I guess I'll start with site plan. In the site plan, we are following exactly what has been on the approved site plan. and the conditions, following all the conditions. We had 2 reviews already by city staff, got the comments, and we just submitted our 3rd submission for review. So we have come forward to the point that pretty much minor details are being reviewed. So would you like me to go over something, or would you like to?
Just give us a high level, what you're doing at the intersection. You've got your roadway
Okay,
in, kind of
okay.
where the parking is.
All right.
A stormwater detention's going, just.
Yes.
Just a
Here
high
at
level.
the intersection, we're at the intersection where there is a signal. So the signal plan has been revised. We had to go through a lengthy process through GDOT, try to get this approved, and it is in the very final stages of getting approved. Pretty much all of the signals are changing, and this was handled by our traffic engineer. So we have 2 lanes leaving the subdivision and 1 lane coming in. So all of these curvatures and lanes and distances, other than striping, is all according to what GDOT asked us to work with. But the striping is what City of Alpharetta was requesting, and they were going back and forth on that. So at the beginning, we're lining up with the street right in front of us, and we have this pavers for the entry. We have the traffic turn striping. As we come down on the left-hand side here, we have the commercial building. In the commercial building, we had to make it smaller than what was approved a little bit, and we have a coffee shop and a pharmacy, 2 stories. The upstairs would be offices. So the square footage are shown here for each building portion. And parking, we pretty much providing same amount of parking, same number of parking spaces as required. We have the interparcel connections to east and west. We're using these 2 spaces for temporarily for parking. And then as we come down, we have this is only provided for the truck and fire truck turnaround. So we had to use one of the parcels for detention facility down here. So we are now we now have 7 sites rather than 8 in previously approved. Everything else is pretty much the same. We have detention pond here, underground detention pond. So this area would be grass. And here we have another detention pond, again underground. The reason for being 2 is because the site drains both naturally at this location and at the southwest location. So at both locations we have an underground detention. Let me go to the grading plan. This is the same plan, and the hatches are showing the easements that we have. Access easement, utility easement, drainage easement, what you have. Okay, here is grading plan. And here we have a rain garden. We are providing a rain garden, which would be a beautiful space from aesthetic point of view. And also, it serves as a store management facility for us, as you know, Alpharetta code requirements. So I'm pretty much done. If you have any questions, please go ahead.
Yeah, so the access easements, that's just for potential future connection to something. There's nothing to connect to east and west there right now.
There's really nothing right now on
Just easements for case something in the future that.
Right, on the west side, there's a building, so who knows when that building would be, several-story building would be changed. On the right-hand side, there's a vacant commercial property that anytime would be maybe developed.
Okay. Any other site questions?
Yeah, are there any retaining walls?
Yes, we have retaining walls starting here at about 2 feet high or 1 foot high. And as we go down, this side here is a parking lot. It's just a parking lot behind their building. So as we go down, this wall gets higher. It gets to like 6 or even higher footage.
So the exposed portion of that wall is to the neighbor?
Yes. And it is,
Material of that wall?
it is a decorative block wall.
Do you have a photo of it or anything like that?
Maybe our architect have it,
materials.
or we can look it up. We can look it up today and show you.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's what you're using? Okay.
Oh, so that's the wall, that's the material on the retaining wall.
The veneer on the wall.
The veneer, okay.
Oh,
We're also using this veneer on top of it.
So it'll be a pour-in-place concrete wall with that veneer?
Yes.
Okay.
Can I explain this?
Sure.
Okay, this portion of the wall, this portion, is reinforced concrete wall. So behind it, we have our underground detention pond, and it would have that facing. But anything above that, from this point on up, it's block walls, don't need to be reinforced concrete walls. So it's just a beautiful decorative block wall,
So no veneer?
no veneer.
Is it a geo wall? Is it like a geo wall with a split face, or is it just?
In a minute, like while our architect is explaining, I'll look it up and we'll go over it. Like
So any
exactly
plans
what.
to help buffer the face of that wall from the neighbor?
Well-
Also, the neighbors will be looking at a blank bare wall, so
It's going to be wall plus the landscaping that's going to be hanging over it.
there's going to be some landscaping.
Yes,
I'll wait.
yes. Yes, there's going to be landscaping.
Yes, that's the landscape.
Yeah.
But it looks like there's also some sort of shadow box fence at the base of that wall.
At the top of the wall, in front of the houses.
So it's just an opaque fence, opaque wooden fence?
It would be something for privacy. Again, our architect can explain about that, but it's just a fence to provide privacy for the patio.
What type of trash removal will be used for the commercial space? Will they be rollout units or? Like
It would
dumpster?
be, we have a dumpster here. And it would be a dumpster pickup with a medium-sized machine.
Do you have the proper turning radius for the truck to get in, or would it be a side load, or I'm not?
Well, this, once we go in to our trash pickup company, they looking at the exact situation, they'll give us a price to come in. You know, they can't come in maybe with their largest trucks, and they'll have to come in with medium-sized trucks. But it is easily accessible.
So your note there, and we can see part of it on the screen, it says 10 by 10 foot covered dumpster, see Fulton County, detail 703. I don't know, what does that detail 703 look like?
We should have it, if you like.
So, okay.
You like to see that? I'll have to.
That has nothing to do with the look of it.
I don't know.
I'm telling you.
Yeah, that's a sewer detail.
Yeah.
That's
Must be for the,
Okay.
for the drain.
Yeah, that's all it is.
I know
Some of these comments are required by Fulton County.
I guess it's covered, so they're gonna have to pull, they're gonna have to roll, yeah, it's a covered dumpster, so they're gonna have to push the dumpster out and then pick it up and dump it.
Sammy, do you have details of the dumpster enclosure?
Not at this time,
It's just so tucked back there.
Yeah, so it's gonna be hard to get to.
Okay.
Okay. All right, any other site questions?
That's it for walls?
For walls, we even have details we could see.
No, that's,
Retaining
you talked about the one retaining wall that goes along the property line and
Okay, yeah, continuation of that.
underground detention.
Right, so this wall continues from here to here. So that is also a block wall. And yeah, up here it's like a couple of feet or 3 feet. And down here is up to 10 feet high. So behind it is the natural ground. And up here is the developed ground. It would have a fence to protect.
So your landscape strip is below the wall?
Yes, in a natural space. So the space behind the fence of our neighbor would be left alone.
And there's already a 6-foot wood fence there according to your drawing?
Yes.
Okay.
So we leave their fence and we leave about 10 feet pretty much unchanged.
And the grade goes, let me find out which way east west is.
I'm looking at the finished floor elevation of the.
So your grade goes from east to west back there in that landscape strip. And then it's picked up at the bottom before it crosses over property line?
Yes, it drains, the property drains to the southwest corner, you're right. So it is draining this way.
Okay.
Interesting, so one of the drawings I'm looking at, the finished floor elevations are different than the finished floor elevations for the townhomes on your drawing we're looking at.
Well, let's see.
It's like they've been moved a little bit. Raised or lowered a little bit.
Let me go to the previous page.
9-4.
You want to go to the previous page? You'd like to see the site plan?
I didn't know whether.
You're looking at floor plans? We don't have floor plans.
That looks like a different one too. That's all right, I'm not.
We only have this.
Okay. All right, let's, while we're on the site, let's jump over to the landscape plan.
Okay.
Landscape, please.
Okay, I think, you go. Bruce?
Bruce, do you want to talk about landscape?
Yeah. Let me open it in a different.
I second that.
Conditions, they might have been general,
I think, weren't they?
but the double row of trees and stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't see it.
They were,
They might have been general.
they were listed on
Is it
the,
touchscreen?
On the first page.
yeah, C1, they were, I found that.
Thank
Oh,
you
did
very
it?
much.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Great.
All right, let's talk about the landscaping.
All right. Hi, I'm Kelly Green with Green Roots Design. I'm landscape architect. So let me see if I can zoom in just a little bit more here to the plan. Or, well, maybe we can look at it, the top first. As you know, part of this project, we were designing around root zones, and that's kind of why the drive is comes in and turns like that. And so we are trying to put as much landscape on here as possible. We have really packed out every inch, and we, trying to get as much of the recompense on as we can. Green space is really, we want to have pocket parks. We have one up at the front. There, right when you turn in, if you're coming in down the drive, it's right there on the left, with some bench seating. And then there will be another, the way the boardwalk is, we'll have a seating area with a bench underneath a pecan and the rain garden back there. And then if you come on down further by the townhomes, there's another park, primarily we think will be used by the tenants, and it's green space with lawn. We can't put trees there because of all the easements, but we have shrubs and plantings and benches and that sort of thing. And then, of course, meeting all the requirements with the buffers and, screening and whatnot. And then down here, where we were talking about the walls, we're going to put creeping vines on all of the exposed walls, creeping fig, and then on the back, where we were just talking about, where there's that 10-foot space, we'll put hollies, like needlepoint hollies, and then also plant with magnolias, and I think we have some nuttall oaks and things to give different levels of screening, so that when it first goes in, it's not, things will fill in, but it has layers. So,
Kelly?
Yes.
Just on the creeping fig.
Yes.
Got bit pretty bad this last winter.
It did.
And I think we pushed the envelope on that plant as much as we can. And all of a
Okay.
sudden, those harsh winters come and it
Mhm.
zaps it back and they're going to kill them sometimes.
Mhm.
So can we look at something a little, an evergreen, something more
Yeah, sure.
for this zone?
Yeah, maybe
Grows fast. And
jasmine or
yeah.
jasmine or what? Okay.
Something
Okay.
that'll cling to
Yeah.
the wall would be good, and, you
Mhm.
address that the neighbors suddenly be looking at a stark baseball. Can you go up to the streetscape?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm always interested in does this blend in with the existing streetscape surrounding it and use similar materials isn't this a standalone?
So I have been up and down Old Milton, and right where this development is, there isn't a lot of newer stuff right there, right beside it. But, I'm certainly open to changing plant types or whatnot, but I think, do what now?
What do you have there?
Oh, yeah, so, right, the trees in front of the commercial building, those are ginkgos. And then the smaller trees are proposed underneath the red cedar because of the root zone. We didn't want to have competing canopies. And those are serviceberries, which is a smaller tree, small to medium-sized tree. And so there are 3 of those on that side. And then we have tried to do a layering effect with larger, we have some evergreens, steeds, hollies flanking the corners of the commercial building with some hydrangeas in front. The site will be irrigated, obviously. And then some yopon hollies in front of that. And then a ground cover like the lily turf in front of that. And then, too, we also have the planter strip between the sidewalk and Old Milton, the 4 foot.
10 feet there, yeah? Or is it wider?
The 4 feet, or which one?
How wide is that thing? It's 20 foot, isn't it? I just saw it.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. Then when I said 4 feet, I was talking about between the sidewalk and the road there, that little, do you see that strip? Like a beauty strip? Yeah, oh, okay.
Have you submitted yet to the city?
We have, yes, and we've gotten comments back. So we are working with David, obviously.
Okay.
Mhm.
My only comment as far as the street trees goes, I didn't know there was that big of a cedar out there.
Mhm.
For starters. Yeah, just, maybe this is a personal thing with the ginkgos as a street tree. They're so gangly and awkward at first. I don't think there are any other ginkgos along Old Milton.
There probably aren't.
Anywhere. So maybe go with a species that's out there
Okay.
somewhere, just as a continuance. I don't know where your percentages lie, but I think it's 45% more than one, 45% of one species.
Yeah, I think I have it
I
on the
think,
plan.
but anyway.
Yeah, I think it's,
So ginkgos and street trees as you come in, you know, that's fine. That's just,
yeah, it might be, yeah. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
there.
Yeah, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I can, yes, that's no problem. So,
But other than that, you know, I think you've addressed, you know, I'm always interested in what you see from the right of way. You guys design a way inside, and, you know, know what the neighbors see. And the only thing I see down to the south, north is up, is, you know, those oaks, when they get big, are those neighbors below this project gonna like those oaks getting that big or not?
I mean, there is one condition that talks about that.
And now you tell me.
Yeah, I know. Says, west, south, and east shall be planted double row of evergreens and hardwood trees and shrubs adjacent to the townhomes and adjacent to the residential portion of Chelsea Walk.
Okay. Say evergreen?
I think he
It
does.
says double row of evergreen and hardwood trees
And-
and shrubs.
It's and, evergreen and hardwood
Yeah.
trees
Yeah.
and shrubs.
but we can change the oaks
Screen the heck out
to
of
maples or, yeah, you know, if there's, yeah.
Okay.
Is everything along the beauty strip, is that all like just above the surface? Is it pretty low or does it?
Yeah, yes, and that beauty strip, yes, yeah. It's really low. It's, you know, 2-foot high shrub type.
And then some of the other vertical landscaping near the entrance, is there anything there that could potentially impede the ability to see oncoming traffic at all? Or is it
Right,
pretty
so
clear?
this plan doesn't show, well, actually does it have, there is a sight distance triangle on here, or line really faded.
Oh, I see
You
it.
see it? So I think, you know, when a car pulls up, there'll be plenty of room to see coming down the street, especially, yeah, because then you still have the sidewalk and all that in front.
Decorative entry pavement, what's that?
So we were thinking the same brick-looking pavers that you have around the city a lot. In fact, we do have a picture of it. I don't know how to pull it up, but you know, you have them right out here in front of the, like almost crosswalk-looking.
Or sidewalk blend.
Yeah, and so just tying that in. Yeah, you can, yeah. I
Pat,
think
that's
they
a
probably-
council condition.
Well, it's just supposed to be, it's there, so it doesn't need
Yeah,
to be,
okay,
yeah.
just click on that one. Is that one?
Project
Like,
entrance.
oh, that's the
I'm
bench.
sorry, I'm gonna read one of the council conditions.
They're on the
Project
front
entrance.
page. They're on the front page of the civil package, I think.
So it's
Yeah.
this one?
They're
Yeah,
fine
that's
print.
the process.
Project entrance shall include a decorative paver apron, landscaping and hardscape as
Yeah.
approved by DRB.
Yeah. So.
The only thing about the paver piece is, in a lot of communities, you see those as crosswalks.
You do.
And then we have a painted crosswalk right in front of it, and I wasn't sure if that would cause any kind of confusion or, just based on the width of it.
Right,
I don't know, if maybe if it got wider, it wouldn't come across as a crosswalk.
And that crosswalk is dictated by GDOT, as you, like, what they
Yeah,
require, so it's
exactly,
not, yeah,
exactly.
otherwise,
So you're
we
talking
would
about
do
distance
this.
For sure, you've got the painted crosswalk, and then you've got the entry.
And that's why I was saying that if the paver apron was maybe deeper, it wouldn't read as a crosswalk, it would maybe read as a vehicle apron. I mean, you do have landscaping, keeping people from coming off the sidewalk.
But people can walk through it.
The other thing that it could do is if a person in a vehicle thought it was a crosswalk and they they stayed behind it, it could, the sight lines could be messed up, so.
Yeah. Absolutely. That's a good thought.
Yes. I'd found another council condition. Let me just read it out loud here to make sure we're following it. Minimum 20-foot landscape strip building setback shall be provided along Old Milton Parkway, period. Landscape strip shall be planted with shade trees as a continuation of what has been planted or designed in the downtown and outside of utility easements and overhead utilities as approved by DRB. So shade trees.
We'll change that.
Without knowing it, I mean, it's.
Yeah, see there,
Yeah.
we've already addressed it.
That condition came from previous comments.
Council distance.
Okay.
Council doesn't make the conditions.
All right, any other landscaping, hardscaping questions?
So none on my part.
Okay. All right, well, let's talk about the architecture.
There's boardwalk.
Oh, yeah.
You showed, so is the boardwalk has a relationship to the pecan tree?
Mhm.
So you got a raised up wooden boardwalk that then turns the corner, there's like a little hammerhead looking thing
Yeah.
on the drawing.
Sorry.
Like what's that little?
How do I pull the plan up again? Sorry. I didn't see what you did. Just minimize this. Which one is it?
Seating area.
Just the previous.
The Alpha Loop goes right on the front of the property. It's 12 feet.
So just go here.
Okay, sorry. Oh, wait, it went away.
Just go page down. So what happened? What's it saying?
Just looking at the boardwalk there under the tree, I was just trying to pull that up while we were talking about it.
It was in there. Okay.
I don't know where it went.
I think you would just come up.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, thanks. It's back. Ooh,
Yeah,
uh-oh.
it must.
Where'd it go?
Didn't know it went through there.
Okay, this is different than my computer. We're just gonna scroll. Okay, there we go. Wait, oh, this is the blow up. It doesn't have it. Go back one more page.
So
Anyways,
we're at the Alpha Loop,
all right.
the Alpha Loop
The
goes
boardwalk.
right
That's it,
past
that's
here?
fine.
Goes past it, yeah.
So
Okay.
there's, on the east side of the property, there's a 12-foot wide sidewalk. That's part of the, and then it crosses the street there?
Right.
Okay.
That's fine. Sorry, found it finally.
On the townhomes, I may be jumping ahead to the
Oh, you
architecture
want-
here, but on the townhomes, is the air conditioning units, are they gonna be roof mounts or are they gonna be ground mounts?
They're going to ground mount.
Okay, so between the ground mounts of the AC units, where residents are gonna put trash, y'all need to coordinate on that, because I've done too many projects where it's not, and all of a sudden, there's all this stuff and those little islands in between, and they steal a landscape spot, and then they gotta put these little poles up to protect the AC units, and so. Have you guys thought about AC units and trash, and where people can drag their trash to and all that stuff? Okay, it's done.
Okay.
Board members, as a reminder, if you could turn your mics on also. Pat.
You should just be able to control it over there.
Okay, very good. Let's talk about the architecture of the buildings and the townhomes.
Just minimize this.
Oh, I wanted to close it.
Okay.
Okay, it's fine.
You know which ones are yours?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll open it. Hi, good afternoon. My name is Samuel Kimani. I'm the project architect. I've been involved with the project since the beginning. We went through with Mr. Eskandari. We went through the rezoning process and got that approved. And now we are getting ready to get the building built. He's anxious to get it built, and he's been pushing us to get the work done. We have two components, a commercial component and a residential component, because this was zoned as a mixed-use development, live work mixed-use development. The commercial component is going to have a single building, 2 stories, with potentially 3 tenants on the second floor and only 2 tenants at the bottom. The tenants at the bottom are limited to a pharmacy and a coffee shop. And the way we have we have designed it to putting the coffee shop on the, when you're looking at it from the street, you're putting the coffee shop on the left side so it can take advantage of the green space that is outside the development. We're looking at potentially having, we don't have a lot of room to do outdoor dining, but we might have a bench or two for someone to be able to get a cup of coffee and be able to go outside and take advantage of the landscape. And the pharmacy will be on the right-hand side. The building, since it fronts Old Milton Parkway, will address Old Milton Parkway, and will have entrances, and we're showing those facing Old Milton Parkway. But the parking is all at the back, so it'll essentially look like it'll have entrances both facing Old Milton Parkway. This is what will be facing Old Milton Parkway, and the backside will be what will be facing. This is what will be facing the parking, and we'll have entrances on both facades. The commercial the second story will right now we have the stairs on one side of on the opposite side of the cafe, which would be, when you're looking at it from Old Milton Parkway, will be on the right-hand side. This is the entrance to the second story. And we have entrances from the front and also from the back. This will be the entrance from the back. When we were working with the city, they made the comment that we should make the building look like a multi-tenant building. And we made the choice to go with 2 different brick veneers to sort of emphasize that it's a multi-tenant building. The commercial component will have 2 primary brick, and we do have brick samples for that. I can sort of show them to you.
Why'd you give him? Yeah, Brett.
That's the white brick that is going to cover the left side of the building, which is primarily the coffee shop. And then we have this that's going to be on the right side. And we're using a little bit of this to just tie the 2. We have it on the pilasters, and we have it as a base to tie the 2 components.
All right, so help me out again. You have a brick veneer BA1.
Yes.
Which one is that one? BA1.
This is BA1.
On your right hand.
Yes, they look very similar. Sometimes it's hard to distinguish them.
And then which brick veneer BA2?
This one.
On your left hand?
Yes.
Okay. And then I see there's another brick veneer that says, in parentheses, lime wash. Which one is that one?
That's this one here.
Okay, that's the lime wash then.
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Where those fit in on the front elevation, for instance. I see one call out for BA2 on the front elevation. I don't see any other call outs.
It's on the right side. It's the main field is the BA1.
Yeah. The BA2 is only on the pilasters and at the base. So you'll find it here.
Yeah. I think they're gonna, yeah.
I like the drawing.
Yeah, sometimes we get these samples when we look at the catalogs, they look different, and then you get the actual samples and they're not quite what we're expecting.
So what are the eyebrows going to be? The window eyebrows, I guess.
We have metal awnings. These are metal awnings.
No, I'm talking about
the soldier.
Go to the lime wall.
The brick headers.
Yeah, there you go, header, thank you.
Yes. Yeah, those will be
new eyebrows too.
Can I?
Well, eyebrow has a curve to it.
Yeah, in the middle,
Oh, they
there's
got
an
some of
eyebrow.
those.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the header.
That's a header.
Yeah, the headers will be brick.
It's,
So,
Which one?
well, we're using the same brick as the
Oh,
body
I
of the
didn't turn my
brick.
microphone on.
When, like for, against the white brick, we'll use the white brick as a header,
Okay, so it'll be the
the same brick.
lime wash
Yeah.
field with the lime wash header.
Yes.
hard to tell the difference.
So where we have this, we'll use it as a header, and where we have this other brick, we'll use it as a header.
So it basically is a header, it's a soldier course.
Yes.
It's a soldier course, a brick as the header. So the lime wash brick, that's an integral finish from the factory, it's not site lime wash
No, we're getting it finished from the manufacturer.
from the manufacturer like that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And then what's going on along the top of the building, the cornice and,
That will be, we're using a formed stack of trim at the top.
a formed?
Like
what?
ephes or
It's
stuff.
yeah, it's an ephes with rigid foam backing as a,
Is it painted?
it is painted.
Or what color will be painted?
We're going to go with, I think we had white on all of them.
White.
Hmm?
I need to zoom into this. Yeah, some of, like this has a brick veneer. This is taking the brick, the same brick as the base. We're using that as the trim there, and that will end up with just a metal, stainless steel, metal coping. But this is the one we're talking about being formed from foam with ephes, and that's going to be painted white.
White. Does white fit?
No.
I'm looking at everybody else here. I'm just a shrub guy, but I don't think we want white.
What is it?
Yeah, right now we're showing an off-gray color.
Looks like it's underwater.
Might be shadow. It might be shadow. I think that it's supposed to be the color that's the straight band across, and then you're just seeing the shadow.
Yeah.
See if you zoom in. I think that's mostly shadow.
You tell me if you like.
I lost my drawing.
No.
Whatever you think.
Well, I think
You're my
it's- I think
colorist.
it's supposed to be cream, not white.
See how it's, I think it's just shadow.
So that whole thing is white.
Yeah, it's an off-white.
These feel like a off-white beige.
I don't know
They do.
close to this than a brilliant white color. This is the siding we're going to be using in the homes, but the color is going to be close to this.
This part. Oh, this is he's just talking about this part.
All right, on that, what we're looking at on our monitors and on the screen, can you scroll a little bit to the right? I'm looking at, all right, I'm looking at the, okay, well, right, all right. We have brick, BA1 is the body of the brick above the arched eyebrows of the windows, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then we have BA2, which is a very similar looking brick that is in the brick columns or pilasters.
Yeah, pilasters and then at the base.
And then we have the lime wash, which is the whiter one.
Yes.
See, in this rendering, there's a very good differentiation between BA1 and BA2.
Yes.
But that's very hard to see when you hold BA1 and BA2 up. I can't visualize that very well.
Yeah, and we might end up, we do have a lot of other bricks, and this
Okay.
every now and then this happens to us where what they depict on their catalogs, when they get it as a sample, it doesn't quite show.
Well, maybe that's it.
We do have
Maybe
a lot
that's
of
the.
other bricks that you
yeah.
might end up-
Why does it have to be two? It looks
Just to
like
get the
odd.
distinction that we show them there.
What if it's the same brick?
Huh?
What if you make it BA1 and BA2 the same brick?
We could, we could.
Because you've got them in different planes, right?
Yeah, it does come out,
Yeah, but
yes.
they're also doing.
And even at the base, we do have the roll-off brick, so we could make it the same.
Okay.
How far do the pilasters stand proud of the main field? Is it, because sometimes architectural drawings show it and it's really only a half an inch and then it's
No,
flat?
in our case, it's anywhere from 6 inches to a foot.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
That's substantial.
That is substantial, that's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
We could have, typically, when we do this, we tend to go up to 2 feet, but in this particular site, we don't have a lot of room. So it's going to be between 6 inches and a foot.
And it looks like the curved headers on the center portion, like read as a different, actually, all the headers seem to read as a different color brick. Is that just
Yeah, we've been able to achieve that by just using a different mortar, and it just sort of makes the brick read differently.
Okay, I'm going to read another council condition that we need to be considering. Architecture and materials shall be substantially similar to the submitted renderings labeled Exhibit B and developed in compliance with the Downtown Code Building Design Regulations and Downtown Consultant Comments, period. Subject to final approval by DRB, storefront glass shall not extend to the ground. Non-residential building and townhomes shall have four-sided architecture, materials, and details. Okay. I just saw the storefront shall not extend to the ground.
some does?
Yeah, I think we need to.
On the coffee shops.
You say non-residential?
Yeah, did you say non-residential
Or
should have
residential.
four-sided architecture?
It said
Residential.
non-residential building and townhomes shall have four-sided architecture, materials, and details.
So for, the right side elevation might need some help then.
Four-sided,
Would you consider that?
yeah. Doesn't quite look like the rest of the sides, does it? Maybe you put some faux window,
Or
the
some
recessed window.
recessed
Recessed.
masonry panels or
Yes.
something
Mhm.
that
That's
kind
what I
of
would think.
reflect the architecture.
We talk about the right side right there.
Yes.
Yeah, we talked about that in our staff meeting, and maybe just a little bit of something, because from about where that front column is, basically where it says brick veneer, that column is right to the right of that, back is not visible. So if anything, we thought maybe something on the corner.
The left, if you're looking at it?
Left.
Yeah.
Between the two brick things, but when we put it on the site and we put it with the building beside it, it's like,
Okay.
Is there, if that corner on the right side has strong visibility, is there a way that the high cornice can continue back to the second column pilaster? So that it doesn't look like, see how it just stops? It just,
Oh, yeah.
maybe that
Oh, I
extends.
think, are you talking about?
Or is that, or is that,
That's that front portico, you're seeing
what is that?
the side
It's right there.
of that.
Rather
Oh,
than-
yeah,
portico.
you're
Which
right,
one
you're
am I
right.
for?
Yeah, the element at the corner does turn
Yeah,
around.
that's what
Whatever
I'm
that
saying.
thing's called, whatever the architecture word is.
So that bay and the bay on the side is the
It's
same. The only thing
further
missing would be
different
the,
plane,
the
yeah.
the only bay would be the windows, that we don't have windows on, fenestration on the side.
Okay.
So Brett, you were saying that one panel is the one that is visible and needs.
yes, every detail on the panel.
This is the panel he's talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one, that panel at the bottom. So that's the front corner of the building, and that's what, if anything, is going to be most visible.
So then you just put some recessed brick panels in there that look like they filled in a window,
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
like there was a window there, but now it's been bricked in. That's what I would recommend.
yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, because with the building beside it on the other lot, it's right
Blocks it.
there, it's like,
Yeah,
yeah.
makes
Okay.
sense.
Okay. Any other comments or questions about the pharmacy coffee building?
I just think that I like the contrast on the elevations more than the samples, as far as.
I do
those
too.
two colors.
So, but back to the one council condition about storefront not going to the ground. It looks like there are a number of windows here that do go all the way to the ground.
Those are doors.
Well, how
Well,
about
we do
that?
have those there, and if it's not an opening, we'll make sure that it doesn't.
Yeah,
go
so
there.
I mean,
Let's go.
under that canopy,
There you go, okay.
there's three openings there. Those are 3 doors.
Okay. Yeah, we'll,
The right,
Right in the
all
center.
over. Rear elevation has several, looks like storefront going to the ground, and then so does the left side elevation.
And then so does the front.
So does front.
And the front has it too, so.
What's the reason
Yeah.
for that condition? Do you know?
Just,
yeah, we'll,
Yeah, so
I thought I did. Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah.
I thought we talked about that, and I remember fixing
Storefront.
when we were talking about the side where we added the one. Yeah, we'll fix that.
so we need a water table below all storefront windows.
Yeah, we'll extend it across.
Yes, basically, I mean, you don't have to have a water table, just windows can't go down.
Yeah.
So it could just be a plain brick. or-
Well, I mean,
They got a water table on the side, on the front, so you
Yep.
have to wrap it.
yeah,
We'll-
they have a
we'll
water
do that.
table all the way around. Well,
Yes.
pretty much, just continue that same, right.
Metal
Yeah,
awnings
Isn't that,
aren't made
wouldn't
of
you call
metal?
that a water table?
Yeah.
The windows
where you
penetrate
have-
through that, but
Yeah.
there's
Are they
about
right
2
there?
feet
Those are
off the
right
Where
ground.
you have the door
Yeah, these two here.
with 2 side lights, that would be considered window right there.
Oh, it would,
Yeah.
okay.
As long as it's just that door thing, you know, not.
Just a side light on
Yeah,
the,
if they were 3-foot panels, then yes, but when you just have the door and the side light kind of thing, we don't literally consider that a window beside the door.
What about the 3 green glass panels on the Old Milton, the front elevation that extend to the ground,
under the canopy?
under the canopy?
There are 3 of the 4 elevation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll fix those.
You'd have to
Yeah,
fix-
this is a door.
I mean, one of those is a door probably.
This will all be doors. If we end up with one fixed and one, the rest of them being one door and then the rest of them, right now we're showing them as doors, but if the tenant elects to have them as fixed, and sometimes we do that just not knowing where they're going to end up with their entrance, but we'll make them fixed.
Yeah.
And then at the back, we do have, on the side, we do have this that needs to be fixed. We're going to fix that and raise it up.
What are the angled awnings made of? Are those fabric or,
All the awnings are going to be metal.
okay, thank you.
Just out of curiosity, so it's going to be a pharmacy and a coffee shop. Where do you think you're going to put your signage?
For the coffee shop, that's what that band is for.
Okay.
That's where the sign will go.
Good.
And the same thing here. For the pharmacy, being that that's going to be the primary owner of the property, the sign might go up here.
I think in the future, we're gonna apply for monument sign. Or after we ran open for, get the permit on the pharmacy, okay, like the way I have it in the
Sir?
North Open Pharmacy.
He needs to speak into the microphone.
Yes. Sir, if you don't mind to speak into the microphone, only because the meeting is recorded, so if we ever need to refer
Okay.
back. Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
sorry about that. Okay, I think what we're gonna do, after the development is finished, we're gonna apply for signage, monument signage, which that's gonna be another permit with you guys. For time being, we might have to have only the sign right on the front of the building, on the front, like I have at front of my pharmacy, I think about like 8 foot by 4 foot, something like this.
We just want to make sure you're thinking about your signage location on your building, so it looks like it's appropriate.
Okay.
And after the fact thought that goes.
Oh, the location, okay.
So maybe
Fine.
there's.
I
maybe
think
there's-
they have the location for the signage. We do have location.
Okay. All right. Any other questions about the retail coffee shop pharmacy building? All right, let's talk about the townhomes.
There are some,
Oh.
there are some awnings that look like on the building.
We-
Holly asked about those, and said all of those are metal.
These awnings are metal?
Yeah.
Yes, all the awnings are
Angled
metal.
ones are metal, okay. I was thinking
What about
mechanical.
building, is there any lighting on the building?
We're not showing any lighting on the building right now.
Okay.
Typically, there might be some, but
They're gonna have to put some on the outside for exiting.
I don't think so.
That's a code requirement.
Yeah, we probably want to see that.
Yeah.
On the townhome, we kept the same look as were required by the zoning condition as what we presented to the zoning. And we went ahead and are showing now all the other sides. At the zoning here, we only presented the front and the side facing Old Milton. But now we have all the two buildings and we're showing all the facades. We went with a Greek revival look, and we're keeping the forms and the openings very simple. We have a very tight site, and we're trying to provide as much as we could on a very tight site. So one of the things that a homeowner would require in a home like this would be a balcony, and for us to provide that, we didn't have the room to have a balcony extending out. We were forced to have some of those recessed in. And in some instances, like on the front, we ended up just providing with Juliet's, and that's what you're seeing here. So we have a railing and the door opens inward to just give you access to the outside. On the back side, we do have a recessed balcony. If it will let me.
That's interesting.
So these are recessed balconies. And we also took advantage of the attic, and we want to put to have some living spaces up while keeping the profile of the roof. So some units do have a rooftop terrace. And all this will be facing to our neighbors. These are not just facade facing each other. These are the facade facing outside and looking towards the landscape. We do. One of our objective was to have each home. They're very similar. The design is the same. The profiles are the same because of how tight they were. So to make a distinction between the homes, we elected to use different veneers. But the veneers are also very similar, and so we didn't want to have a lot of contrast, but we wanted to create an individuality to allow each home to stand as separate. So we have several veneers that we're using. Some of them are the same one we used on the townhome. We have a white brick, and these are some of the other brick we're also using.
So help me out now again. You have a brick veneer B1. B1, which is B1.
Looks like it's more of a red brick.
So that's B1, okay. And then on the same, what we're looking at now, I see a B3 on the same drawing on the left hand.
Just one moment. I need to open. They do have.
3.
Yeah, you lost your internet connection.
You gotta click on that thing to reconnect his internet.
So this is B1.
Okay, there's B1, okay?
Yes.
All right, and then there was a B3.
General Shale Cortez.
This is B3.
That's B3, okay,
So these are the two end units.
okay.
And the interior unit, we're using a cement siding, which we took this just to show you the texture that will be on the siding, but the color will be what we're showing there.
And then the one in the middle below the siding, I think, was stone, right? Is that the
Yes.
horizon stone on the,
Whenever we have siding, we're going to be using this for the garage level.
okay.
Okay.
Is it that color? Is that the color you're,
We had a gray,
because this is showing it more beige.
Yeah, it is.
Which is better, I think.
This is the sample there. It's the same name, this is the sample of that.
That's Hermitage? Is that what it is? Wow, okay. Looks a lot like, a lot more,
The website, the colors they gave is what we're showing there.
okay.
Very
Sometimes they do make that every batch is.
Super light.
Yeah, it is. See the dirt splash up and.
Clay.
And one of the things the owner was requesting is he might elect to use just brick instead of brick and siding, and he wanted to ask if you could give him that flexibility. He does have a lot of. We might use some of the same brick, but he wanted to just get that flexibility to be able to use all brick, or as we're showing it, brick and siding.
So can you show us on one of the elevations where this situation may happen?
So like this elevation, the two interior units are siding.
Right.
So he's considering just going with all brick. So even those will end up being brick.
Well,
All brick would be considered meeting the guideline, but all siding would not. So yes, all brick would be acceptable.
okay.
Is
You
there,
guys could choose, color pattern or, color choice or whatever.
Yes.
But all brick would be an acceptable choice.
Well, this is probably what was shown to city council, I imagine.
Yes, this is what that's what we.
Four-sided detail,
Right.
which is not cement siding.
Right, okay. Okay, so I think the word is you can substitute brick for cement siding, but you can't substitute cement siding for brick.
I think.
Make sense? You can,
You said you wanted to switch to all brick.
Yes.
okay,
You do all brick.
Yes.
But you can't take
Brick and
away
make it
and
siding. Yes.
okay. Okay,
That's the back.
where are the
Where's the front?
air conditioning units in relationship to,
Are we sure?
are they on the backside?
They will be on the backside. We're not showing them here, but this is the front. They'll be on the backside. And for some of the end units, you might be able to, especially the end unit facing on the south, we might end up like this unit. This unit is facing all Milton. We wouldn't put any on this, but we might put on the backside of that.
and then on the backside of the unit.
I imagine the middle units are going to have to be on the backside, and then the.
They will be on the
units
backside.
Are going to have to be, and how many units do you think there are per townhome? Usually like one per floor?
The building on the right has 3 units, the building on the left has 4 units.
Right, but for each building, for each townhome, it's got 3
We're
floors.
expecting 2 units.
2 condensing units on the outside of the.
Yes. We might have to go for higher tonnage just to keep them to 2, because we don't have room for
Right.
more.
Okay. Okay.
Paint colors?
I think there were, do you have any actual samples of your paint colors? I saw it on your sample board we had the picture of, but did you bring in?
No, we did bring the paint color, and this, we brought the siding texture, and then this will be what we'll use on the columns, just to get you a feel of the texture, but not the paint color.
For the residential units, you indicated a color for the gutters and downspouts. Do those drain out like onto the driveway, onto splash blocks, or are they piped into the storm system?
Ideally, we'd want them to be piped in the storm system, because everything is so tight, so
Right.
we'd want them to be out of the way.
Okay.
Okay, any other comments, questions?
I got to go back. So in one of the image that's on the screen right now,
Yes.
there was another image that you showed that was a little more straight on where the front doors were. The front doors are on the same side as the garages, right?
Yes, sir.
So you had one more image similar to this that was rendered colored like similar to this.
Okay.
And I'm trying to figure out how the landscape works with the front doors. And then I'm trying to figure out, that's the one.
Yes.
So there's those little landscape portions with trees in them, right?
Yes.
How do you navigate through that to a front door? I'm not seeing it here, and I'm not seeing it on the landscape plan.
Yeah, this is leading to the front door.
I'm especially talking about the middle units.
Yeah, we could take a middle unit. Say this unit, the door is actually beside it here.
But there's no drawing that shows this, what I'm getting at. There's no drawing that shows hardscape to a front door or anything like that.
If you look at the landscape plan.
Where's can you pull the landscape plan back up?
Those front doors are recessed.
Yeah, they're recessed.
But.
Hang on, where did he?
Yeah, you still need a walkway or something to get to.
But there's nothing there, yeah, you don't have, yeah.
This is what I'm trying to figure out, is
Here we go.
how you get to the front door. There's required landscaping there, right?
So,
there's no walks.
the walkways.
Yes. So this is the walk.
Okay.
Yes, and then the door is actually recessed even further in.
And is there, so scroll down, please.
Next unit.
So where's the front door on those units, and is there a walk behind that tree?
Yes.
So yeah, from your driveway, from each individual driveway you walk in, and that's your entrance. From this individual driveway you walk in. So the front door is accessed from your individual driveway.
Okay, cool. Now where are you putting your AC units for each of these?
On the back, for the interior units, we'll be forced to put them on the back here.
Okay. And I assume they store trash in the garage and in a can in the garage?
They'll have to. The units are, there's hardly any other space for them to do that.
Okay.
And the garage, the lower level, we do have a lot of room, because the way we plan these units, the lower level is only the garage and then a bonus space. And then the main living space is actually on the floor above. So we do have room.
Civil will be figuring out that unit floor and how you get the clearance in that garage, and you've got the steps going up, so that'll be it.
We do have that figured out on the architectural.
There, for
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
So, okay, I just want to make sure all that stuff's figured out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, here's another DRB. Fences and walls visible from the public right-of-way shall be decorative as approved by DRB.
Yeah, they don't have any
They don't have any fences or walls?
from the public, not viewable from the public right away.
Okay.
Were we going to see the stone wall that faces the adjacent property?
Oh, yeah. I think he
Someone
said
was
the
gonna-
architect was going to address that. Good catch.
If it's like a modular split face wall, that's probably fine.
Yeah, yeah.
This is the wall the civil engineer was going to use.
All right, can you get that closer and pass that around, or just hold it and walk around with it?
Yeah, that's what it is. It's a geo wall.
Okay, it's a modular block wall,
Now,
okay.
those typically, don't they have to have a mesh that goes back?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't know if that
One
would
for
work.
one, as I hear. 1 foot of.
1 foot for 1 foot of height, so
Well,
is
it's
there
10
enough?
feet.
Is there enough
So I think
space?
share that
Before you
with-
hit the house to be able to provide that?
That's called just like
You know, because
Yeah, because you got to, it steps
if
back.
it's 4 feet, you need 4 feet of.
Yeah. And that wall's 10 feet, I think. At that back corner, it's almost
Yeah,
10
so
feet tall.
I don't think that would work. I think you need
So,
to have a.
you're gonna be putting that in the landscape strip? And then can you put trees through the
Oh, it says
geogrid?
10-foot landscape strip.
No, and the wall can't be landscape strip.
Well, no. So you may need to rethink your wall.
There's not 10 feet back there.
It's a good-looking wall, but I don't think it'll work.
Yeah, I think you're going to need an engineered wall in that
I wouldn't
location.
want
With a veneer.
And I wouldn't want a house sitting on it that close to that wall either.
Yeah, I think it's definitely a important place to wall.
Mhm. With some kind of, with a veneer on it.
With a veneer, yeah.
We do have the reinforced concrete for the most part, so we might just, wherever we can, we'll use that. And that's where the engineer is showing it is for the lower walls, not the taller walls. The taller walls are going to be reinforced concrete.
With what on them?
With,
That's where you said we'll use that. You're
Yes,
using that?
we'll be using this veneer.
Interesting, it says a 10-inch thick retaining wall
That sounds
on one of the
right.
drawings.
But you
But
need
it's
to have.
battered. You know, it goes, for every step up, it steps back.
Steps back.
Yeah,
Yeah, if it's only 10 inches, that's 4 foot.
Right.
but it needs some kind of veneer for the neighbor.
CMU.
It's got a toe of a foot and
Be a split
1 foot
face
4
CMU
inches.
wall. You could do that too. Yeah. I don't see how the geogrid's gonna work back there with the landscape strip. And that's up to David, what he wants and doesn't
Well, I think
want.
at the back, isn't the
Reinforced concrete wall.
landscape is below the wall.
Well, that's on the
Yeah.
back, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But on the sides,
Yeah, here the landscape is, the wall is up and the landscape is behind the wall.
yeah.
Something that needs to be figured
It
out.
needs to be figured out.
Yeah, not by
Yes.
me.
Sure.
Yes.
I know.
I think this is where we're, just at the end here, that's where we're going with that wall.
Thanks for the imagery, Bob.
Yeah, okay, I think we got that.
Okay. Before we start with any motions or anything, is there any public comment about this application? Any public comment? No, hearing none. Let's see if we can't craft some motions.
We approving site plan?
Yes.
That was pretty much as is, right?
Site plan will be as is similar to the city council.
Yeah. Which is what they showed us today.
Right, just add that.
Add that. All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230046 Avalon Village, motion to approve the site plan as presented to City Council and as reviewed today. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Rhodes. Yes, question?
As presented to city council or approved by city council, because they had conditions.
I think the inference is that it was reviewed by city council and with the comments.
With comments.
Yeah.
And then we verified today that they met the
Okay.
conditions, I think was going to.
Okay, any other comments or questions about the motions for site plan? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0. Okay. That landscape or
All right, the only thing, you said the comment about the vines on the vines, or something else.
Vines, the street trees.
Yeah, I think that was the only, and then the retaining wall is gonna have to
The
be
walls have
whatever,
gotta get
whatever.
What about the,
I would put that in landscape.
I think it's in landscape now.
what about the
On the
decorative?
site plan, but it's in landscape, now it's in the landscape.
I mean, the materials they presented, we were fine with, they just might not be able to do that modular block wall in some of the locations.
Either or.
So let's say it goes to a CMU block split face or something like that, that's up along that property, on that west property line. Is staff comfortable
can't.
looking at that and going, okay, or not okay?
He's gonna need to send me that picture, and then I'll send it to you guys and say, is this the picture he showed you? And then you say, yeah, then it'll either be that one or it'll be that.
Because I'm assuming they're gonna have a wall designer, wall installer that's gonna do that part of the work.
Yeah, if you approve both of them, then I'm good with that.
Okay.
Would you send that to our city email address?
I will. Maybe your first one.
Okay. All right. Who wants to craft the next motion? We got-
Landscape? Well, I don't know, I could.
You do- why don't you do-
I could keep busy here.
And then Pat can
All
put his
right.
thoughts together.
All right, Mr. Chairman, regarding same applicant, motion to approve the office retail building as presented with the following conditions. The stucco formed cornice will be an off-white color with final approval by staff. Applicant will continue the water table below all storefront windows. The right side elevation will have faux bricked-in windows added on the front section. And building lighting will be submitted to staff for approval. And a motion?
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Ms. Palmer. Questions, comments about the motion? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0.
Mr. Chairman, could we also call for public comment?
I thought,
He did.
He did?
I think you
Yes.
did. I think
My
you did
apologies.
before we started.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, same applicant, motion to approve the townhome elevation of materials as submitted with the clarification that the applicant may substitute brick for siding with the final brick selection to be approved by staff. And a motion.
Second.
okay, another motion by Mr. Swing and a second by Ms. Palmer. Comments, questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 6-0. Okay, one more.
Last but not least. I will make a motion on DRB 230046 landscaping that we approve with the following conditions. Streetscape trees shall meet and match existing in the area. The site retaining walls shall be subject to staff approval based on DRB discussion. The clinging vines on the retaining wall shall change to something like Boston ivy or other material more compatible with our recent climate conditions. And a motion.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Corkle, second by Ms. Rhodes. Comments, questions about the motion? Are you saying there's some climate, global warming going on?
Last winter and it wasn't global warming.
Global freezing, I think it was. All right.
I think we're moving further north.
Okay. There being no further questions or comments, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 6-0. All right. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. We appreciate it. Yeah, okay. All right. Our next applicant's going to be Peach Cobbler, 6, doing business as Verace. So if you'll give us about a 5-minute break just to stretch, get our blood flowing, stand up a minute. So, and then.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, 3:30. All right.
Blood flows now.
Yep. Oh my God. 5 minutes. We're getting there. Bear with us.
Is that a C?
Teresa's going out with
No,
this.
Oh, that's a Windows though. You're good.
Yes, we're making.
On Apple. Strangely enough.
Does that look like it works?
Yeah, that should work.
Or maybe this is a C. I think this is a C. Yeah. This is a Surface. Can I use that?
Yes.
Okay.
You have USB-C?
Yeah, because I guess it's not the right one.
On
Thank you.
the Apple, we tried some other brands and it crashes the system.
Oh, okay.
This pluggable, don't know why,
Oh.
but the pluggable worked fine on Apple.
Okay.
It's like,
That's
okay,
good.
what's
That's
going
good.
on?
But I'm glad I brought a Surface because
Yeah.
that's even probably better.
Need more?
Frank's gonna get mad.
I'll look it up.
Do I control putting it on the screen, or do you guys just split it?
You'll control the actual situation and you'll get it on screen. Yes.
Oh, myself? About 12:30. Yeah. It's all right. I had nothing else to do on a Friday afternoon.
Okay.
Are you ready?
We're here. Let's go ahead and get started again.
Okay, my name is Andrew Amore. I'm CEO of Amore Design Studios. I'm an architect. And my client, I've been before you, if I look familiar, 4 months ago. You unanimously approved it with some conditions, some minor conditions. And I was about halfway through the construction documents, and my client said, "Oh my gosh, why don't we do this? Do something else." So and I can show if you go onto the screen.
All right, who's
just
controlling
yeah. So this system he has seen at the Atlanta airport, other places in the world, and in a couple of places in Buckhead, it's a retractable roof system, almost like louvers, and it opens and it closes. And he said, "Man, this will be spectacular. Everybody's going to love it. If it starts to sprinkle or rain, it closes. When it's not, it opens." And I said, "Well, what are you saying? You want me to change the design?" He said, "Yes." And since I get paid whether it's one design or another, I said, okay. But I'm somewhat embarrassed to have to come back to you, spend your time. But as you can see, some familiar photos back before it was painted white. This was the old Buffalo Wild Wings, the addition. I'm sorry, I have to go through this again with you guys, but it is slightly different. So the front that faces Mansell this is the addition, would go in this area in front, right? Like I said, it's been painted recently, and once we have your approval, we'll submit for construction permits. That's the existing site. The zone that we're talking about is here in front of the building. So this is showing the addition. It's a two-story, it's a mezzanine, not a second floor, but it's a mezzanine with a ground floor. That's here. And then just so you know, there are a couple of outdoor covered with the same sort of system patios that face the woods. This area is an expansion of the existing building at the ground level for the kitchen. The kitchen is here, so it expands the kitchen. Any questions on the site? Okay, go to the elevations. It might be helpful.
I'm sorry, did the footprint change or footprint's the same?
Yeah, the footprint changed.
It did change.
Yeah,
Okay, I was gonna say, it looked a
it's
little-
more rectangular. It's rectangular and it's orthogonal with
Oh, and you
the main
bumped that.
building instead of canted, I think is how we had it before.
Okay.
And I've got that on the computer if you want to see what
All right.
was reviewed. But we can come back to the elevations. It might be helpful, easier to look at the 3D images. This is from Mansell. This portion on the right is existing. You remember the Buffalo Wild Wings and all that? And the addition is the two stories, the mezzanine on the second level, of course. And the louver system is obviously at the roof. There's a floor at the mezzanine. And in the previous submittal, we had a stair tower. If you may remember, there's sort of a stair tower here. And now the stair is inside, adjacent to the main restaurant, dining area. So let me go to some other views that were submitted. Again, the existing restaurant that you see today is here. The little addition, I was just talking about the expansion of the kitchen. And then, of course, the two-level dining area out in the front. View from the corner of the two streets. One of the comments you asked me as a condition to your approval of the previous design was to incorporate that hammered silver color paint onto the ephes that's existing and have some lights, sconces, so you'll see that there. Last time you asked about night lighting, you can begin to see sort of our approach to lighting. I mean, you can clearly see signage. That was not part of the previous one. You had asked about it. That's our sign, our logo, Versace Bar and Restaurant. That's the main entrance, and that's the two-story. And then a couple other pictures. This gives you a little bit of a view. There's not really a river down here. It's wet lands, I guess. But I'm romanticizing the swamp.
When it rains real hard.
But these outdoor dining areas that have the retractable system look out at the woods. So any questions on the renderings? I am happy to go through the elevations.
Well, could you go back to the front for a second, the Mansell Road side?
Sure.
It may just be the way the rendering comes in. So between the tower, there, between the tower that has the Versace sign on it and the terrace, is there a space between there?
Yes.
There is, okay, so they're not.
Yeah, it's an independent structure. So there's a solid portion, you can kind of see it here on the left, which is symmetrical on the right where you're asking. There's a solid portion, and then there's a window portion. So there's a solid portion and a window portion, and it's really more about the constructability of constructing this as a separate structure.
Okay.
I also have an animation if you'd like to see an animation.
I had a couple of comments relating to the second elevation that you showed, and that is it a silver ephes product?
Yes, at the floor, talking about here?
Or is that the same?
Yeah, this is ephes as well. That's new construction, of course.
Okay.
But
So-
yeah, the side, yeah, from the side street. Yeah, I'm sorry, let me go back to
Those products are kind of designed to kind of look like a metal panel, or what have you. From my experience, they typically have major quality control issues getting it to look good at all, based on, the manufacturers are getting better at it. That's just a concern, but a bigger concern is the uplighting on these ephes pilasters and whatnot. Lighting ephes is oftentimes, depending on the installer, is oftentimes
he referred to
really
that.
problematic because it's an inconsistent material. And when you uplight it maybe the existing building's been uplighted and it's fine. If that's the case, then fine. But you wind up getting really bad waviness across the whole thing.
If you light across the surface, you're going to see that. Is
You're
that
gonna
the point?
If the installation's poor, which usually, it's just very sensitive to light, and it'll look
Yeah, wavy and.
very wavy.
If you're washing the wall with light.
It won't look flat like I'm sure you're intending, so it's just a consideration, especially when you're trying to light the sign. If you start seeing shadows, it's probably not going to present what you guys want. Is it ephes behind the lettering on the signage as well? Is that just applied to?
Yeah, we don't have the sign drawings yet, but
I just wanted to
yeah,
mention that
it would
because
probably not be a painted sign, if that's maybe your question. It would be raised letters on the existing ephes. However, sometimes the installer wants to actually have the letters already in their factory, and they just erect the sign and attach the sign as a panel.
With the white color, I think that any shadowing from uplighting, washing is going to be really, really prominent.
Yeah.
Unless you get the best installer, you might be able to.
Yeah, maybe it is more of a two-dimensional sign. Those are good questions, good advice, too.
He's going to have very tight specifications on the IFAS installation.
This This is,
Burned on it, so I know. I
You
just
s-
don't want you to be
this is about an 8-inch ledge.
Hmm.
So, it doesn't give you a lot of space to wash the light. But this is existing, of course, so your point is well taken. And if that doesn't work, then we have this low roof, which is an existing canopy, and we can uplight from more of a diffused light, more from at a greater angle.
And that's where the kitchen is being filled, or you're adding?
Yeah, underneath.
Kitchen Underneath.
Yeah,
yes.
underneath, that's right, in this area.
Okay. Go to your front elevation rendering.
Okay.
Are the windows first and second floor, are those operable? Or is the glazing, do you open that up in spring and summertime, or is it always enclosed?
Yeah, that's another one of the reasons why my client asked me to change this, is because those windows are what they call guillotine windows. So there's 3 panels of glass
Okay.
that, as they come down, they overlap and they essentially retract. So if you wanted me, I'll play the video taking you inside and you can see it. It allows a person to have open to the sky, open all the way around.
So they are
it's
operable
super-
windows.
Yeah, they're
So they're
operable.
not fixed,
They
they're
do come
operable.
down.
Okay.
Yes. So it's really an outdoor experience that he's trying to create for his guests.
But it is glass. Those are,
Oh, yes.
those are glass lights, not
And there'll be a heating.
plastic or something that.
Yeah, they're glass. And in the wintertime and off-season, it will be heated and air-conditioned.
Okay. And then what are it looks like there's mullions or columns between the glass, the windows. What are those?
Yeah, that's aluminum. It's structural. It's holding up
Okay.
the roof system.
And what color are
That's
they?
black.
Black. Those are
Right.
black.
And I should just say, on this product literature, this doesn't really show it very well, but you see how the retractable louvers are white? So my renderings, and I'm happy to show you the animation, but the renderings would show the ceiling and the roof is white, and then the columns you just asked about and the framing, structural framing is black.
Got it. Does Holmes Restaurant have that same?
Similar, but it doesn't retract.
That's right. It's just fixed. It just
Yeah.
opens and closes. Yeah. Okay. It's almost like you're dropping in a kind of a container right there. You follow me? It doesn't connect. I guess it does connect to the building, but not where the front entrance kind of is kinked there a little bit.
Yeah, and Pat was showing, it looks like there's a door in that little
kink. Oh.
Oh,
Or
no,
in the one
no,
floor
no, there's
plan.
not a door there.
Looked like there was a door in that little space.
I could never fit through.
So part of what's going on here is the original architect took this box and rotated it, right? So in a sense, I'm saying, okay, just save that, but work with this orthogonal. So there is no door here in the gap.
Okay.
Everybody comes in this way.
Okay. Is there anything else we need to look at this afternoon?
So the materials you're using are the same materials you showed us last time? Same materials, same colors?
Yeah. The black metal structure is a new material in a sense, because I didn't have that in the previous scheme.
Black.
I'll tell you what I'm going to do. Well, this is a new application, so I probably shouldn't.
Yeah, it is. This is a new application. Yeah.
Okay. I think the other thing we just mentioned too in our application or our motion was to replace dead or dying landscaping on the site.
That's right.
So
We agree to that.
make sure we capture that. Okay, anything else from board members? All right, before a motion's crafted, I'm going to ask, is there any public comment this afternoon for this application? Any public comment? I guess no public comment. All right, very good.
Video.
Was there any concern last time related to the white color
The video?
of the building?
Okay. Did you want to see the animation?
I thought you were running it anyway.
Well, can you see it?
I always like.
Oh, okay, I wasn't sure if you could see it.
They painted it before they.
Yeah, we can see it. It's running on our screens.
Oh, okay, good. All right, good. I mean, this is not part of my submittal, but, you know, you guys,
Right.
it's Friday. So the addition is to the left. The grand staircase comes up to the mezzanine. And this will give you, I think, well, a sense of the interior, but the experience of the outdoor space, that's indoor-outdoor sense, as you come up to the mezzanine.
That's awesome.
So, yeah, those are the windows, Mr. Kramer, that they can come down. They can actually retract right back to the lowest panel.
Looks like everybody's having a good time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's all about the experience, you know, these days. And then at the ground level, that's the addition. And so, again, indoor-outdoor experience. I'm going to cut off the video here just to save time, but anyway, that gives you a flavor. Okay?
Okay, very good. Thank you for that. Do we need to do site plan? No, just exterior elevations and materials. Okay. All right. We called for public comment. Somebody want to craft a motion? All right.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230047, I make a motion that we approve the exterior elevations and materials as presented today. End of motion.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Rhodes, a second by Mr. Corkle. Comments, questions?
I think I'd like to offer a friendly amendment to add that the applicant will replace any dead or dying landscaping.
Okay. Do you accept, just say, if you accept it, say yes, or you don't have to accept it?
I accept a friendly amendment.
Okay. I just want to make sure, do I have to make sure that Mr. Corkle, who seconded the motion, accepts that friendly amendment? Mr. Corkle, do you accept that friendly amendment?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
Fine, you
I'll
bet.
take that as a yes. Enthusiastic yes. Okay, all right, we got that in the motion too. Anything else? Any other comments, questions? There be none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion with the friendly amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed, no opposition, motion passes 5-0. Very good. Thank you.
gentlemen. Ladies.
Thanks.
Thank you, Andrew, for your time this afternoon.
Hopefully I won't see you again on this project.
No offense, we hope we don't see you again, but we'll see you in the restaurant.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, friendly amendment, very good. Okay, next applicant, Thompson Street Park. Come on down, come on up. Thank you for your patience this afternoon. Okay.
What time did you guys get here today?
I got here about 10:20. Well, you told me 12:30 to be fair. I just wanted to I mainly wanted to get here to be able to give everybody else a heads up if things were moving.
It's a new record for us.
It's cool.
I don't know in the 19 years that I've been with the board, we've gone past 4 o'clock.
I don't think,
Well, this is in honor of Teresa's last meeting.
Yep, it is, yeah. We had to make it a good one.
So, you want to leave, do you?
I think we had an evening or an afternoon meeting, but that didn't start at 8:30 in the morning, so, okay, welcome, good afternoon. If you'll introduce yourself, speak into the microphone, and give us an overview of what we have in our packet today, please.
Certainly. So my name's Clint Walters with the Providence Group. I have with me Lisa Murphy with the Providence Group, Amanda Blue with Main Street Designs, our architect, and Alex Brunson, our landscape architect. We're here for what came through zoning known as Thompson Street Park. With a previous applicant, we were not involved in the original zoning. I believe we're now currently calling the project Park Walk in our LDP submittal, because I think there actually is a Thompson Street Park, so we couldn't call it that. But we have a 19-lot single-family subdivision on Thompson Street next door to the public detention pond and across the street from Boise. Our site plan is exactly like what came through zoning. Our architecture is the same architect that did the zoning renderings, so we've colored that up and kind of taken it to the next level, and we can go through this however you all would like to.
Why don't you just give us go to the site plan, if you will, give us a brief overview of the site plan, amenities, anything else at detention pond, any other significant items that we need to.
Sure. So I don't have Bluebeam like everybody else that's presented, so you're gonna have to deal with my cursor a little bit.
That's all right. We can, as long as you keep moving.
We've got 10 units that face Thompson Street, an alley, and 9 units that face an open space between us and the lots facing Old Milton to the south. We've got a driveway. There's a driveway here that feeds this condo building. We've got a new driveway here in the center. We're tying into the existing stormwater here, and we're putting in some new stormwater underground here. We've got a mail kiosk over here and a sitting area and some common area. We've got a park area here, and that's really about the extent of it. It's a small site, and like I say, it's exactly what came through zoning from this perspective.
Okay. Any questions, or are there any retaining walls on the site?
We do have 3 retaining walls.
All right.
There's a 2-foot or so retaining wall here that will be granite rubble. We've got a retaining wall here that gets up to about 4 feet or so, holding up these existing trees at our park. It'll also be granite rubble. And then there's a retaining wall here facing the public's detention pond to the west. It'll be a modular wall with vines.
Do you have an image of the wall? Are you talking about the granite rubble?
I believe I did. That's a good point. I mean, it's a gray stacked stone wall like all over downtown. Let me find where did I miss it?
Right there, scrolling.
Let's see if I can zoom in on this. That's not a very good image, but it's a gray granite rubble wall like throughout downtown right here behind the sidewalk, breaking grade going up to the front of the houses.
This is a granite veneer. Right.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yeah.
Okay.
That runs Trying to see it on your site.
Let me go back to the site plan.
I'll zoom in on the right of way.
So it's in front of D6 through D10. It's, so it is on the eastern side of our entrance going east.
Okay.
Between the driveways, basically.
Huh, your C 2.0, oh, has it, mine does not.
Okay. So, and you said then their mailboxes are down towards the, there we go.
Yes, sir. The
That
mail
amenities
kiosk is here.
Okay. Anything else right there?
This is a bench, and I believe there's a trash receptacle here.
Okay.
Clint, something that came up on a couple cases ago, can you tell them about HVAC units and trash dumpsters, things like that?
Sure. So our HVAC units will be within this courtyard. So it has a wall, so they won't be visible from either the street or the alley. And we can look at that a little more when we get to the architecture probably. And we built our garages big enough for trash cans to fit inside of them.
So it looks like, yeah, it looks like between the units, like between D1 and D2, I guess there's a patio area or something that's enclosed?
Yes, sir. There's a shared use easement between the units in which we'll have a patio and a courtyard that's gated on the front and the back that, for instance, at D1, D1's patio is to the right of their house, and D2's architecture won't have fenestration there unless it's like a transom window up high or something. So D2 won't be able to look into D1's courtyard.
Now, is the patio on grade or is that an elevated?
It's on grade.
That's on grade, so that's where the AC unit or the condensing units will be.
Yes, sir. So we'll put it in there and shield it from its own homeowner.
Okay.
Front door you're facing Thompson Street, okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hardscape materials are what? I've seen sidewalks and there's entry walks, there's sidewalks interior.
Interior will be, it'll be brushed concrete. Sidewalks will be brushed concrete, except for the sidewalk out front will meet the Alpharetta detail.
Oh, what's that, like a bandy?
Yes, I believe it is a banded. It's the brick banded sidewalk, yes, sir.
Heck, those little patio.
Okay. I see where it says, here's another number, 26-inch mountable curb per Alpharetta standard 905. Is that like a rolled curb?
That's a rolled curb, yes, sir.
Okay. $704, $905.
You need to brush up.
Memorize your standards.
Hey, I'm all about the ASTM number.
I'm glad I got here early. I was here to say hello and let them present the architecture and a couple other details. I'm glad I saw everybody else get all these questions.
So the
Okay.
there's a additional paver strip, I guess that's between units?
So the additional pavers in between the units are, and I'm not an engineer, and we didn't bring our engineer, but those are to provide a wide enough path for the fire marshal to be satisfied. The additional 4-foot paver strip.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay. Brett, any council conditions we need to be?
I was looking at that. Clint, do you happen to have the rendering from Storybook that they showed council?
I do.
That one might just at least give them because you don't have any, you've got your flat ones yet. This is the one that was shown to council before Clint's company took over the site, just so you can see what they saw. And I think they're keeping all of the details.
Everything's very similar. We tweaked things here or there for constructability, but to the naked eye, I think everything's virtually the same. Is that correct?
Okay, let's jump from this, well, so I was gonna say site plan to the landscape plan. Talk about the landscape plan for us.
And I didn't see one in the package, Mr. Brett. I saw like a little portion of a park and that was it.
Oh, you know what? Good question, good.
That's correct. I made the application pertaining to the zoning conditions requiring DRB approval, not the whole 9 yards like we've been presenting today.
Oh, all right, I guess we,
Yeah, we don't need to.
I mean, we have one. It's been, the city has one. We're well down the road in our LDP process.
I don't think the code required the landscape either. I'll have to look at that. If it did, then I'll send it out to you guys and
Okay.
get your comments.
and we'll get another email on our
Yeah, another email on your
Alpharetta
new
email address.
Alpharetta City email. Don't forget to have your phone with you so you can click onto the duo.
Okay.
Mr. Kramer, after you get your new phone.
Okay, all right, then let's talk about the exterior elevations and materials, please.
Let's see, which one of these is which? That's not it. Got too many files
Yes,
open here.
yeah. It may have been a site, yeah.
Wasn't it a condition?
It was.
Uh-oh. That's the rendering.
There it is, right there, yeah. You know what, Pat, there was a landscape plan of the enlarged amenity area, yeah.
Are we supposed to look at that? Was that a council condition?
That's all I'm looking at.
For us to look at the amenity park?
If you guys want to go ahead with the elevations and I'll look at that
Okay.
stuff.
Yeah, let's,
All right.
okay. And let's see, how many units? Do we have 16?
So we've got 19 units. We've got 10 elevations so that every unit facing Thompson Street has a different elevation and color scheme. So,
So there'll be 10 different schemes along Thompson Street.
yes, sir,
No two will be alike.
correct.
Okay. Wow.
So
I think that actually might
I
have.
guess we can,
I think that was a council.
I think they did something, yeah.
Yeah,
So
it
here's-
is for them to be different.
Yeah, I think it was a council condition. I mean, as long as the materials aren't radically different, right?
Yeah.
so
okay.
I've got it set up like this. I've also got the sides and the rears, if you want to see them, and we've got a wagon load of materials. So I don't know how best to go through this. Y'all just want to look at them and ask questions, or?
So for instance, what we're seeing here, the scheme one for whichever unit this is.
This is unit one.
Okay, so the front door is going to be charcoal blue, the garage door is passive, the stained accents are chestnut. So, I mean, essentially that's the packet you get.
Yes, sir.
You get the Georgetown gray shingled roof. So if I come in and say, oh gosh, I don't want a blue front door, but I want this unit, I want a red front door, what do you say or what happens?
I think if you said you wanted a red front door, we'd probably say no, but I would probably defer to Lisa, who runs sales and marketing with me, to see how we would do a substitution like that.
I'm just,
Right. It would really depend on what you guys decide. If you want us to stay within a palette where if they wanted a slightly different blue door, we would let them stay within a range, a couple of swatches one way or the other of the blue. But if that's not an area of concern, a lot of times we would let a buyer with our control. Obviously, we're going to look at the color scheme itself and ensure whatever color they're asking for would be in keeping with that.
okay,
We control our colors pretty closely in all of our neighborhoods, so.
Just kind of curious.
Well, I mean, I would think we're going to approve this, right? And if you want a variation on this, I guess they could go back to staff and
Yeah, I think that's what they're gonna have.
And that's fine too.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a minor variation.
If that makes you more comfortable, then we can hold and say this is what was approved by the city, and if a buyer wants to change their door color later on, they can come before you guys and say, we want to change our door color.
Well, when I said to go to staff, it'd be Brett and city staff. Unless they weren't, if they weren't comfortable with it, then you'd have to come back here.
So how do you determine which, I guess it's first come, first serve. So your first home buyer comes in and says, I want scheme 1 and I want unit number D.
No, scheme 1 is assigned to this house.
Oh, it is?
So we
Okay.
are going to sell these with the architecture and the
Okay.
colors predetermined.
Got it.
And so this, if you want this house, this is what you're buying. These are the colors. This
Okay.
is the
I got it.
architecture
So
on
that's
that
what the
particular
That's what
lot.
the 51 Thompson means. That's that.
Correct. That
That's
is
the
that-
address
that is-
for that unit, or,
No, that is not that unit's address. 51 Thompson is the.
Is the-
Oh, is the-
lot.
okay.
Yes, scheme 1 is lot 1.
Got-
Scheme 2 is lot 2. So this is the scheme that was chosen for this particular house, and
Okay.
this is what they'll be purchasing. So that's one of the reasons we did these renderings, so when we go to sell, we can say, this is what you're
Okay.
buying if you choose to purchase this.
okay. All right, why don't you just, 30 seconds each of the schemes and show us each scheme.
Okay, do you want to see the actual material?
Maybe, well,
Or
okay,
the
yeah, I guess if
stone.
somebody wants to act like Vanna or whatever, while somebody flips the,
Again.
stone, okay?
This is the same stone we're using on all the elevations that will have stone. It is, they're number 1110 of Aztec stone. It has variations that range from a tan, some of them have a little bit of red, and then there's also one that goes a little bit darker. So it's pretty close to the rendering that you're seeing there
Okay.
in terms of its color variation.
And you may need to be speaking into the microphone while you're doing that, so bear with.
I'll give you this one.
Okay, so I'll just tell you that the stone is a number 1110. It's pretty similar in the stack varietal that you're seeing in your picture.
Good.
And there will be color variation similar to what you're seeing in this picture. And those are just samples of some of the different colors that you would see. And all of the stone use along this street is the same stone. So we have, I think, 3 or 4 elevations that have stone elements on them, and they would all be that stone.
Okay.
All right? Did you need to see the actual color swatches?
Yeah, why don't you just pull up a few, maybe.
So for this particular unit, charcoal blue.
Okay.
It's a very deep
That's not
blue.
as blue as I thought it was going to be.
That is the front door. And then you have Argos, which is this color, kind of a grayish color with a lighter tone called Passive. They're in the same slot on the wheel, similar
Okay.
elements. And then again, I didn't bring a cedar stain, but the cedar is just a dark cedar, and that's really going to be primarily just in accent materials up where you see along the gable line, there's a little bit of cedar in that line. The windows are black
Okay.
in this particular house. And the roof, let me get this one, is, let me find it, Georgetown. So that would be the roof. We're using 3 different roof colors.
Okay.
So that would be the roof with this scheme.
Okay.
All right?
All right, very good.
The trim, the roof trim and eaves are all shown as like an off-white, is that?
Yeah, it's actually called Passive.
And the gutters and downspouts are listed as dark bronze. Wouldn't that kind of go over what you're showing as
The bronze will come down, and that's a look that you will see a lot of places where you see it coming down in that dark bronze color.
and it'll cover up the white?
It can cover up a portion of it. I don't know if you want to speak to that at all, but you're not going to see those gutters obviously on the tall gabled areas. It's going to be this passive color mixed with this. But the bronze accents will show off as you see them on a lot of houses. And anywhere where we have metal roofs, those will also be in dark bronze.
Okay.
So any metal accents that we have on the elevation will be one consistent color of bronze.
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
All
Hey,
right.
Brett, did Andy look at these and have any comments or no comments? No comments. Okay.
All right, let's go to scheme 2.
All right. So scheme 2, if you'll hold that for me. Scheme 2 is going to be Old Bailey, which has a little bit of movement in it, but it mirrors a kind of a painted brick look. But it does have a little more movement in it than painted brick would have. And that's going to be paired with, here we go. That's going to be with Eater White. So this is your siding color, which is a white siding color. And then the trim is going to be Urbane Bronze.
Okay.
Okay, so this is a very modern look. And then that dark, as you see, the pop out where the window is also Urbane Bronze. And the front door is Rosemary, which is this here.
Okay,
So you've got
all right.
a very black and white modern with a pop of color at the door.
Okay. All right. 2 down, 8 to go.
2 down, 8 to go. Okay, so scheme number 3. Is Seaside Select. Seaside Select, when you look at it in the field, has a grayish green color to it. And so we're pairing that with, excuse me, Foggy Day. Grace Harbor, Foggy Day, and Iron Ore. So Grace Harbor and Foggy Day. So you see, if you look up on the second floor, you see a little bit of a change in material right around those triple windows, and that's where you're going to see a change in color here. The bulk of the color that you're going to see on this is the Foggy Day. So and it'll be the Foggy Day with this brick. And then your trim elements are going to be Urbane Bronze. Questions?
So far, so good. I'm just trying to figure out who comes up with these paint and color names.
How they come up with these color scheme names, I don't know.
Foggy Day.
Okay, so the next one is Capers Island brick. Capers Island does present with a lot of movement in it. So when you see it, but it presents cooler in a gray tone, and we are putting that with fleur-de-lis. And you'll pardon me as I'm scrambling through these colors to find them. Fleur-de-sol.
Sol,
So you're going to
yes.
see this color, and then knitting needles is the accent you see on the shake material, which is just a slightly darker color. And the trim is also the same color. So it's going to have one color of trim. You're seeing those trim colors pop out, and you're going to see this color to help those trim colors pop. And Acacia Haze is the pop of color at the door.
Okay. All right.
All right.
I think you put some thought into this.
We did put a little thought into this. Okay, scheme number 5.
Do you want to see all of them, or?
You know what? They went to some great trouble to get all their samples together, so this is their, we're halfway there, almost halfway there.
Time to shine, okay. So, do you have the brick? And the brick in this is also Old Bailey, so we're bringing Old Bailey back on this one, because again, it gives that painted brick look that is so popular.
Okay.
And in this house, you're seeing the siding color is the Repose Gray. And the trim color, or the shake, or the board and batten color is the darker Dorian gray. And the pop out at the window and the trim is gauntlet gray.
Okay.
So these colors, and here your pop of color at the door is Dutch tile blue, going with the
Okay.
grays. Okay. Stop me if I'm just going to start whizzing through them.
Keep-
Number 6.
You're on a roll. You're doing great.
Newcastle gray. Again, a lot of movement in this brick, and you'll also see some flecks of white showing up in this brick. Hold that up. I'll hold these. That would be great. And this is also going to be a repose gray where you see the board and batten material, but it's going to be Dorian. Let me find Dorian again. Dorian gray as the alternate, and then black fox as your door color. And this on this particular elevation, most of what you're going to see in the movement is going to come from the brick itself. So those colors.
Okay.
All right. Scheme number 7. An iron ore. Is again a modern scheme, and we're using Magnolia Bay. Magnolia Bay has, again, a lot of movement in it. You're pulling a little bit of this creamier, warmer color, and that's going to have City Loft with the Magnolia Bay, and your accents are going to be in iron ore. So this is intended to be a modern look that's pretty popular, and we're also making the front door on this one iron ore. And there is a cedar accents, as you can see in the headers, that are going to bring just that little pop of color with a cedar accent done in a clear coat. Number 8 is...
I'll bet your North Georgia brick rep loves you guys right now.
Oh, yes. Well, with as many houses as we build, especially even in single family and the price point we build, people don't like to see their elevations mimicked.
Yeah, that makes
So
sense.
we do have a pretty extensive line of bricks that we, that get changed quite often, so we often have to make revisions. But this is Castle Rock brick, and this is being done with Greek Villa and Natural Choice. So as you see the color variation in those two, they're not tended to be a lot of variation, just a subtle color change in that material. And then your pop of color at the door is rosemary again.
Okay.
With this color at the door. All right.
And the chestnuts just in the gable and.
Yeah,
a
it's just
couple of
it's just where you see that little gable piece coming down, and also you can't really see it the way they've got the shadowing. You do see the little brackets underneath the roof.
Okay.
Those will have that color on them as well. It's hard to tell in here because of the way he did the shading on that particular rendering. And then the next house is Scheme 9. It's actually going to be a painted brick. It's going to be painted pure white. Okay, so this is, we don't have very many of the painted bricks, but we do have this one, and it's also got the stone. So in this particular siding, or this particular version, the stone is the hero in this one. So you've got that stone with a lot of movement in it. We didn't want a lot of movement in that brick, so the brick is a painted brick. And then we're doing that with iron ore. And we're going dark again on that, those header details over the windows, those pediment details, to stay consistent with this darker color. And iron ore is also the color on the door. So again, we sprinkled in a few of this very modern look because that is so popular today. All right.
Okay. Number 10.
Number 10. Number 10, again, Old Bailey.
Okay.
You've seen Old Bailey, so bring it back one more time. Old Bailey, again, has some movement in it. That's why we're trying not to do as much painted brick. We're using only one little house that has it, because we're using the Old Bailey in other places where we're trying to mimic it, because as you can see, you can still see some color variation. So we're doing the Old Bailey brick with Grace Harbor on this one. That's your pop of color at the door. Pure white is being painted above it. So again, we're looking for that modern, taking a dark color and putting it with a white, but instead of being purely black, it's that kind of darkish gray color. And we've tried to sprinkle these in all the way down the street, so you're kind of getting that mix of warm and cools and that mix of this really modern with some fairly traditional looks as well. The goal obviously being to make this look custom. At the price range we're going to be at, we don't want to be duplicating and having people think, well, my house looks just like that house.
Don't 9 of these repeat on the back side?
They do when we flip over to the back, but you won't ever see them next to each other.
But they're identical. There's
we'll
9 of the 10, okay.
Our goal is to take the elevation maybe that exists here,
Move it way over there.
move it way over there, and kind of go backwards so that they're,
Because the back elevations will be the same as well.
right, is to flip them around so you don't get them right back to one another.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Very well done demonstration of materials and colors. All right, any questions on exterior materials, colors? And I did find in our package what the DRB conditions were, or the council conditions are for DRB. So let me read those out. Just looks like condition number 3. Architecture and materials shall be developed substantially similar to the submitted renderings prepared by Main Street Designs, labeled Exhibit A, except for modifications required to comply with the downtown consultant's comments and in compliance with the Alpharetta Downtown Code, subject to final review by DRB. Well, that's a mouthful. Homes shall have 4-sided architecture, materials and details for each home facing Thompson Street shall have a unique facade. Okay. Condition 11, developer shall plant a row of trees along the west side of the entrance to Thompson Street Flats as approved by the DRB. And lastly, condition 12, developer shall improve the corner of Haynesbridge Road and Thompson Street with decorative landscaping, brick paver hardscape, seating, and a monument or sculpture as approved by the DRB. Sculpture shall require final approval by the Cultural Arts Commission. Okay. I think that.
So this one is the screening.
Can you flip me back, please, sir? So on number 11, the screening, we're proposing a row of emerald colonnade hollies in between D10 and D11 and the condo driveway as shown here.
And Brett, the condition, what is it trying to do exactly? What's it trying to screen? I don't know.
I believe the condition came from Thompson Street Flats property to make a feel of
a separate.
Yeah, separation between the two.
Like an entrance into a
Yeah,
different neighborhood.
I would have thought the screening should be on the other side. Would be on the other
I don't think they can get it on the other side of the drive.
Because screening on this side doesn't seem to really serve much of a purpose.
Is the street separated?
Yeah, horizontally,
Well-
but not vertically.
Yeah, I wasn't involved in the zoning, so
I can see
the
how that
history of
row of
it.
trees makes you feel like you're entering into a different neighborhood.
So I'm asking only because I don't know what the real bonus of the condition is, but does it satisfy the condition?
I was.
Whatever it is?
It went through our staff meeting without question, so I would guess that the intent is there.
Okay.
Developer shall plant a row of trees along the west side of the entrance to Thompson Street Flats.
So how it reads weird, it says a row of trees, doesn't say rows of evergreen trees, doesn't say to screen, doesn't say
Right.
buffer, it just says a row of trees, so.
Yeah.
So the Thompson Street Flats is the next property over.
West side of the entrance.
Yeah,
So it is on the west side.
Yep.
okay. Is that going to be, how far apart are they? I mean, I guess we'll figure that out
They've
later.
satisfied the condition as it reads. Doesn't say evergreen trees, it doesn't say
Is the, I
screen it.
I
doesn't
just
say-
guess
row.
it doesn't really say to screen,
It says
so
row. It
Is
says
it-
row of trees.
I guess the point would be, are they survivable? The species.
Alex, were you here
and
for the zoning?
Yes.
Okay.
So a little breakdown. This, I think it was part of the Thompson Street request to have some screening there. We don't have a lot of room. We also have some storm. You can kind of see it in there. It's a little boxed area. So we are kind of working through trying to address a little bit of a screening, some trees. We don't have a lot of room to put large trees because of the easement that's in there. So this seemed like a kind of a good, I mean, there's other varieties, of course, we could go with, but this is kind of a narrow, taller evergreen without getting so big that you can't walk by it. Didn't want something you'd have to prune and maintain, so this felt like a good option to plant there and still meet the essence of the requirement.
Okay.
Good.
Good.
Sounds good
There
to
was
me.
the park.
Yeah, just the park, and I think basically what you would be looking at is hardscape stuff. Platform maybe if they have one for, things like that, so, because the sculpture will go
So
somewhere else.
my question is, what is that wall, that little arced wall? Is that exactly what you want it to look like?
So that's a granite ruble wall. I believe, is it a seating height, Alex? Do you want to speak to this section?
I guess it was just more, since we didn't have a sculpture piece in mind, the general thought was to kind of have a little bit of a hardscape area there that could set off some sort of sculptural element. And that could go away or kind of stay, but that was kind of our general intent, to kind of cordon off a little space there for
So Clint, are you doing a sculpture then, or?
We will do a sculpture.
Okay.
We came back through zoning since we filed our DRB and have the option to either place our art here or
back
at the Thompson Street Flats condo building where they have a concrete pad poured without art on it. And I think I guess when that was developed, it was in some window where I don't really know why they had a pad, but they weren't actually required
sense.
to do the art, but they do. So we'll have the art in one location or the other and come back for the Arts Commission for that.
Okay.
But this is one option.
So then we should look at this as a sort of a standalone with nothing else?
Yes, I believe so.
No other feature part of it?
Turf in front of it or something like that. That wall isn't real exciting to me. It's just kind of an arced wall. So to me, it's a little tall. Maybe, I don't know, maybe you can put a little column on, a little pier on both ends and then have the wall in between to give it a little more fenestration, rather than just a straight arced wall that's got no variation to it at all.
I think we agree this wall it would probably look okay if it had a piece of art sitting in front of it, but if we end up putting the art at the other end, we will probably reconfigure this wall with some sort of monument with a plaque with our subdivision name on it.
I would just say if you can do something that's 18 inches tall tops, because you don't know what the art's gonna look like.
Right.
And then put a couple little piers on the ends, and then the pier's a little wider than the wall is itself, maybe by 3 or 4 inches wider.
Yeah,
And be done.
Okay.
And that has a cap on it, yeah? You're planning on putting a cap on it? I guess I should phrase it
I
that
think
way.
the thought was to maybe use, yes, well, there is, it may not show up on this rendering, but yes.
Like a
Okay.
recast.
So just that wall just needs a little something than
Okay.
that. And I wouldn't put any hardscape in front of that thing at all until you figure out where the art's going and what it looks like and all. You can just, put turf and.
That's fine.
Probably be done.
All right. I have a question. So looking at this drawing, the kind of the landscape plan for the amenity area, it says proposed covered mail kiosk. And the drawing that we have in our package says proposed cantilever covered mail kiosk. I'm beginning to wonder what else is different. Maybe it was on, let's see. This is done by,
This one.
this is Brunson and Company, okay.
I've got the same one twice.
Oh, there it is, yeah.
Anyway.
Zoom in on that, zoom in on your amenity area.
Oh.
Maybe it's just a,
Hold on, I got a lot of stuff open here. It might crash my computer.
yeah, that's where it says cantilever covered mail kiosk.
I think the mail kiosk has always been there, and then as the process went on, we
Gave it a,
added our detail of the mailbox
it
kiosk, and
another
now it's
attitude.
frozen, not coming up.
Okay, all right, very good. All right. Anything else for the applicants?
Last but not least will be, what does the entrance to those courtyards look like? I'm sure there's a gate, I'm sure there's a wall or a fence or. What do
I just
those
saw
look like?
something. You did, there it is.
So yes, there will be a wall connecting the houses, and I might need to let Amanda speak to this, but we have put together a collection of gates substantially similar to what we'll probably use. So we'll have gosh, I'm drawing a blank.
The
An
elevation
opaque gate
show
on the street side.
the masonry continuing over to the adjacent courtyard, and then
Right, so the courtyard that belongs to, say, let's just say D1, whatever masonry is on that, there would be a masonry wall with a wood opaque gate to provide privacy from the Thompson Street side.
So those are the examples of the gate, obviously. Okay.
Right, and we would pick a gate that fits the style of that house particularly.
Okay. Okay.
No fencing though, right? They'll all be masonry on both
Yeah,
sides?
on the Thompson Street, it would all be masonry and then an opaque, pedestrian gate.
So on the backside,
The backside would be more semi-transparent fencing with a gate that gives a little bit more transparency to the alley.
okay, so what would that look like? Semi-transparent,
Yeah, it would be like a metal,
black aluminum picket?
yes.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else we need to see or approve this afternoon?
Do we have to do site plan?
I think we do. We talked about it.
Yeah.
Site plan, landscaping, well, we've seen the amenity park landscaping.
Yeah, I think we have to, the entry drive trees and the amenity park area, because those were council conditions. We
Yes.
have to approve them.
Okay.
Nah, throw it in yours.
And then exterior
one.
elevations and materials.
Teresa set a new trend. I want you to.
But you had conditions on that.
She did. Teresa set a new trend on that last one. She knocked it out.
Public comment.
Does Teresa have to make a
Yeah.
motion?
First, we only have one.
All right. Do we have any public comment for this application this afternoon? Any public comment? Come on, Mr. Brown. Don't you want to say something? No? His comment is for us to adjourn. Okay, no public comment this afternoon. All right, let's craft some motions.
Mr. Chairman, regarding DRB 230040 Thompson Street Park, also known as Park Walk, a motion to approve the elevation of materials, site plan, entry drive trees, and the corner amenity area as presented with the following conditions. Any minor variations to the elevation of materials that may occur in the future will be reviewed by staff for final approval. The curved wall on the amenity park will be adjusted per the discussion and the motion.
Okay, a motion by Mr. Swing, a second by Mr. Corco. Any comments or questions about the motion on the floor? There being none, I'll call for a vote. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All opposed, no opposition. Motion passes 5-0. All right. Thank you for your time and your patience this afternoon. We appreciate it. Well done, and thank you for coming prepared with materials and everything. Okay. With there being no further business, and with no exceptions except I have one comment. Teresa, thank you for your service on the Design Review Board. Good luck in your future, and we'll see you around sometime.
Yeah, thank you very much.
This meeting's adjourned.